Chapter 41. The Unready Master. You have been avoiding me. The boy didn't look up, he simply watched the rising sun. He sat with his back to her, staring out over the water. He was not that different than most humans his age, especially the ones enduring Jedi training. He had an athletic build, and would be considered handsome with his bright eyes and short black hair cut in the style of a Padawan. She tried to ignore the fact that his features so resembled the one he had been created from. She pushed such thoughts aside. That didn't matter, not now. Right now, she was simply trying to reach him. When the boy answered, his voice was cold and without emotion. Why would I be avoiding you, Master? Shira frowned slightly. He spoke the title of Master with such contempt. Had he ever spoken to Vey that way? She doubted that. This was not how it was supposed to be. Vey had charged her with completing Zar's training, but the boy had barely spoken to her since his former master had become one with the Force. He had fallen into, she didn't think it was despair, but a sullen silence. She could sense both anger and grief when she looked at him. He was trying to work through it, but he should know better. The thought came unbidden, and was quickly rejected. The boy was mourning, she understood. She was still mourning as well. It was easy to blame the witch for what had happened. Her, whatever it was, ritual, or whatever she had done with those keys had caused Vey's death. Another mark between them. Another red mark in a ledger that she would love to wipe out. As a Jedi, she had learned to have patience. Avaryss would come back into her orbit soon enough. She didn't need to chase her. That fight was still in the future. Zahar is what mattered right now. Making sure he could see what had happened, and deal with it in a way that her master would have thought proper. The boy felt anger. Shira didn't fault him for that. Vey's death had caught them all by surprise. She had used the Force up to the very last moment to stay in this world, and she had done so admirably. She had always been very strong in the Force, had been Master Vey. But no one could hold off their end forever. Since her passing, Shira had been forced to take up the mantle of leadership for the survivors. The others of their group looked to her for guidance. She had thought that Cooper would take up the reins, or perhaps maybe Nar, but both of the older men had refused. A Jedi has always looked out for Survivor Squad. Kid, Cooper had said, Vey would have wanted that to be you. I am here if you need any counsel, young one, Nar had said, but this is your fight, your war. I will do what I can to help you against my people, but it must be you that leads. In the end, she had accepted. They had all agreed to follow her, even Merritt and Bela. She would do what was asked of her, but leading the group wasn't the only charge she had been expected to take up. There was still the matter of her late master's Padawan. It now fell to Shira to see that the boy was trained as a Jedi, even if she wasn't sure that he should be. It was not something she wanted to admit it, but she could not hide from her opinions. She knew the truth about the boy, how he had been born, or rather, created. His parents had been members of a Sith cult, one loyal to the teachings of Arcann. Zahar Darklighter had been grown from cells of the fallen Sith Lord, cells preserved for centuries. He had been meant to lead a new Sith Brotherhood, to become the new Arcann, perhaps even to replace Vitiate as Emperor. The sickness that had claimed his home world had ended that plan. The boy's parents had died with the other adults. Zahar and the other children had survived, but they had been left alone. In the end, the boy became a chieftain on his world, helping his people, until Vey had found him and brought him out into the galaxy. Vey Ilo had saw Zahar as a chance to turn something dark and make it a beacon of the light. She didn't believe that the boy was bound to the dark side, despite what those that had created him had believed. She had been determined to prove that the boy could be a Jedi, thereby ensuring that he could become a force for good, and that the legacy of Arcann would never return again. A lofty goal, and an admirable one. Vey could have done it, Shira was sure of that. Whether she could, well, that was the question, wasn't it? Zahar was not the first choice she would have set in training her first student, but she had given Vey her word. She was not sure she was ready, but she could not be sure that any Jedi would be. Vey believed in her, though. She was determined not to fail. Yes, they had believed in the boy, but since her loss, he had fallen into brooding. He had pulled away from the others, even Bela and Merritt, who had spent time with him. She could feel his anxiety, his fear. It now fell to her to do something about that. I will not leave you to face whatever this is alone, young one. I promised Master Vey that I would help you. The boy snorted and shook his head. I'm not sure if there is a way to help me, Master. Again, with that harshness in her title. Shira almost growled. We can't talk about whatever you want, she offered. I don't need to talk. She snorted. I'm not much of a talker either. I've always preferred action to words. She stepped back and shrugged out of her brown Jedi robe, and as she did so, she ignited her lightsaber. She gave him a toothy grin. Want to fight? He looked at her for the first time, his brow furrowed. I'm not in the mood to fight you. Mood rarely has anything to do with fighting, she reminded him. When the time comes, you must be ready. That time is now, young Padawan. She twirled her green blade in a challenge. Let us see what you got. The boy rolled to his feet and ignited his own weapon. The twin yellow blades flared to life. The weapon's hilt was shorter than standard double blades, and the thinness of it allowed the boy to twirl it like a baton from one hand to the other. He did so now, as the two began to circle. Shira took in his stance, trying to gauge just how good her young student was. She didn't have to wait long. Zahar attacked. His advance nearly caught her off guard. She was expecting him to come in slowly, unsure if this was right. Maybe even hesitant to strike a Jedi Master. There was no hesitation or carefulness. There was only the flash of blades and cold hard skill. She was forced to give ground, more surprised than anything else, falling into the rhythm of Sarisu, the defender's style. Though this was not her first time facing a foe wielding a double blade, she was still taken by surprise. She now understood why her master had taken Zahar in. The kid was good, really good. He may have held a double blade, but with his speed and command and of the Force, he might as well been holding 6. He pushed her back, whirling and jabbing out with his saber. He used the Naiman style, but with an aggressive edge that made it, if not equal to Juayo, pretty damn close. And he has only been training in the Force for 3 or 4 years. That realization alone gave her pause. Historical records said that Arcann was one of the greatest duelists of his age. He had been the first to develop the double blade and pioneered using Naiman as an extension of it. Was this the style the boy used now? Was there something of a genetic link between him and the spirit of the long-dead Sith? Shira's eyes narrowed. No. She refused to believe that. Zahar was not Arcann. He was a young man who missed his master, the woman who had taken him in, and showed him both love and compassion. Shira could sympathize. They had done the same thing to her. She had taken the young beastling in, trained her in the Jedi way, taught her to control her emotions, and give herself over to the light side of the Force. Shira called on that training now, and let herself slip deeper and deeper into the light. Zahar was good. He was very good, but he could be something magnificent. She could see him rise into the rank of Battle Master of the Order one day. If he gave himself completely to the light, he would likely be almost unstoppable. She had to show him that she could teach him about that. She had to become his master now. She held firm against the storm that was his blades, and struck back, not to win, but to provoke. She played the defensive, letting him lead this dance. Sarisu was not her original form, but it was one she had studied intimately over the last few years. It was her style, the witches. When they finally fought, Shira wanted to be ready. She wanted to make sure that Avaryss had no surprises for her. If she was lucky, she could force Avaryss to face her with one of the more aggressive styles, wear herself out. Much as she was doing with Zahar right now, she needed him to play the aggressor. He accepted that role and kept trying to push her back only to have her parry his blows and redirect his attacks. After almost 5 minutes of this, the boy fell back. He was breathing hard and sweating. Shira, having conserved her power, still felt strong and fresh. If she had too, She could do this all night. You're not trying to win, the boy growled, pointing his weapon at her. She shrugged. I asked if you wanted to fight. She reminded him, I never said that I wanted to beat you. To be honest, I don't know if I could, not right now. If I wear you down, however, well, I think that I have a very good chance of prevailing. He glared at her. What is the point of fighting if you don't try to win? It is not always about winning. The boy scowled. Fighting should be used to defeat an enemy. Isn't that right? Sure. So if you don't even try to defeat them, what is the point? A good question, she replied. Tell me, young one, what does a Jedi use his or her powers for? I don't. What did Master Ray teach you? What does a Jedi use his powers for? The boy growled angrily, but did recite. For knowledge and defense, and never. He blinked, realization came to his eyes. Shira smiled. For knowledge and defense, she repeated, never for attack. The boy lowered his blade. He seemed shocked at what had just happened, or rather, she had broken through the wall of shock and anger that had been there since Vay had passed. She lowered her own weapon, but did not extinguish the blade, just in case he was trying to bait her in his anger. There may come a day that you are called upon to give up your life for the Force, where you are forced to fight and hold long enough to ensure the escape of others, the survival of your fellows. On that day, you will not survive, but in buying time and giving others a chance to live and fight another day, the true battle may yet be won. Now she turned off her saber and put it on her belt. Ask yourself, Sahar, is that not winning? Even if you fall, if your sacrifice is worthy and true, if it helps others restore peace, isn't that worth fighting for? Isn't that worth dying for? He was still breathing hard, but she could see tears in his eyes for the first time. Tears he had not shed when they had died. He powered down his weapon with a choked sob. He put it back on his belt and stood there, lost in pain and loss. She didn't let him suffer it alone. She came to him and let him put his head on her shoulder. When he reached out to hug her, she accepted. She held him as he cried. Her eyes stung with her own tears, her own pain at losing Vay. The woman that had been more than a master to her. The woman that had been almost a mother to her. She could not say how long they stayed like that, how long they let themselves be lost in their sorrow, but finally he did pull away. He sniffled and wiped at his nose with his sleeve. I'm sorry, he said. I should not have done that. I shouldn't have given in to my emotions. She shook her head. Some Jedi will say that you should not mourn or miss those that transform into the Force. That is foolish in my eyes. Mourn them, yes. Miss them, yes. But also accept that such loss is a part of life. Be in that moment, feel those emotions, truly feel them, and let them pass. You are a mortal boy, Sahar Darklighter, and you will grow into a mortal man. You shouldn't deny your emotions. Feel them, accept them, and deal with those feelings, so that you will be free to do your job, to be the Jedi that Master Vay knew you could be, that now, I believe that you can be. The boy looked at her, as if seeing her for the first time. A lopsided grin spread across his face. You sound like her. That made Shira smile. I like to think that she taught me everything she knew. It pleases me to hear you say that. Maybe I will not be such a bad teacher after all. The boy barked out a laugh, tears still in his eyes. Back home, I lost many, but that was before I had hope. The tribe mattered, but I hardened myself against the loss. We lost so many to the sickness, the elders that hit adolescence. If I had stayed any longer, I would have fallen ill. I accepted it, because my clan needed me. I thought I should do what I could before I fell. Vay, she showed me another way. She saved my tribe. She was something real, something I didn't fear losing. She was different. She seemed unstoppable, forever. The boy shook his head. I miss her. I miss her so much. And part of you always will. Does it ever go away, that pain? For a Jedi, I mean. I don't think that it is meant to, but it will change. You will start to remember only the good parts and draw strength from what she taught you. What she meant to you, I think. Her comlink beeped. Shira hissed, but answered. Shira. The shuttle is coming in now, Master Jedi. The voice on the other end said, You said you wished to be told when that happened. I did, and thank you. She turned off the comm and turned to her student. Are you ready to meet some old friends? Are they going to help us? The boy asked. I hope so, yes. I think they will. The bowed respectfully. Then lead on, Master. She nodded. That sounded much better than what he had said before. A student addressing a teacher. A teacher he had started to learn to respect. She took that as a good sign. Perhaps this would all work out after all. Perhaps. The two watched as the Republic shuttle came down with a gentle bump before them. The ship had circled the base once, before beginning its final approach. Shireville nodded with approval. Considering everything that had been happening, caution was key. The new survivors were in an interesting place now, moving against a very dangerous enemy, an enemy who knew them intimately. The Beast Woman's eyes narrowed. Avaryss needed to be stopped, but they couldn't afford to be reckless. She had used their willingness to fight against their enemies in the past, manipulated them into serving the Sith, not their own goals. The survivors had learned a harsh lesson. They could not afford to be so reactive. They needed to move carefully and silently. Now that the last two members of their group was here, they could do just that. Zahar fidgeted at her side. The boy wiped at his eyes. Some redness remained from their recent encounter. He glanced at her and received a reassuring smile in return. They had a long way to go, her new apprentice and her. She was sure that they could manage the journey. I wasn't ready for this, she realized, but then again. Was anyone? The hatch hissed as the two came down the ramp. They both looked around, taking in the squad's new base. Shira approached them. Colonel Locke, Dr. Tag, welcome to Trevis. Master Shira, the colonel answered with a nod, still wearing that old Sith officer's cap she had taken years ago. She smiled. I trust your mission was successful. We found Bela Istillo, Colonel, and more. Dr. Tag smiled as she approached Zahar. Greetings, she said. Doctor, he said with a respectful bow, I'm Zahar Darklighter, Padawan to Shira Veal. I'm pleased to meet you, as she answered, once again turning to his master. Is he here? Shira nodded. She didn't need to think about who he was. She had already sent a coded transmission before their arrival here on Trevis. The doctor already knew her son was alive, and here, safe. Zahar, Shira said, could you take the good doctor to Timon's quarters? I will meet with you later and discuss our first lessons. The boy nodded. I would say we already had it, Master, he said respectfully, but I will do as you ask. He gestured for Dr. Tag to follow him, while Shira and Locke proceeded towards the base's main hangar. He seems like a good one, Locke said. Those eyes were a bit intense, though. I almost think I've seen his face before. He must just have one of those faces, Shira replied. She had no desire to tell the colonel yet that the boy was grown from the cells of Exar Kun. She wanted her to see him as Zahar first, make her judgment from there. Of course, Zahar was not the reason Locke was here. I will need to speak with the princess, the colonel said. Before coming here, Beniko contacted me. The colonel frowned. It seems you were right about the Avaryss situation. Lana's contacts within the Empire have been telling her horror stories. Some kind of dark side shift that they are suggesting was caused by Avaryss. The Jedi nodded. I felt it. I think every Force sensitive in the galaxy felt it. How does the Alliance wish to proceed? The Alliance is still tied up dealing with Arcann. Its resources are needed there. Beniko is watching the Empire, making sure they don't get involved by dropping in on Avaryss' side. While that is going on, you and I are charged with disrupting Avaryss' operation, liberating Bantoon if we can, and eliminating this rogue Sith. Again, Shira nodded. We started building forces here. Timon also had dealings with the pirate group that may help us. Coop is on board as well. The Resolute group is with us, as our Polearm and Wolf squadrons, Locke added. Shira nodded in approval. She liked that her boys and girls would be standing with them. This is a good start, she thought. We might just be able to do this, provided we can keep things quiet for the time being. How is the rest of your team? Locke asked her. Functional, Shira answered. They are slipping into their new roles, even the hut. We have a plan in place to insert into Bantoon itself. Start striking Avaryss on the ground, and weaken her hold on Bantoon. The princess has even brought the bounty hunter Lord onto our side. He is going to help us get Merritt in. Merritt Fallen Star, the column said. Yes, you mentioned him in your report. Locke looked at her. How did you manage to get Nord on board? I didn't. Bela did? She spoke to him in private, and whatever was said. Shira shrugged. Whatever it was, it worked. Choir sent a message to Avaryss as Nord. Now we wait and see if she bites. It was a risk, the Jedi knew, but a necessary one. They had to get to Bantoon, and this was the best way. Everything was up to Merritt now. Hopefully he was ready. How is Mr. Fallen Star, or rather Finn? I've only read reports about him, and you said in your communication that he had changed. Shira nodded. Yeah, he is not the man we knew. When he called himself Finn, he was more of a straight-up Jedi now. Shira shook her head. Well, you will see for yourself. They approached the night fire. It was getting late and the ramp was up. Not that that had anything to do with it. Shira quirked her lips. Merritt and Bela were not exactly discreet in what was going on between them. Since emerging from their ship a few days ago, their every motion and breath suggested they had become a couple. Shira was not surprised, considering what had happened with her and Court. She knew how such things could grow. In fact, on some level, she approved. Merritt needed someone in his life. Before that, he had been drifting lost in darkness. He needed someone who reminded him that there was more than just that darkness and Avaryss. Bela fit that bill nicely. Princess, she said into her Kamink. No response. Princess Bela. There was static, followed by a sound of fumbling. Yes, Master Shira. The girl sounded a little out of breath and flustered. Shira didn't comment on that. Can you and Merritt lower the ramp? I've brought someone who needs to speak with you. One moment. The two stood and waited. Locke didn't seem insulted. If anything, she was amused. So they live on the ship together. Shira nodded. The way you say together is fairly accurate. The colonel chuckled. Well, can't say Finn's choice in women hasn't changed. For the better, I think. Shira shrugged. She was not in any position to make that kind of judgment. The night fire's loading ramp lowered. Bela Istillo was waiting for them. Master Shira, she said. She saw the colonel. Her smile grew wider. Major Locke. Colonel, now, actually, the older woman said, with a bit of a bow. I see the little girl I knew in the young woman before me. The girl was beaming, carefully trying to adjust her top. She looked a bit disheveled. Her hair was mussed, and she was a bit sweaty. Her shirt was also inside out, Shira recognized, like it had been thrown on in a hurry. She saw no need to comment further. She could put one and one together. I have come at the behest of the Alliance, Locke said. We are ready to work with you in helping to liberate your home. I'm glad to hear that. Come on board, please. Rit, we have guests, Galadriel Locke. Mare's voice emerged from within the ship. Show her up, please. I was hoping to speak with her again. The three women went up the ramp and into the main salon of the ship. Shira noticed that it hadn't changed much from when Jaz Darbin owned it. Merritt Fallen Star had not made many changes. Major. Merritt Fallen Star stood before them. Unlike Bela, he was not fully dressed, wearing dark blue sleeping pants and a long blue matching robe. Locke offered him a salute. Glad to see you still among the living, kid. When we fled Survivor Base, we all feared the worst. He nodded grimly. My survival was not an easy thing, Colonel. Locke gave him a wry smile. I think we can drop the whole titles thing. You can call me Gilly if you like. I say you earned that right. You saved my life once, and nearly lost yourself in doing so. Merritt shrugged. What happened had to happen. It brought me to this place, and to finding the strength to find my way back into the light again. It isn't all back yet, but thanks to backup, I'm getting there. You just needed a helping hand, the princess replied. I was happy to do what was needed. He nodded again, offering her a warm smile, producing a blush on the girl's cheeks. He turned back to Locke. I had hoped we would meet again. I have something for you. Something that belongs to you, by right. He reached out with the force and pulled a large leather-bound folio to his hand. He walked up and placed it in the older woman's arms. She gasped when she realized what it was, her eyes widened with surprise. She ran her fingers over the cover, as she had done many times in her youth. Chris' sketchbook, she gasped. Where? How did you get this? The Sith took it from Survivor Base. It was left behind with Chris after he. Merritt shook his head. I gave his body to the pyre, him and the others. They deserved that much. I honored them the best that I could. I almost let that burn with him, but... Merritt shook his head. It wasn't right to burn it. Chris, you two mattered so much to him. I think he would have wanted you to have it. Locke opened the book, gently turning the pages, looking at the sketches done by her former commander and lover. She looked over the faces of the men and women she had served with, many of who had died during the last war. She stopped briefly to see one of the pictures of herself, as a young woman, younger even than Bela was now. Finally, she turned to her favorite drawing, the one that Capistan had done looking in the mirror long ago. She looked at the young man she had known all those years ago, and thought of what they had shared, and what they had lost. Tears ran down her cheeks. The old soldier sniffled. Oh, Chris, she whispered. Shira watched closely, wondering how this would play out. She had feared that Locke might have had some resentment for Merritt. After all, he was the one that helped convince Master Jazz and Colonel Capistan that Avaryss could be an ally. That had not worked out, of course, but as she watched, it was clear that the old soldier didn't blame the young man. Especially now, especially after what he had given back to her. She clutched the book to her chest, even while wiping at the tears. Thank you, Merritt. I don't know what to say. Say nothing, he said. I know what my choices cost you, cost all of us. One day, I will ask your forgiveness, but not until everything has been put right. Not until Avaryss has finally been stopped. Locke sniffed again, and stood straighter. About that, I have to ask you, kid, and I need to know. How far are you willing to go with this? How far are you willing to go to stop her? Stop her for good. Merritt glanced at Bela and Shira. The princess gave him a hopeful look, one born of hope and love. Locke was all duty, despite the gift that Fallen Star had given her. I'm willing to go to the end, he said, no compromise, and no quarter. I'm willing to go to the very end. Shira watched the colonel, and saw the hardening in her eyes, even as she seemed to draw strength from the book that had once belonged to the man she loved. To the end, then, Locke sat offering her hand to Merritt. He took it, and shook it gladly. To the end, Bela said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Shira growled in anticipation. It is almost time, which, she thought. The final dance, and at its end, only one would likely walk away alive. She couldn't say she was ready, not yet, just as she was not sure she was ready to teach her new student. An unready master she might be, but she was willing to do what was needed. She still had to get her people down to Bantoon. Once there, they would be able to start setting things right. Whatever it takes, she thought. To the end. Chapter 42. Calm before the storm. The old fear was back. Tag couldn't deny it. It had been with him since he was a small boy, and remained even now that he was a man. The half-blood shook his head. She was here now, he could sense her presence. He should have been on the landing field, waiting for her, but he had not been sure. The fear had kept him here. His eyes narrowed. Damn it, he thought angrily. What kind of a son am I? Even now, he remembered his childhood so clearly, or rather, the treatment of those that should have loved him. His mother's family had been disgusted with him from the start, not for anything he did, but for what he was. They saw him a symbol of his mother's weakness, that she had laid with the Sith, and he had been a result, a stain on the honor of House Tag. His mother had never cared for that. She had defended him many times, even when she didn't know he was listening. As she had with her own life, she had chosen her own path, but that didn't mean that Tim didn't know what was being said, how others looked at him. Yes, he had known the whole time. His mother had kept him close during his early years, did her best to shield him from the looks and opinions of others. She was one of the most well-regarded biochemists in the Republic, a war hero, and a skilled healer. Most cultivated her favor. She was a self-made woman in the Republic. She could have just as easily taken a posting at her family's mining operation, but had chosen to stand alone. He was proud of that now, knowing what she had done, and how much she had done to shield him from the slanders of others. As a small child, no one dared to speak about him, not in the earshot of his mother, but that didn't mean he didn't hear things, and sense the feeling behind those words. As he had grown older, and it was no longer acceptable for him to remain so close to her, she had taken him to his grandfather's, so that he might learn more about his father, and the people that he had come from. He had learned, but during that time, he wondered and feared that his mother would grow used to him being gone, that she would realize that he was dragging her down, that she would come to agree with her family, that he was a stain on her honor, and should be cast aside and forgotten. It was an old fear, a child's fear, and it had never really gone away. He had tried to be better. That was why he had asked to be trained in the way of the Jedi. He had wanted to prove that he was more than his blood, that he was not simply a half-blooded bastard boy, but a warrior and a hero that his family could be proud of, that he was worthy of the name of Tag and the legacy of his Vokay warrior ancestors. He had tried to be a hero, and that had led him to the survivors, and then Avaryss had come, then Zay had come. Everything had fallen apart after that. His time with the pirates, he felt no shame for that, or his relationship with Switch. In fact, he was most eager to introduce her to his mother, but that would have to wait. Switch had been called away by one of Koaf's daughters, and had not yet returned, meaning he would have to face his mother alone. Again, the old fear taunted him. In that moment, he would rather face the Sith Emperor himself. He shook his head. No, this was stupid. He was not a frightened little boy anymore, and this was his mother. She still loved him. He was a part of her, wasn't he? He ground his teeth, even as he tried to meditate, to find the calm center that the Jedi had taught him. Shira had warned him that his mother had been hurt during the fall of Survivor Base. That, despite those injuries, still fought on. He was proud of that, but what would she say? How could he explain what had happened, what he had become? He was not entirely sure how. With those questions, the old fears had returned, with a vengeance. After Survivor Base, when he thought her dead, it had been easy to dismiss the old fear. He got lost in his life as a pirate, and the whirl of life on death. When Shira had told him that his mother still lived, he was grateful, but he felt a degree of shame as well. What if she didn't understand? What if she came to think that what he had done was proof that he was a stain on their family, that his actions these last few years proved everything their human family said about him? He had no answer to that. He tried not to dwell on that. What would happen would happen. He simply had to accept. His teachings had prepared him to be a Jedi, even though he had not finished that training. He tried to remember the first line of the Jedi Code. There was no emotion, there was peace. He took a deep breath. It was not easy to find that peace, not for one of Sith blood. Timon. Her voice was soft, and it heralded her arrival, the familiar sense in the Force, the first one he had truly known. He opened his eyes to find her standing there, his heart nearly breaking at what he saw. She was grayer than he remembered, and he could see the metal fingers of her left hand. She leaned heavily on a cane, yet her eyes, so familiar, were wide and hopeful. He rose from his meditations, towering over her, where once she had stood far above him. He stood before her, facing her, and found he had no words. What could he say? What could possibly be said to make this better, less awkward? He didn't know. She stepped forward. He came thumping gently on the floor. He took a step and fell to his knees. He bowed his head in shame. He should have been there for her. He should have known she was alive. She sobbed as she stepped forward, put in her arms around him. He could sense her anger at the distance of the last few years, but he could also feel the sense of gratitude. He was still alive. Her boy was still alive. His head rested on her shoulder. In that brief moment, he was not the Jedi or warrior he had become. In that moment, he was that small boy again, afraid that his mother had stopped loving him. Sorry, he sobbed into her shoulder. I'm so sorry. No words passed between mother and son. No words were really needed. My boy, she whimpered, you're alive. He wasn't sure how long they stayed like that. He had never been happier. Her arms were around his neck, his large hands just encircling her waist. He had not done anything like this since he was a child. Simply let his mother hold him. He had tried to step away from such things when he tried to become a Jedi, and now here he was. The fear fell away as she held him, as it had so many times when he was a child. He was in no hurry to step away from that, not after what had happened on death, on the destruction he had seen over the last few years. For this moment, he simply wanted to be her son. He felt another presence approaching, this one cool and determined. He sniffed and started to pull away, rising to his feet once more. What is it, Tim? His mother asked. We have business, he said, wiping his eyes and glaring. Damn it. Could people not let them enjoy a few moments of peace? I was told that I could find you here, Dr. Tag, Timon glared. We're in the middle of something, Miss Valentine. Tara Valentine shrugged. Her blue and black uniform reminded him of the protectors of her home world. Protectors who had betrayed their people, whether they meant to or not. He was not sure he liked that. She bowed respectfully. My apologies to you both, but Co-op wants everyone in the main hall. Some important announcement, he says. Timon's eyes narrowed. An important announcement, huh? He understood with all that they had to face they had little time to waste on frivolities, but as a family man, he assumed that Co-op understood that people needed time to reconnect with those they feared lost. He probably did, the half-blood realized. Maybe that was why he sent Valentine here. The changes the woman had gone through. Timon didn't know what to make of that. He could sense the pain that she had suffered, pain she had subjected herself to in gaining the abilities of her people's sworn protectors. She was supposedly able to keep up with the Jedi when it came to combat. He had not seen that yet, but he wasn't sure if such a boast was accurate. The woman had gained power, but he couldn't help but ask, what price did she pay for gaining it? And would that price affect them all before all was said and done? Valentine turned to his mother. Glad that you are here, Doc. We have a little mystery for you to look at. Fallen Star captured one of Avaryss' minions, a creature we have never seen before. He thinks it was created by Sith alchemy. His mother turned, her eyes lighting up, her curiosity piqued. Alchemy. Something that Avaryss did. We think so. Princess Bela believes the creature used to be a Bond noble. Timon's mother said. He could almost imagine the wheels turning in her head. As a scientist, the works of Sith alchemy had always fascinated his mother. She had seen the results of it during her time on the survivors. The Empire had not been above altering things and throwing them against their enemies. What Avaryss had created was just another such weapon, and his mother had spent a great amount of her career trying to understand such things, and their creation, on a scientific standpoint. You need to be careful, Mom, he warned. These things are dangerous. Deceitful and ruthless, they used them when she attacked the world I was living on. His mother looked his way, nodding. Interesting. I will need to speak with you later about this, Tim, and speak with Her Highness as well. If these are some new weapons, we may need to find a vulnerability for it quickly. I can't start work immediately. Timon almost rolled his eyes. He was proud of his mother's dedication to duty, but she developed a kind of tunnel vision when granted a new scientific challenge. He had seen it many times as a boy. In that, something's never changed. After Co-op's announcement, Tara said, He said wanted all of us present. It must be something big. Of course, Roxana Tag said, after the announcement. She rushed to follow Tara Valentine, leaving Tim with a hint of a scowl on his face. His mother paused. She looked back. Are you coming? Yeah, sure. Tim. What? His mother gave him a pained look. I missed you. I just want you to know that. That softened his scowl somewhat. I missed you too, Mom. She smiled. We will need to talk later. He nodded. Yes? That would be good. He fell in step beside her, slowing to her pace, giving her bad leg and cane. He looked at her, feeling, if not at peace, content. He was glad she was alive, that they were both alive. I missed you, Mom, he thought. I love you. They were among some of the last to arrive. Timon looked out over the gathering, co-ops people, not to mention a few Alliance soldiers, people that had arrived with his mom, and Colonel Locke. Erba had taken up position near one of the servants' entrances, the Hutt chatting with Rufo. What a Hutt and a Wookiee had to talk about, he couldn't guess. Dunk Joyce leaned against one of the back walls, idly flipping a vibro knife in her right hand. Rix Hunt was back on his feet, something he was glad to see. The sniper had been injured during the attack on Death. Court Antilles was talking to him, but the soldier was waving him off. Hunt had never liked being poked and prodded, and standing not far from him, Timon's eyes widened. He was surprised to find Calo Nord here as well, though he looked far different without his long coat and goggles. In fact, he looked a bit like Cooper, clad in a black bodysuit and short cape. Tim was surprised not to see any guards around him, considering what had happened on Joe Mark, but from the way he was moving, not to mention the slightly glazed look, it was clear that the bounty hunter was still under the effect of suppressors, the drug slowing his connection to his emotions, and from there, the Force. The half-blood kept his eyes on him, just in case, and he was not the only one. Both Zahar and Tara Valentine had noticed him, and now held him under their cool gaze. Tim was glad for that. Quire Cooper, the current Calo Nord, was something of a savage. He had tried to kill the survivors over Lehan, and attacked on Jamark. Given that history, it was wise to keep him under a close watch. He should be treated carefully. Princess Bela said he could be trusted, within reason, but that didn't mean much. Timon knew how devastating betrayal at the wrong time could be. He spotted his grandsire speaking with Zahar, Shira's new apprentice. The boy seemed enthralled by whatever tale the old one was telling him. Timon could understand. He had spent many hours hearing his grandsire's tales as a child. Princess Bela arrived next, with Master Merritt in tow. They were followed closely by Colonel Locke and Shire Veal. Tim nodded to his former teacher as Co-op finally arrived. At his side were two beautiful Zeltran women. Women whose appearance was literally almost night and day. One was dressed in long black pants and a gold waistcoat, a matching black jacket. Her blue-black hair pulled into an intense bun. The one next to her was clad in a shiny golden dress, cut low in front and off the shoulders. Her blue back hair flowed freely down her back. A mischievous smile graced her pretty mouth. Coop's daughters, Adira and Finney respectively. The three stood on a small dais, the smuggler chieftain holding up a microphone. Friends and allies, he began, welcome to Trevis. The various soldiers, hunters, and Jedi turned. All eyes were settled on Gabe Cooper. The old smuggler grinned. Well, he began, we all know why we are all here, what we are going to try and accomplish. We are all here to try and save the future. He chuckled. But for tonight, my family and I would like for you all to focus on the present. He turned the microphone to his eldest daughter, the more intensely dressed one. I'm Adira Cooper. This is my facility, and I bid you all welcome. They all nodded in greetings, murmuring. The Zeltran gave them a sad smile. My father has explained what has come to pass, the events that have brought you all here. You have all suffered, both pain and loss. The loss of homes and friends, we cannot undo that loss, and we would not even try. But what we can do is offer our hospitality and a chance to find sanctuary, and rest. The young Zeltran took the microphone from her sister. She grinned. Rest is good. A bit of fun is better. An army runs not just on courage, but morale as well. We ask you all to enjoy this evening. There will be time to jump back into the shadows, to bring light to the enemy, but for tonight, we want you to remember what it is you are fighting for. Life and light, good people, and that is something we can help you with. Finny clapped her hands, and as one, the servants came. Timon blinked. They wheeled out trays of food and drinks. Curtains were pulled back, revealing a band and gambling tables. Music began to play sweetly. Timon chuckled. He should have guessed. Coop had married a Zeltran, and Zeltrans had one cure for what ailed them. When things were at their darkest, Zeltrans threw a party. Everyone looked around. Some seemed surprised, but all smiled as they saw what was on offer. Cooper took the mic from his daughter. For one night, let's forget about the fight. For tonight, enjoy yourself, brave souls. For tonight, the drinks are on us. Some of the new survivors cheered. Even Timon smiled. He had not really relaxed since he sensed day on death. He wasn't sure if he remembered how. Hey there, handsome. He turned, and his jaw hit the floor. Switch, he gasped, wow. The girl blushed. I take it that you like it. It was Finny's idea, she thought. Well, she told me that we were having a party, and thought I should look my best. He nodded dumbly. He couldn't help it. He was speechless. Switch was a vision. The gown was a deep blue, and fit her like a second skin. She had used only a bit of makeup, but it showed off her natural beauty. His mouth went dry. She, as he had said. Wow. Timon. He blinked and swallowed, remembering that his mother was standing right next to him, and from the smirk on her face. Well, he realized with a nervous chuckle. He knew that he would have to introduce his mother to Switch sooner rather than later. He coughed, and wished he had a drink. Mom, yes. I would like to introduce you to someone. This is Switch, I mean Juno. Her given name is Juno. Switch is a nickname, she is. Switch stepped up, and saved him. Mrs. Tag, is it? Dr. Tag, his mother corrected, and you. Hi, the girl began. I'm Juno, as your son said, Juno Carnus. I guess that I'm your son's, well, his girlfriend, I guess. Roxy Tag gave her son an arch look. Girlfriend. He blinked, suddenly tongue-tied. Miss Juno is a most superior woman, Roxana. Nar had approached, likely noticing how badly his grandson was doing. The old pureblood smiled. In fact, I see much of you, in this one, he added. I believe that Razar would have approved. Timon's mother looked at the girl with an evaluating gaze. That is high praise, my dear. Nar is not known for sweetening his opinions. The general is too kind, Switch said. Merely pragmatic, my dear, he said, his eyes turning to Timon. The son of my son has chosen well, this time, Roxana. You will see, I'm sure. Tim looked between his mother and his lover. Both were smiling. I think we are going to need to talk, Roxana said. I guess so, Switch replied. Tim was never very open about his past, but he always spoke highly of you. Really? Roxy said with a smile. That is new, he never really talked much about me with others. I remember this one time. Timon's eyes widened. He could only imagine what his mother was about to say. Mom. She laughed. I will tell you all about it later, my dear, she promised, turning to Nar. It is good to see you again, General. And you as well, Roxana. Shall we get a drink? She nodded, and let the old pureblood lead her off. Timon breathed a sigh of relief. Kark. He was not sure what he was going to say. She seems nice, Switch said, popping up on her toes and kissing him. Tim gave her a humble grin. Yeah, he thought. He supposed she was. I'm going to have to thank Co-op for this, Colonel Locke said, grabbing a drink from a passing tray. Shira nodded. We could all use a little downtime. Once the operations against Avaryss get going, there likely won't be time for much else. The old sniper nodded. I won't stay long, she said, looking around at the other guests, many helping themselves to food, and more than a few already dancing. She smiled. The last thing a soldier wants to see is a commanding officer at a party. They deserve a chance to unwind. Shira nodded. We could all use that, she agreed. Locke nodded, still holding Chris Capiston's sketchbook to her heart. After Jomark and death and the loss of Master Vey, we need this. You could use this too, the Jedi said. The colonel shook her head. My partying days with the troops ended a long time ago, but you should try to have fun. Shira shrugged. You could use a bit of diversion yourself, Colonel. The other woman shrugged. I will find it, she promised, in my own way. The Jedi wasn't sure what to make of that, but scanned the room, pleased to see that most of their group was willing to take up Co-op's offer. Bela had already pulled Merritt out onto the dance floor. She was leading him a slow dance, but slowly, her old friend was beginning to loosen up. Timon and Switch had joined him, and even Nar was out there, dancing respectfully with Roxy, despite her bad leg. Looking out for someone he viewed as family, as a daughter. Speaking of family, she frowned as Co-op approached Kalo Nord. The bounty hunter dismissed him, even though it was clear the old man wanted to talk. He left the room followed by two of Co-op's people that had been assigned to watch him. Shira frowned. She was still not sure what it was that Bela Istillo had over the guy. He had agreed to help them, but she still refused to say why. Kalo was certainly not volunteering anything. Shira turned back to Locke. I have an idea of how to insert us onto Bantoon. I will need to borrow Polearm and Wolf Squadrons to make it work, but... Stop, Locke said. Shira snorted. But. No buts, the soldier said, motioning across the room. Hey, Court, dance with this girl, please. She needs to forget about business for a bit. Shira turned as her lover arrived, that silly smirk she loved on his face. It is a sacrifice, Colonel, he said, but I will be brave and try to do my best. Shira turned away. Colonel, we really need? You need a bit of a break too, Shira. Let Court show you a good time tonight. The storm is coming for all of us. Let's do our best to enjoy the calm before him. Shira said no more. She let her lover pull her out onto the dance floor. She shook her head. I feel silly, she growled. Why? The good doctor asked her. We have so much to do, and it will keep for tonight, Shy. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, a kiss that ran down her neck. She shivered. A growl of desire escaped her. When she looked at him again, his own eyes flared with desire, promised. She gave him a toothy grin. A calm before the storm, Locke had called it. Maybe she was right. She lay her head against her lover's shoulder, enjoying his warmth and the smell of him. She opened her eyes briefly, seeing Dunk showing some martial arts move to Zahar, while Urba and Rufo stayed close to the food tables. She shook her head. They would have to go back to war soon. Avaryss would not give them long to rest, but for now. Now, in this place, they were safe. For now, the Dark Lord's reach was far away. Rick's Hunt had slipped out of the party. He still wasn't feeling well. He pulled at his collar. He felt hot and itchy, irritable too. He was unable to completely kill the anger that was building in him. An anger that he knew shouldn't be there, but could not deny its existence. He growled low beneath his breath. It had been with him since that creature had bid him back on death. It had felt strange, a heat in his blood that was now spreading, and when it reached his heart, something had changed. Something glorious. He was joined by two of Cooper's men, two who had been injured during the Sith attack on Jomark. They had also been bitten, and now, like him, were part of this. They were now his brothers. They shared what he was feeling. In fact, they were now sharing the same dreams. They looked at each other, feeling more relaxed now that they were back together. We are pack hunters, Hunt thought. We belong together. Hunt didn't know their names, and didn't need to. They were one now, or would be soon. Once they had freed their brother from his cell, he knew the full orders that the mistress had given them. He would tell them what they needed to do. Hunt scratched at his arm. He had not allowed the medical droids to examine him too closely. If they had, they might have seen. His skin was flaking off, and where it wasn't, it was changing color, becoming a lovely shade of purple, and the hair on his arms were thickening, turning into fur. Plus, at night he was dreaming about her, the master of his people, the master of all the hunters. He was dreaming of Darth Avaryss. He could not quite hear her words, but they were becoming clearer and clearer each night. He had never met her, but felt a kinship to her, and the more his body continued to change, the stronger that sense of kinship became. The two next to him understood. They were changing too. The survivors were back. Avaryss was not like that. It fell to them, her hunters, to stop them. He had tried to resist what he was feeling, but his resistance was all but gone now. Now, he finally understood. He needed to contact the Dark Lord, his mistress. She needed to be warned about the threat growing here. These fools would ruin everything, the glorious future of his race. Baelai Stilla would have to be brought to heel too. His mistress would like that. He wanted so bad to please her. He was even coming up with a plan on how to do it. Coop had everything they needed, even a hypercom that they could use to contact the mistress. Of course, they needed to be careful, and they needed help. A few more bites on the right people would swell their ranks and hurt the enemy. Humans were not like them. He no longer saw himself as human. They were weak, and soon, the hunters would be strong again. Then, they would be able to hold out until Avaryss got here, as soon as they contacted her. Hunt smiled. Once that thought would have sounded insane. Now, it was the most natural thought in the galaxy. He giggled and his new brothers joined in. Not the laugh of humans, but the bleeding giggle of the hunters. He had been lonely as a human, a soldier with only his duty. Now, he had found so much more. He had found Avaryss. He had the beginning of the plan. He would sleep on it tonight. And in his sleep his master would come, soothe his mind, and speed up the change, and soon, all would be right with the galaxy. Chapter 43. The Return. She was changing. It is not something that most Sith here would recognize. Avaryss kept her distance from others, as was expected with her station. One day, she would stand over all of them, and needed to keep a certain respectful distance. This, what was going on, went far beyond that. Taya had noticed it, day by day, but whatever was happening had accelerated in recent weeks with the successful test of the weapon. Her old friend had changed more and more. The young Sith frowned. She was not sure that she liked that. No. She was not sure that she liked that at all. The two now found themselves together aboard Avaryss' dreadnought. They were breaking their fast in the Dark Lord's private quarters. Avaryss seemed in good spirits, but Taya could sense something different behind the polite conversation. She looked around the chamber. Unlike most Sith that Taya had known, including her own master, Avaryss' tastes tended to be more basic than one might expect. Here aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, just as it had been aboard the Reckoning, Avaryss' chambers had no ornamentation, no signs of wealth, or trophies to her greatness. The room was all but empty. Only the throne-like chair where her friend could access ship systems and commune with her officers. The table on which they dined had been brought in special. The galley aboard the dreadnought preparing whatever dish the Dark Lord and her guests requested. Taya had chosen the fare befitting her station, a meal that would have cost several hundred credits in a restaurant in Ka City. Avi's taste was far more basic. A grain porridge made from a plant native to the planet Ardana, Avaryss' original home world, black calf, and a fruit juice native to Bantoon. Even here, Avaryss didn't flaunt her wealth and prestige. She lived and ate simply. Some of the older Sith families would have called her taste quaint, perhaps even saw them as evidence that Avaryss was, and would always be, someone who was lesser and undeserving of the throne. The Dark Lord would destroy them for such an opinion, if they were foolish enough to speak of it. Taya understood that, and accepted it. That was the length her friend and master needed to go to achieve power. But what she was seeing now, and what she was sensing, that concerned her, almost worried her. She suppressed a frown. Something was wrong, she feared. She could see it in her old friend's eyes. She knew Avaryss better than any of the others. They had been allies for years, and even lovers for a brief time. She had first met her as an eager young acolyte on the way to Butcher's Clearing. Later she had sworn an oath of loyalty to Avi, and this was long before she had ever achieved true power. Even then, Taya had seen the greatness in her friend and knew wherever Avaryss had went, those loyal to her would not be far behind. So they had remained close, and when Avaryss had joined the Dark Council, Taya had been elevated as well. When the Dark Lord fell, Taya had gone with her. They had even gone into exile together, while the Dark Lord prepared her plans to destroy Survivor Squad. That plan had seen them rise again, and now they were so close. Avaryss had a plan that would destroy the Zakwul and put herself on the throne, and, as always, Taya would be at her side. In this, the blonde Sith had no doubts, but the journey had been hard on her friend. Taya had feared what that had meant, and what it had done to her. Avaryss had always been confident and sure of herself. She had always radiated a sense of control that had ensured Taya's loyalty. Yet now, she was changed. The ritual that had tested the keys of Hikita's had left its mark. Avi's hair was even more streaked with gray. Dark veins stood out on the side of her glowing eyes. Eyes that, every now and then, had developed a nervous twitch. Avi did her best to hide that around others, especially her apprentice, but Taya saw it. She was not sure what to make of that, and didn't like to think about what it meant. Taya thought about one of her first teachers, an instructor at the Corbin Academy. He had warned them about what happened when one sought the deeper mysteries of the dark side. Those who would consume those secrets are destined to be consumed by them. The dark side exacted a heavy toll from its practitioners, and she feared that Avi was starting to feel the strain. Avi sat quietly at the table, eating almost mechanically, like a droid recharging after a difficult assignment. Taya sensed no joy or satisfaction in her friend. At that moment, and in many moments of late, the Dark Lord had become cold. A vessel of power, with little emotion, or hunger for anything but more power. Power was what a Sith should seek, sure, but Avi had so much more. She had her son, and an empire to rebuild when this was all over. She should have been ecstatic, but, instead, she was ice. She was cold, cruel purpose. That change concerned Taya. She needs more than power to focus on. Taya believed. It was so easy for a Sith to get so lost in the pursuit of power that they started neglecting the important things. Fortunately, their task today would do much to recenter her friend. Which is why she was grateful, for both Avi and herself. She smiled slightly. How could she not? She could sense his approach even now. Finn was finally coming back. It had been years, but now, after so much time apart, he was on his way. The hunter Kalo Nord was bringing him to them. Avi had determined to meet the hunter here in the space above Bantoon, and had invited Taya to share this reunion with her. Taya could not completely stop the shiver of excitement that ran down her spine. Finn. She was most eager to see him again. You are smiling, old friend, Avaryss said coolly. Taya shrugged. Should I not smile, Avi? Finn will be with us soon. I can sense his presence. The Dark Lord nodded. Our history with Finn all but ensures such a sense, she said. I must confess, it has taken far longer than I suspected, but now, he is mine again. Taya nodded, ignoring the use of the word mine, instead of ours. She was not even jealous. She had always known where Finn's heart lay, and that Avi had always expected him to be hers upon his return. Still, she could not deny the history they shared. Finn was Angie's father after all. Taya was most eager to introduce him to their daughter, their sweet little girl. Avaryss looked at her friend. Her expression turned curious. You seem most eager to see him again, Taya. I am? Are you not? Of course I am, but considering that he almost killed you the last time he was in our presence, I suspected that you might be a bit more cautious. There is that, Taya agreed, but surely, after all this time, the dark side will have revealed the truth to him. Avi nodded. Perhaps. Taya frowned. Perhaps. Is that all you can say, Avi? Aren't you the least bit curious? Don't you wish to talk to him? Avaryss' expression turned sly. I think you wish to do more than talk to him, old friend. Taya did her best to suppress a blush. She could not deny the memories of the past. She and Avi had worked together to seduce the young Jedi. Still, Finn was hers. Avaryss had always made that clear. Taya felt a brief frisson of fear. I would never dream of standing between you and Finn, Avi. You know that. The Dark Lord sneered. I am only teasing you, Taya. If Finn desires more than words from you, I will not deny either of you. The blonde Sith only just held back her sigh of relief. She was pleased that Avi accepted that in this, Finn had a connection to her, just as he had a connection to the Dark Lord. He had fathered both their children. That meant something. She smiled, feeling emotion for the first time in a while within her friend. A slight trace of nervous excitement. I suspect that you have many questions for him, she said. Again, Avaryss nodded. And I will have answers, which reminds me. She took out her kamink. General Glask. Yes, my lord. Is the interrogation suite ready? The Jedi will be joining us soon. All is in readiness, my lord. You will be able to begin your debrief as soon as he arrives. Thank you, General. Avaryss out. She put the kamink down, and Taya looked at her with a look of shock. Interrogation suite. Avaryss merely nodded. You disapprove. Taya was almost speechless, but she did manage to find her words. Avi, he is the father of our children, and he has been gone from my service for years. I need to ensure both my safety and the safety of the children. Surely you can understand that. But this is Finn. Avi scowled at her. I cannot afford to be over-sentimental. We stand on the precipice of absolute victory. The Empire, the entire galaxy is about to drop into our laps. Too many of our forebears have reached this point only to be brought low by a moment of stupid emotion of indecision. Nagasato, Exar Kun, Darth Revan, Darth Malak were all betrayed by one close to them as they stood at the edge of victory. I will not fall into that trap. I refuse to fall into it. Avaryss leaned back. I will interrogate Finn, myself. I will break him to the dark side, if he has not fallen completely already. He will pledge himself to me and our future dynasty. Once that is done, once I'm sure it has been done, he will be free to pursue his life as my Lord Consort. And if he shows us to take you as his companion, I will not deny it. In fact, she smiled wickedly. With Finn back, perhaps we should revisit some old memories, some old positions. Taya smiled, a hint of a blush on her face. She remembered well their first night together in that Tatooine inn. She was not above returning to such positions. She is playing you. The words echoed through the back of Taya's mind, and even she could not deny them. She did her best to hide her frown. Avi had used her desire to manipulate her before. She had always understood that, and accepted the outcome, an outcome that had usually been quite profitable. However, she had Ange to think about now. Her daughter's happiness was what truly mattered. Taya was a mother first, and a Sith and Dark Counselor second. Her own mother might have faulted her for that choice, but Taya would not reject it. She had lost one child already because of Avi's schemes. She would not lose another. Empress or no, there was one line she would not cross for Avaryss. One line she would never cross. Avaryss wiped at her mouth. Her expression returned to the coat empty one she had worn these last few days. Finn will be here soon, but in the meantime, we still have matters to attend to. Tell me about Bliss. How is her training proceeding? Well enough, Taya responded. Well enough. The blonde Sith nodded. I think she blames me for the trial of blood you put her through. Avi waved her hand dismissively. In time she will accept the value of that lesson. Perhaps, but in the meantime, I get the feeling that she might be holding a grudge. Perhaps even would harm me, if she was strong enough to do so. Avaryss smiled. Then her training is progressing as it should be. I am most pleased, Taya. When the war is over, and we have secured the Empire, I will find a proper master for Taya. One that shall complete what you started. Taya blinked. Proper master. You don't think me up to the task. It is not that, the Dark Lord interjected, perhaps to cut off an argument before it started. She gently touched Taya's hand. I would not seek to have you and Bliss locked in the apprentice-master relationship. We both know where that relationship ends. You are Anders' godmother, and my one true ally. I would not have Bliss destroy you just to prove her strength. No, I will find another Sith, one that we can profit from their end. Bliss will thereby enrich my house and expand our power base. Taya nodded. Her friend's explanation made sense, but again, something was niggling at the back of Taya's mind. Avi was not overly sentimental. If she wished to preserve her relationship with her friend, it was not about kind feelings. She would have let Finn kill me if it cemented his place by her side. Taya realized that. No, Avaryss had some other purpose, she was sure. What it was, she couldn't say. Not yet anyway. Avaryss wiped at her mouth. Her comlink was beeping again, and she spoke into it, her expression turning eager. She turned to her friend. Kalo's ship has just passed through our outer defenses. He will be here soon. Taya nodded. Finn was almost in their grasp. How much will you pay the bounty hunter for this bit of merchandise, Avi? The Dark Lord smiled hungrily. Nothing, she purred. Nothing? She nodded eagerly at Taya. Kalo Nord, or rather, Quire Cooper, has outlived his usefulness to us. Plus, given his history with this body that I now inhabit, I feel it is smart to terminate him from any future involvement in our plans. Such a thing may not be easy, Avi, Taya warned. He is quite strong in the dark side. He is a skilled savant, I will grant you that, but he is also weakened by his desires. You see, he was once involved with Princess Myrix of Bantoon, and now he seeks to enter into a deal with those that have caged her. It is most suspicious, do you not agree? Taya nodded. All the time, thinking of the princess hanging in the carbonite slab on Avaryss' wall. How would Kalo react to seeing his former love in such a state? She knew how she would react. Such a reaction would not be pleasant for the one that harmed her love. He will not be happy to see the princess. I don't need the Force to tell me that. Nor do I, so no, I will not be paying for Finn. We will secure the hunter when he arrives. I will not risk him coming to the aid of my favorite wall decoration. A cruel chuckle escaped the Dark Lord's lips. Perhaps I will expose him to the hunter virus. I have yet to test it on a Force sensitive. If it works, Kalo would be the greatest of my hounds, and would be very useful in the hunt for Bela Istillo. A hunt that still goes on, Taya said. Have you heard anything from HK? The Dark Lord frowned, her anger coming to the forefront. He failed, and was destroyed in the attempt, all the hunters that accompanied him as well. You are certain of this? He sent a download of his final report. I have not looked at it yet, but I will once Finn is here, and everything is in readiness to purge the galaxy with Death Knell. Taya nodded. A reasonable choice, she supposed. They had far more enemies than allies at the moment, chief among them the Zakul. The princess would keep for a while longer. Still, an enemy that could kill their hunters and destroy HK. The princess was more dangerous than Avi thought, or she had found allies. Powerful allies. Avaryss excused herself. She needed to prepare for Finn's arrival, and believed that Taya desired to as well. In this, her friend was correct. Taya left her presence and returned to quarters she had to keep from rushing. She still had plenty of time to make herself presentable. After all, Finn would be a bit busy when he reached them. Avi's interrogation awaited him, and imprisonment awaited the hunter that delivered him. She didn't doubt that they would defeat Kalo Nord. He was one man against an entire ship loyal to Avaryss. No. Finn would be theirs, and Kalo would be broken. How could it be anywhere else? It was the will of Avaryss. She smiled. Avaryss will be done. They stood on the bridge of the Emperor's Wisdom as Kalo's ship exited hyperspace, passing the defense station that shielded the planet of Bantoon. Taya stood at Avaryss' side, along with Admiral Kennedy and General Glask. The four watched the approaching ship, an old modified Sith shuttle. Taya was not sure where the hunter had found the vessel, and supposed it didn't matter. What did matter was that she sensed Finn aboard. He is here, she thought eagerly. He has returned. Taya had changed into a low-cut black top and long red skirt for this meeting, the kind of clothes that Finn would recognize on her, and be intrigued by. Avi had chosen a black military-style uniform with no rank symbols, her face hinted behind her faceless mask, and her form shrouded in a long black hooded cloak with bright scarlet lining. Avi said nothing as the ship approached, but Taya could sense her reaching out with the force, perhaps calling to their lover, and the one she had been linked to since birth. Sometimes, Taya was envious of that link, to be part of someone your whole life, to never truly be alone. Such a connection was to be treasured, especially when it was to someone you loved. But is Avi even capable of love anymore? Again that nagging voice intruded on her calm, and she hoped that Avi would not sense it. They had come so far together. She had no desire to risk harming their relationship now, not when they were so close to victory. Such a mistake would be foolish. Kalo Nord maneuvered the ship expertly past the various warships and freighters that filled the spaceways above Bantoon. The hunter, unaware of the fate that awaited him, proceeded closer, drawing himself deeper into the web, and the predator that would soon consume him. There was a flash off to the right and below the shuttle's flight path, and then Taya's eyes widened. What? A boxy black freighter's engine compartment flared brightly, perhaps signaling a hyperdrive core breach. The ship spun around, far faster than it could in space, far faster than even a trained pilot with the force could compensate. The shuttle leapt forward, the Barris jumped to hyperspace, and back again, a movement of barely the tenth of a nanosecond. 1 second it was in one place, and next it was in the path of the shuttle. Kalo had no time to compensate. The shuttle struck the freight midship. Both ships exploded violently. Taya felt a sudden flash in the force, surprise and pain. She sensed Finn through the connection they had shared, the intimacy they had shared, and then nothing. The connection went dead. Finn. She blinked. Finn, he was gone. Just gone. Taya blinked in shock and surprise. Captain Kennedy just had enough time to raise the Wisdom's deflector shield. 2 Sith fighters weren't so luck, and were consumed in the blast wave. Their destruction joined the light of the death of the freighter and shuttle. Taya watched as the freighter's remaining pieces broke up. A large section of the drive, that had not exploded with the main section, jetted off towards the planet. The force around them rumbled. Taya felt it, the surge in dark side power, the rage that threatened to spill out like a reactor gone hypercritical. The dark side surged next to her, and that surge was directed around Darth Avaryss, her friend. Her friend, who had felt what she felt it, and lost something valuable, a part of herself. Avaryss was on the verge of exploding. Taya stepped back, fearing what might come next. If the force was any warning, Avaryss stood rail straight. She stared out at the shattered ruin that had been the 2 ships. The dark side boiling within her. The Dark Lord of the Sith said nothing. She started to turn, paused, looking down at the deck, and then back at the destruction off the bow of their dreadnought. The Dark Lord said nothing, but she didn't need to. Taya knew what she felt. She felt it too. As she stood staring at the destruction, Glass tried to approach, tried to open his mouth to speak. Taya stopped him with a gentle tuff on the arm. Despite her grief and pain, she still had enough presence of mind to stop the general. Bad idea, she whispered. He paled and nodded, perhaps finally picking up on what Taya already knew. Darth Avaryss turned. She said nothing to no one. Her cloak billowed around her as she left the bridge. She left no orders or told anyone where she was going. Officers and technicians got out of her way. No one wanted to draw her attention, not in that moment. No one said anything. The bridge was as silent as a tomb, which it would become if anyone provoked their master. Avaryss was not to be communed with, not yet. Taya knew that, and gratefully, the men and women of the Wisdom knew it too. Though pained, Taya took command, she and Admiral Kennedy. They would need to find out what happened. Rescue and repair crews would need to be called in. Information would need to be retrieved, and any bodies as well. Taya scowled. Avi would also want information on the freighter, and all aboard her. Who owned it, and where they were from, and where their families lived. Taya shivered. Yes, she knew her duty. The Dark Lord would demand vengeance. Taya didn't doubt that. Many were about to die for this, whether they realized it or not, accident or not. They had crossed the Dark Lord, and taken one of the few things she valued. Punishment would need to be doled out, and Avaryss would likely be eager to do it herself. Taya didn't blame her. Sometimes what was lost could only be paid for in blood, and there would be much blood to shed. Yes? She looked out at the destroyed ship, the ship crewed and owned by dead men. They just didn't know it yet. Yes? Death was coming. Avaryss will be done. Chapter 44. An End to Distraction. The council has convened without me. Avaryss knew this to be true, even without the words of her hunters, words whispered to her over comms as she remained in her meditation chambers. The dark side whispered to her, warning her of what was going on beyond the walls of this chamber. Warned and angered her. The Dark Lord's brow furrowed in her meditations, her fingers curling into claws to rip the flesh from her enemy's bones. She snarled into the shadows. They meet to discuss the business of empire. My empire. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. That could not be allowed. She forced herself to her feet, her legs sore from being bent in meditation for so long. She snorted, trying to expel the scent of incense from her nose, the smell she despised, but was oh so useful when she was in this chamber, a holdover from her time as Darth Avaryss' student. The old man was long dead, but his lessons remained as true now as they did then. She couldn't deny that. Fear had taught her so much. Hunger and thirst gnawed at her, her legs tried to cramp, but she resisted, or at least endured. Physical discomforts were nothing to her, she ignored them, or rather, reveled in them. It was just pain, and she and pain were old friends. She let the pain flow through her, as she had for the last 4 days. She had spent that time alone, in isolation, meditating in silence, enduring her emotions. Loss. Fury. The path of suffering. The true way of the Sith. It had been the hardest that first day, the day she had watched Finn die, watched his ship vanish in an explosion before her eyes. Her mind continued to replay that moment, the malfunction of the freighter, the swift movement that brought it into the path of Kalo's ship. The sudden flash of pain and fear, and then, nothing. She grimaced. Nothing. In that moment, she felt a familiar sensation, one that she had felt many times over the years. She had been born to that feeling. The moment that Kira Lilas had felt her family die, watched her father be ran through, and tossed into the pyre with the rest of her kin. Alone. Avaryss had felt it when she tried to flee Corbin, to foolishly abandon her training, and become a wife and mother. She felt it as the rescue ship exploded before her, and as she felt Fel die. His body destroyed by the poison the treacherous Naz had coated her blade with. She had felt him leave this world, leave her. Alone. She had felt it again on Tatooine, as she confronted her own mortality. When she learned that her original body was failing, that the virus that Tarek had infected her with had doomed her. The realization that she couldn't survive, and would not recover naturally, she realized that with the dark side she was lost, that she had to face her mortality. Alone. Her hands curled into angry fists. Now again, this time with Finn, feeling him pass away before her. Again, the thing she desired, or cared about, ripped away. Again, and always, she realized she was alone. Alone. Loneliness brought the rage, and the rage focused her pain, and the pain flowed through her, burning away the impurities. She took another shuddering breath. She had left the ship. Taya had been wise enough to take charge, direct their Imperials where they needed to go. Avaryss had said almost nothing, only the phrase, "Ready my shuttle to the dock master." She had journeyed back to Bantoon, far too quickly for anyone to find her. She didn't trust herself in that moment, that she would not fly off into a rage and do damage to all her hard work. She needed to be away, she knew. I need to think. She returned to the palace, not even bothering to see her son. She went right to her private chambers and the meditation sphere inside. She gave her guards strict orders that she was not to be disturbed. She needed to be away. She needed to be alone with the pain. For 4 days she had been in seclusion, wallowing in her rage and pain, but something had happened while she remained in the darkness. Her galaxy spun on, and now. Something had happened, something she could not ignore. Things were moving beyond her personal loss. Well, that was fine. She had needed these last 4 days, and now she was ready to emerge again. It had been strange, locked away in this chamber. She had heard her master's words so clearly, words spoken years ago to help her find her true self, her purpose in both life and in the order of the Sith Lords. Pain, it must be endured, my child. It is not something to be overcome, but to be accepted. Pain is a teacher and the harshest of taskmasters. Fear had grinned at her then. She had just come back from his punishment, the first and only time she tried to defy him during the early days of her training. She had lashed out arrogantly, and he had slapped her down. The spell he cast was a minor one, but effective. He had trapped her within her own nightmares, locked her in her own head. It had taken days to find her way out, days to find her way back from the shadows within her own soul. She awoke with a pained moan, her eyes wild, wondering if this was just another nightmare, fearing that she had not found her way back. She rolled over and looked up, and there he was. Darth Fear. He had been there waiting, even had his meals brought to the room so he could be there when she woke up. He needed to be there, he assured her. There was something she needed to know, why he was here, and why she had needed to endure his punishment. Fear had made sure that she understood the lesson, and yes, she had indeed understood. Think on your past, daughter. Remember how you suffered during your first trial of blood? Remember the pain inflicted by the Wookiee during your first hunt on Butcher's Clearing? Remember the torment you endured on Korriban, tortured for a crime you didn't commit? Fear had smiled then. You emerged from each trial, stronger and harder. You will emerge from this one. You will be stronger. She realized that he had been right that day, and on all those previous days. She had survived the pain and purified her, hardened her resolve. She had grown stronger, and now this, Finn. She hissed. She would use this to grow stronger too. As she had sat in the darkness, she had allowed the dark side to take her fully. It had been a while since she had done this. The business of rule and politics had always been a distraction, and always would be, but here, alone, and in this moment of darkness, she had found a sort of clarity. In that moment, the dark side spoke to her, its voice so cold and clear. She realized how she had been distracted, how so many of her enemies and so-called allies had been playing their own games. Here, removed from the distractions and politics, she found herself seeing truth and understanding. What she was building, it was so fragile, but it would come to pass. She would let no one stand in her way. No one. So she had sat in the shadows, conferring with the dark side, and seeing its truth. A truth she would soon share with others. She had only been out of contact for a single day, mourning and reveling in the pain. The last 3 she had been working in secret, speaking with her hunters. They came and went like shadows. They were providing her intel. As painful as losing Finn had been, it had offered her something invaluable, a chance to get a real hard look at her empire, what she had been building these last 3 years. While she had been doing this, while she had been distracted, supposedly distracted, her allies were moving. And some of them were not acting like allies. She had known that she had vermin in her house, but now, while they thought she wasn't looking, and was out of touch with the world, they were moving. She could have stopped them, but she let them move. She could have reminded them of their duties, but she did not. She was giving them some rope, letting that rope play out. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. She was giving them just enough rope to hang themselves with. She almost laughed. So many wanted so many things. They wanted to tear apart what was hers before she had a chance to claim it, either that, or claim it all for themselves. Well, they were in for a surprise. She would deal with those closest to her, and as for her enemies, well, their movements were no longer secret either. She knew them now. She knew. She shook her head. They have reformed, the dark side whispered in her ear. She had nodded. Yes, of course they had. Survivor Squad was back. She should have been more enraged, but she was not. She knew them, the people that had survived. They were far stronger than she had given them credit for. Well, she would not make that mistake again. No. She didn't know where they were. She couldn't see them, but she was aware of them, and aware of the fact that she had allies close to them. She could sense it. At least one of her hunters sent out still lived, and had infected others. New hunters were learning who and what they were, and they were close to these new survivors. So close. They would do what was needed in time. They would contact her, and then she would put an end to Survivor Squad permanently. She would destroy their base, but it was possible that some of them were on their way here, maybe even figured out how to get past her security. That should have worried her, but it didn't. If anything, it excited her. I enjoy a challenge, she thought, and besides, what's achieving eternal victory if you had no enemies to witness it? To realize how they had failed so completely and utterly. Yes? Let them come, let any strong enough to reach Bantoon come. Then she would have all of her enemies in a single place, the Paladina, the survivors, her faithless lords, and the nobles who tried to deceive her. They would all be so close at hand, and then she would crush them in her fist. She left her meditation chamber. She quickly bathed and changed her clothes. It would not do to go out among her followers in a disheveled state. A simple black gown covered her body. Her hair was wet and straight. She wore no jewelry or makeup, only a simple unadorned belt to hook her lightsaber to. She had to keep herself from rushing. She could feel the scavengers circling overhead, thinking her dream was now a corpse they could pick clean. They were about to learn otherwise. She felt a familiar presence, approaching quickly. She smiled. Rain, and she was not alone. 2 royal guards stood before her quarters, that and a single Sith lieutenant she was using as a page while she had been in seclusion. Through the door she could hear her apprentice's voice. I need to see my master now. I'm sorry, Lord Rain, but her ladyship gave strict orders she is not to be disturbed. There was a pause, and another voice joined the conversation. You know who I am, officer? Of course, War Master, but, Lord Avaryss. I will take responsibility for interrupting her meditations, Bleez said. Things are happening that the Dark Lord must be made aware of. Avaryss sneered. She already knew what had happened, but it was interesting that Rain had brought Bleez into this, or perhaps the War Master had contacted her. Curious. She was surprised that Taya had not joined the two, given their history, of course. Perhaps Taya was even now up in the council chambers, trying to hold back the tide of her allies trying to pull apart what they had built. Well, if so, good for her. Avaryss was not worried she would be up in a moment. Forgive me, my lord, War Master, the lieutenant continued. I cannot disobey our master's orders, if you wish to leave a message. The dark side roared in Avaryss' ears. She heard the man cry out. She immediately knew what happened. She heard the man gagging fighting for breath. She heard Rain's laughter. A message. You will be my message worm. The guards drew their pikes, while the War Master stepped back drawing her own bladed staff. Avaryss trigged the comm. Stand down. Her voice was all it took. The royal guards didn't advance, nor to Bleez try to attack. The door opened. Rain, release him. She heard her apprentice laugh. But I have not yet left my message, Master. Rain, release him. She heard the lieutenant fall. She could hear him gasping for breath, his throat no longer being constricted. Avaryss strode through the door, flanking her guards. She found the War Master, weapon still at the ready, and Rain standing at parade rest, a sly smile on her face. As you wish, she said, innocently. On the ground before them, the lieutenant was still gasping, trying to regain his feet. Avaryss nodded. She was pleased. She made a mental note to see that the man received some kind of reward for his courage. It took a lot to stand up to a Sith apprentice, especially the one who was the student to the reigning Dark Lord. The man had showed courage beyond what she expected. She rewarded that type of courage, if only all her soldiers showed such drive. Master, Rain said, offering one of her insolent bows. My lord, War Master Bleez said, you are needed in the council chamber. Our forces have been attacked and Yes, Avaryss said, adjusting her gown. She motioned for her guards to follow as she stepped around the recovering lieutenant. He tried to stand and follow, but she gestured for him to remain. You have done well, lad, she said. Stand down and recover. You may return to your quarters. I will contact you later. He nodded, murmuring an affirmative. Avaryss smiled. Yes, a brave man indeed. He would be rewarded for his courage. The five made their way through the palace. Avaryss felt a shiver of nervous anticipation run down her spine. She contacted Dr. Vran on her command to make sure the project she had set in motion for Zen was ready. Once the doctor informed her that it was, Avaryss advanced with far more confidence. The time had come to remind her fellows who was in charge here, to show them all that weakness had not taken anything from her, and that they would not be able to take anything either. This attack must be answered. And just how are we supposed to do that? Infamy. Send all our ships to fight the Eternal Fleet. We can do nothing against the Zakuul, not until the weapon is being ready. Exactly my point, Necris. We need that weapon now. Avaryss proved it works. And how do you intend to use it without Darth Avaryss? Avaryss is not the only Sith sorceress here, Lord Arcann. I can study the techniques, and use them just as well, I suspect. Avaryss sneered as she made her way up the steps to the council chamber. If she had any question to whom was stepping out of their place, she had just heard enough. Darth Infamy? She was not surprised that the ritual master was trying to make a play. She had been one of Darth Fear's allies before coming over to Avaryss' side. She was also one of the most senior Sith that served on the council. But was she the one behind the various assassination attempts that Avaryss had endured over the past few months? Was she guilty, or just another opportunist? The Dark Lord would have to learn which quite soon. Lord Agony, surely you must know where the Master has these keys of Hikita stored. If the Council had access to them, at least we would have an option. Avaryss growled. She strode into the chamber. And what option would that be, Ilaria? The Zabrak fell silent and looked at the other counselors. Avaryss smiled. The chamber had fallen silent. Good. What she had to say was not up for debate. She didn't bother sitting down. She strode into the center of the chamber and looked around at her counselors, those that she had put in this lofty position. The only one that looked relieved to see her was Taya. Varric might have been, but his face was hidden behind his mask. I'm told that we have been attacked, she said after a suitably pregnant pause. Tell me, Zen, what has happened? Her executor shifted in her seat uncomfortably. It was one of our supply convoys, the one we were sending to Moff Druga. They were ambushed at the meeting site. And the identity of the attackers? Avaryss asked. Pirates, or so it seemed. Freighter-class vessels backed up by Uglies and Republic fighters. Republic fighters, you say? Zen nodded. I can see how those may have been a problem, but the security for Druga's shipment was secure. A gauge transport backed up by 4 of our Bantoon heavy escorts. Druga has used 3 destroyers in the past to secure his goods. Surely such a force would be enough to run off a few pirates. It was not the pirates that were the problem, my lord, Gull added. Shortly after the attack began, elements of the Eternal Fleet showed up. The pirates fled, but not before the Eternal Fleet cut off the retreat of Druga's ships. They were all destroyed, or so intelligence claims. We also lost 2 of our escorts. Taya gave Avaryss a sick look. After the attack, we received a transmission from the Zakuul ships. The attack was led by an old friend of ours, Lennox Gull. Avaryss frowned. So the knight still lived. She had hoped that the powers that be on Zakuul would have executed him after his failures to deliver Survivor Squad to Arcann. And what did the knight have to say? Avaryss asked. What you might expect, Tasia said, that Arcann knows that we are up to something, and that we would be advised to contact him and surrender our new weapon to the Emperor before he decides to take it by force. Taya's mother shook her head. Is the minefield strong enough to keep the Eternal Fleet out? Not if it comes down on us in full force, Gull said. How did he even know we were behind? What happened to the raid, Cha? It doesn't matter, Avaryss said dismissively. Doesn't matter? Infamy replied. Avaryss, you did hear that we could not stand if Zakul attacks us directly. They will not attack directly, not with the Alliance breathing down their necks. No, Arcann is hoping we will surrender the weapon to him, so that he can use it against the Alliance. Avaryss smiled. I seriously doubt that anyone on that world is capable of understanding Hikita's work, much less using it, and without the temple as a focus, he would need to attack one world at a time. Zen nodded. So you think we should just wait? That once the temple is done. Once the temple is done, we will not need wait. I can destroy the Zakul Empire with one swift stroke. The council looked at each other. Avaryss could feel their discomfort, but also knew they were not ready to gang up on her, not yet anyway. The thought amused her. By the time they were ready, it would be too late. She paused as the door opened behind her. Dr. Vran had arrived pushing a repulsor lift gurney. The Chiss stood at attention, the figure on the gurney hidden by reflected dome. The Dark Lord smiled. Showtime. She walked over to the doctor as she addressed the council. I know you have all been concerned, she began. Our work here might seem confusing to some of you, but I can assure you all that it will all be worth it. She knelt down and dipped her hand into the repulsor field holding up the gurney. Normally her hand would have been buffeted by the energy holding it up, but this was not a normal situation. She smiled wider as she pulled back her hand. A ball of flickering repulsor energy floated above her right hand. The counselors fell silent. She walked to her chair, the ball twirling between her fingers. It flickered as dark side energy began to mix with it, making it unstable. You need not worry, my friends, the Dark Lord said. Everything is under control, just like what I hold in my hand. She held it up, letting them all see the swirling chaotic energy. Bleeze and rain watched from the doorway. Avaryss could see the hunger in her apprentice's eyes, the unspoken question. Please tell me you can teach me to do this. Avaryss almost chuckled. She was not sure if this was a discipline that could be taught. She had always had a thing for manipulating energy. Fire, electricity, even life energy was putty in her hand. Rain's talents lay elsewhere, in places that Avaryss couldn't go. She could not mesmerize someone, or use battle meditation, or even basic force persuasion. The power was simply beyond her. She would show the girl the technique, but it was not certain that she would be able to perform it. Regardless, the Dark Lord continued. Our enemies are growing bolder, the Paladina, the Zakul, and there may even be outside elements seeking to undermine our work. We will need to deal with these forces directly, to ensure that things do not become unstuck. What type of forces, my lord? Gull asked. I'm not quite sure, Avaryss lied. She didn't want to name the survivors, not yet. She didn't wish to concern the council. Let them all gather here, she thought to herself. It will make it easier to destroy them. Finally, she held up the ball of energy over her head. We can afford no distractions, so we to deal with any lingering issues, things that need to be taken care of. With a cruel smirk, she did a quick spin, and threw the ball of energy, now grown twice in size. I struck Beric Lillis and pushed the masked Imperial back in his chair. Some gasped. Zen rose with a shriek of disbelief. The energy ripped the man apart. His suit tore as his body twisted and burst into flames. Shouts rose from the council. Most tried to rise. Avaryss stopped them. Sit down, she roared. As she watched, she gestured with her left hand, gestured and felt the energy around her, and especially what was being released by her brother as he died. She gestured, shunting some of that energy toward the gurney that Vran had broke it. The Chiss said nothing. They had been planning this for some time. Then, just like that, it was over. The chair that had contained Beric Lillis was a twisted mass of smoky metal. The body blackened and destroyed, the energy having charred it so badly, no regeneration would be possible, not this time. Again, Avaryss addressed her followers. I love that man. He was part of my family, and part of the great work we are doing here, so I took no joy in that. She let her eyes drift over the others. Zen sat down, still staring at the chair, where her troubled husband had sat. She seemed lost within herself. The Dark Lord paused for a moment, making sure that she would not try to rise and attack her in a fit of rage. She didn't, still too shocked to move. Most of the others got the message. Some had even been excited by it. Abominus looked practically giddy, and Adaz was pleased with his student's show of power. Once Avaryss was certain no one would be stupid, she turned to the others, directing her final words at both Infamy and Ilaria. "I have dealt with the problem," she said to them. "Now imagine if I would do that to someone that I love. What would I do to someone who was trying to move against me? Consider that, all of you. We are so close to final victory." The Dark Lord smirked. "Let us not be distracted now." They all nodded. Some murmured their assent. Avaryss was pleased. She had put them back into line. Now was the time to finish the work. After the others had left, the Dark Lord pulled Zen aside. Rain and Bleeze remained at her side. Taya closed the door behind them. Vryn remained where she was, tapping on the panel in her hand, her droid scanning the contents of the gurney. "It is ready, my lord," the Chiss said. The Dark Lord nodded. She turned to her former student, an executor. Zen looked up at her former teacher, her eyes filled with tears. "Why?" she asked. "Because our family needs to be strong now, Zen," she answered, and gestured to Fran. The doctor pushed a button on the gurney, lowering the dome. The man awoke with a shocked gasp. He sat up, pushing back the blanket, keeping his body warm. He coughed and looked around. "What?" gasped Beric Lilas, his features restored to the way they were before Avaryss scientists had changed him. "Who what?" he gasped. Avaryss bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, brother." He blinked and turned to her. "Sister, I." She held up hand. "Be at peace, Rick. Give yourself time to adjust to your new body." He took a deep breath and looked down at his hands and arms. He had no scarring, no evidence of the damage that he had taken in the last half-decade. He turned to his wife. "Zen, I." "Shut up, fool," she hissed, and rushed to his side, embracing him. He held her as she sobbed in his arms. Avaryss resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "I guess she agrees with my choice," the Dark Lord thought. "Good." Beric blinked and looked around. Again his eyes fell on his sister. "Avi, you didn't have to." "Yes, I did," she spat. "Zen has been complaining about how you have been neglecting her for months. I know you said you didn't want this, but as I said, we can afford no distractions. I need my executor in top form, and I will need you as well." "We all need you," Zen said, stepping back, wiping at her eyes. "Maya will be happy to see her father, her true father, not just a man in a mask." He winced, no doubt thinking about how he had behaved in the last few months. "I thought it best to keep my distance. And you will need to do so for a short time. As far as the council is concerned, you are dead. Most never met you before the change, but we must let them think you are dead, for a time anyway." Beric nodded. "Politics," he said. The Dark Lord nodded. "This body," he asked, "is it completely normal and healthy? So don't be stupid and get yourself ripped in half again. You won't be back if it happens again." "I will keep him safe," Zen promised. "You have my word, Master." Avaryss nodded and gestured for Rain and the others to follow. Zen and Beric would need to remain here, at least until they could sneak out. The Dark Lord made her way down the hall, her guards in tow. She considered the recent attack. According to Bleeze, their transport had escaped with the goods. She would need to decide if she was going to reschedule a pickup for the Moth or write the man off. She was sure that the survivors had something to do with this. Perhaps they hired the pirates or contacted the Zakul. The Alliance had people close to Arcann, or so she had heard. Were they involved with the survivors now? If so, she needed to be careful. Yes, most careful indeed. Taya was grinning, happy with what had happened. Rain looked confused. "That was quite merciful of you, Master." "We disagreed." "No, but why?" "I told you why. We can afford no distractions. The temple will be ready in a few weeks. Now Zen will be recentered, and Beric can help in his own way. The galaxy is about to be ours, apprentice. We must be focused on that, focused above all." Avaryss fell silent then, thinking of Finn, and how she could not simply do what did for Zen for herself. Damn it all. Her eyes narrowed. She remained alone, and had only power to comfort her. She took a cleansing breath, and headed back to her quarters, back to her son. He was there, and needed her. She needed to focus on that. She had lost, yes, but Ander was still here. Finn had done what she needed him to do. He was now gone. Gone. But not forgotten. Chapter 45. Pebbles. If this was the end, it wasn't so bad. He found himself in the Force, or rather, the way his mind had always seen the Force. Being here, it troubled him, at first. He tried to remember what had happened. He had been on a shuttle, Choir Cooper at his side. Things had been a bit tense on board. They had been business rivals for years, Choir having taken several of his targets under the guise of Calo Nord. Now, they were working together. Bay said that he could trust him to do what was best, but still, things didn't always go the way you hoped. They had just crossed through the Bond minefield, and were on final approach to the planet. Choir, now back in his Calo garb, had told him to leave the talking to him. He had dealt with Avaryss before, and believed that he could get them through her security without many problems. Merritt didn't believe that. He knew Avi. She was not just going to let them through for old time's sake, not if she had a world to rule, and a plan in place. No, their insertion into Bantoon would not be easy. Choir had brought them out of hyperspace, only to find a ship suddenly in their path. After that, everything was pain, and fire, and then nothing. And now, he was here, floating in the Force. It was not hard to guess what had happened. He felt no pain, not surprising. If he was dead, would there be any? Hard to say, that, whatever had happened, he no longer had to worry about such things. If this was the end, then, what was the point of contemplating? The thought made him frown. Strangely enough, he was still here to contemplate what had occurred. He figured he would have vanished into the living Force by now, if he was dead. And so he waited, floating on the sea of light. If this was the end, he expected it would be over soon. He had always known that he would come back here. As a boy, he had first experienced the Force as a glorious ocean of light, a calm sea that he, as an individual, floated on its surface. He had looked up into the clear yellow sky and felt a sense of peace and contentment. For a child that had been named Finn Shadowstone, that had been enough. He experienced all that now, the memories of the temple, his friendships and playtimes as a boy. He remembered his dream friend. He had not known her name, only been grateful to have her in his mind, that they could share so much and be happy. Her name was Kira. He would find that out years later, and then, one day, she would hurt him badly. He saw his fellow younglings, the friends he had made there, even those that would one day become the Padawan pack that would flee into the lower levels as everything collapsed around them. A shiver ran down his spine. He thought of Zen and True, one consumed by her own hate and anger, and the other. True had been his friend. She had left the Order, no longer sure of her place in it. Yet, she had remained in contact with him. Her business as a smuggler, one that her name had helped establish, had been useful to his master. Their shared experience would eventually make them more than friends. She was the first woman who he had ever. He still remembered the night it happened, her shy blush, that nervous smile. Just to see what it is like, to see what is so special about it. I want to know what it is like, and I want to share that experience with a friend. Her words burned him now. They had been intimate. They had both been curious, and then she had disappeared, only messages left on occasion to let her friends know she was okay. All a lie. He thought of Survivor Base and Tatooine. He thought of his nights with Avi and Taya. Part of him was ashamed of that now. He had never realized what Avi had done, murdered True, and now wore her body like a suit, just something to ensure her survival. A life stolen without guilt or remorse. The waters around him churned. He struggled to stay afloat, something that Finn had never feared. Merritt knew better. A boy could live cradled in his naivety. Things were different for the man he had become. Mary Fallen Star saw things differently. He had found his way back. He could feel the light again, but it was different. So very different. The ocean of light was still here, but he could sense the cold currents running beneath it, feel them tugging at him, even as he floated on the surface. The dark side had become like a current, a riptide trying to draw his body down into the dark depths. He had spent so much time in that darkness in the last few years. He had been submerged in that darkness, been left to drown in it. Avi had wanted him to drown in it, and so had he. He had thought, feared, he would never find his way out, that he would finally be consumed by his own anger and hate, and become the very thing he had pledged to fight against. Bela had given him a way out of that. Her bond with him had opened him up to the light again, gave him a chance to find the surface, and allow himself to float as he had as a youngling. Of course, what he saw now was something far different from what the boy he had been had seen. The sea was no longer calm. He bobbed on its waves, buffeted by emotions and desires. The sky was no longer bright, but appeared to be either dusk or dawn. The light was only just pushing back the darkness. Gone was a child's view of the Force, or perhaps a Jedi's view of the Force. I'm not the person I should be, he realized. I've seen too much, and done too much. The thought troubled him. Now that I'm here at the end, I can understand that. As he lay there, he could almost hear distant whispers. Some sounded familiar, others not so. He kicked against the darkness, a sense of despair trying to drag him down. He thought of those that had touched his life in the last few years. The clients who had hired him. Some had been Hutspawn, but others had simply been good people who had had no other place to turn. Had he been a bit more violent in carrying out his missions than he should have been? Yeah, but he had needed to make examples. A shiver ran down his spine. He also thought of the women he had known. What would they think when they heard he was no more? Zixa had viewed him as a weapon, a powerful pawn that brought her pleasure for a short time. He had been addicted to her, her pheromones and kisses. She had never let him see the real her, and as he looked back now, he realized how bad that relationship had been. He doubted that she was the type to miss anyone. Tywin would mourn his beautiful Twi'lek princess. She had a good heart, but she was also pragmatic. She needed to be in the ruthless world of Twi'lek clan politics. She would be sad when she heard of his passing, but she would likely accept that what they had shared so briefly was something to be treasured. He had saved her father, and put her on the path she needed to make her clan better. All she had to do was stay that course. Would she endeavor to do better when she heard he was gone? Fable was. Again he felt a stab of pain. Fable Asher, Doc as he had called when they first met, and Faye as he had called out as they shared a bed, and each other. He thought of her smile, and those lovely freckled cheeks and shoulders. Freckles all over her. He would miss those smiles, and the freckles. Despite how they had parted, he still missed her. As toxic as their relationship had been, he had been happy. They had sought out danger again, and eventually they would have gotten themselves killed, or he would have truly fallen and, lost in the darkness, hurt her. He had only stepped away from what they had because he feared she would get hurt if they continued on. She was too brash for her own good, and having him at her side made her even more cocky. He hoped that she would mourn his passing when she heard. He hoped she understood why he had ended things. He prayed that she was not cursing his name at that moment, and that she would not be glad to hear he was gone. Then, he thought of Bela. That pain was even sharper than what he felt when he thought about Fable Asher. They had only just begun, but... He believed that it was more than a fling, something to explore childhood curiosity. Avi had been a part of him for years, and when he had told her no, that he would go no further, she had hurt him, burned him with her lightning, and branded him like an animal. Her actions had left a hole in his spirit, one that the darkness had kept open, expecting him to simply let Avaryss back in, to fill that hole with anger and rage, and become the creature that Avi needed, the consort she desired. He had fought against that, even as he realized he couldn't escape the darkness. But as it turned out, escape was possible. It could only be done with another, with the acceptance that he was not alone. Bela had filled that hole, that void, and now, what she had offered, it was healing. He was healing. If he let her in, she might just take the place that Kira had once had. If he was brave enough to accept her. She was strong, but was that enough? Could she do it? Could she fill the role that Kira had rejected when she became Darth Avaryss? That, he could not say, not yet. Bela Istillo was more than a princess, and more than her father's daughter. She was special to him. He wasn't sure what to make of that. He remembered finding her in that alley. He remembered their training under Master Vey. What she promised him in the hold of the Co-op's folly when she asked for knowledge and stopping avarice. He remembered the taste of her, the warmth of her skin, so soft to the touch. The sound of her cries as he made her his, and became hers. The sweet dizzying dance between the sheets that had left her breathless, and so much a part of him. A betrayal that was also a completion, and so much more. I'm sorry, Master James, I was too weak to resist anymore. Yet, even as he thought those words, he rejected them. She wanted me, and I wanted her. I will not apologize for taking what I want. In the short time they had been together, he had come to care for her deeply. What they had shared as children had built the foundation, but what they had been through in recent weeks had changed all that, expanded on that. He would not be surprised if she had sensed his death. Had she told the others that the plan had failed, that he had not reached Bantoon, and that they would need a new way to distract Avi and her forces. Thinking of her filled him with a sense of deep regret. So much time wasted, so much time they could have spent in better ways. They could have shared so much more. Though, maybe it was for the best, she would be able to move on, find someone that came with far fewer strings. He hoped that she would find happiness. He was just sad that he had not been able to do his part to help free her world. You're not dead, kid. His mother's voice echoed around him. Surprise nearly caused him to sink, but he fought against it. The whispers were growing louder now. He could almost hear what was being said. Was this the moment that it ended, that he simply faded into the Force? As I said, you aren't dead. He looked up and saw his mother floating above him. She appeared to him not as a spirit or solid being, but as the very water in which he floated. He could almost see the currents of light and dark running through her. Not so different than me, really, he thought. His mother smiled. You can't stay a child forever, you know. Experience, pain, love, they shape you, change you. Life and maturity, that brings darkness into the light. But that doesn't mean that the light is eclipsed. It is a part of you, just as the darkness is. He nodded thoughtfully. The Force flows through me, both the light and the dark, but it doesn't define me. I still am the sum of my decisions. I stand on my own 2 feet. She smiled. You understand? Good. You will need that when you face that woman again. He looked up at her. Mom, what is going on? I'm not sure. You aren't dead. I would have felt it if you were with me. You seem to be in some kind of stasis, cut off from the rest of the Force. It is only through our blood that I was able to reach out to you. Speak with you now. It was at that moment that the whispers became loud enough for him to hear. One of the voices sounded familiar. You cannot trust him. Who knows what he will do? You doubt an old friend, Ambassador. Well, I don't. My uncle said he was sending help, and despite what you believe, we still need it. Think clearly, boy. Why now of all times is this happening? The Sith are so close to doing whatever it is they sought to do here. All the more reason that we must act. Master Jedi, we don't have any more time to waste. If we do nothing, then all is likely lost. I'm bringing him back now. Be ready, just in case I am mistaken. Merritt felt everything shift around him. It felt like he was falling away, losing his direct connection to the Force. He heard his mother's voice, felt her presence, as soothing as the lightest of touches. Things will be moving fast, my son. Watch your back. Be careful. The sea faded. Everything became a maelstrom of memory and feeling. It felt like he was reliving everything he had ever seen or done. He felt dizzy, like he was drowning, and then he let out a shuddering breath. His eyes opened. He was back in the real world. The chamber he was in was dark, but he could hear voices. He could also feel a gentle hand on his forearm, a hand that withdrew. He was surrounded by at least 5 others, but he couldn't see them. His 4 senses felt strange, muted somehow. He tried to sit up and found that he couldn't. His eyes widened. He could not feel his arms or legs. Panic bubbled up inside him. "Careful," a soft voice said. "Your body has gone through a terrible shock." He took a deep breath, willing himself to be calm. "I can't move," he said in a calm voice. "A side effect of the shock," the voice repeated. "Your motor functions will return shortly. Relax, for now. All will be explained soon." Merritt took another deep breath. He didn't like this. He felt helpless. He closed his eyes and tried to let the force flow through him. He was pleased to sense the light, his water still within reach. He would call out to those waters, let them wash over him, heal his wounds. It had been a long time since this option had been open to him. Please stop that." The voice was not the one who had first spoken to him. It was older and possessed the authority of command. "We are shielding you from the Sith. If you call upon the Force, even to heal yourself, we might be detected. Please do nothing." Merritt frowned, but obeyed the order. He did this for 2 reasons. The first, it was the wisest decision, and the second, because it was a voice he recognized. He now knew who surrounded him, and why he was still here. He smiled slightly. "Is that really you, Master Kit?" She walked into his field of vision then, allowing him to look up and see her. Kit Shalia, Grand Master of the Paladina Order, was a woman in her early 50s, but could easily pass for someone 20 years younger. Her black hair, cut short, her pale skin only wrinkled around her bright blue eyes. Pale skin marred only by a pink stain of a birthmark that ran down her left cheek to her jaw. She smiled at him. "Hello, young fallen star. It has been some time." He tried to nod, and found that he could. He was also pleased to feel the sense of pins and needles in his arms and legs. The feeling coming back in his limbs. "Look at the boy's eyes, Kit," another voice said. "This one is lost to the dark side. It is clear as the nose on your face." Again, Merritt recognized this new voice. He sneered. "Still following in Master Kit's wake, Ambassador?" he asked snidely, still criticizing the Paladina for their every choice. The old woman snorted. He caught a glimpse of her curly red hair, and could see her face clearly in his mind's eye. "The boy has been touched by the darkness, Vel." "I can't see that," the Grand Master answered, "but that doesn't mean he is a slave to the darkness. I would have felt that in the bond. He is not our enemy." The other woman barked a laugh, clearly. She didn't have the same confidence in the Paladina bond as Master Kit did. Fallen Star pursed his lips. That explained what he had felt while unconscious. Kit Shalia had linked with him, like Bela had. He felt a sense of annoyance at that. It had been a violation of sorts, but given the stakes, he could understand. Of course, that didn't mean that he would be trusted, especially be Vel Zorus. Vel Zorus, Jedi Ambassador from the Republic, she had first come to Bantoon as a Padawan, an assistant to the first Jedi Ambassador Dharmariko. Merritt Fallister remembered her from his visits to Bantoon. He also remembered that she was a close friend and ally of his master's late brother Saidar Ben. Considering how Master Sai had ended, well, Master Vel had likely not been pleased, and would be even less so when she learned about Avaryss' time with the survivors. Kit Shalia chuckled. "Vel understands that our mutual enemies are far more dangerous than her disapproval of practices." Again, he heard the ambassador snort. She likely had her own views of how to handle the Sith problem on Bantoon. The fact that they were both here. "Is Choir okay?" he asked. "Our ship, the accident." "The accident was arranged by us," Master Kit informed him. "The Paladina heard through their contacts that you were coming," the ambassador added. "We thought it best to arrange a way to speak to you first." "So it worked. The Sith believe you dead?" "Inquire. He is recovering in another section of the station," Master Kit assured him. It is unsafe to keep too many force wielders in one place. Vel added, the Paladina have a talent for masking themselves in the force, but... Merritt nodded. No doubt Avaryss hounds were seeking any, and all Paladina knights and their students. The fact that enough of them were still alive to hide was a testament to their skill and training. He smiled. So we made it. We are on Bantoon. You are on one of the orbital stations above it, for now, Kit added. Getting you down to the surface from here won't be a problem. Ghost people have established us quite well. So you got the Underlord helping you. Does that surprise you? He is our queen's son, is he not? Fallen Star nodded. Bay had thought that her brother was aiding the Paladina, despite his business interests. He was still family. He turned his head, finally noticing the others here in the chamber. None of them were clad in the robes of their order, unsurprising considering the situation on the planet. Yet all were armed with the traditional lightsaber and blaster of the Paladina. Only Ambassador Vel had only a lightsaber. The ones attending him were young, early 20s, or perhaps younger, 2 boys and a girl. The door to his right hissed, admitting a new face. A Nikto clad in a security guard's uniform. He whispered something to Master Kit, who nodded. He left quickly. She turned with a smile. What? He asked. A Sith transport has just arrived. It was damaged in an attack, and with the Sith's main shipyard tied up with the accident that killed you. It has been redirected to one of the ones under Ghost's command. And that is a good thing because it picked up a few stowaways during the attack. Survivor squad members that needed passage through the minefield. He nodded again, a sly smile coming to his lips. The squad couldn't have gotten many people through that way. True, a drop of rain on a mountainside, but such a drop can cause pebbles to roll, and those pebbles, well, it could be the prelude to an avalanche. An avalanche that will bury the Sith here on Bantoon, Master Vel said, and when Avaryss is gone, this world will be free. With the pain groan, Merritt managed to sit up. His body felt like it was filled with sawdust, but at least he could move. He thought about what he had heard. He had intentionally avoided knowing too much about the plan, just in case he ended up in Sith hands. Though it seemed that the survivors had thought better of the idea of letting him turn himself into Avaryss, to distract her that way. With my death, she is likely just as distracted, and I'm free to move until it is time to reveal myself to her. The thought brought a grim smile to his lips. It seems our reunion is delayed, Avi, but that doesn't mean it won't happen, and when it did, well, that would be a very interesting day. He looked up at the Paladina. Master Kit had been Bayla's teacher. The fact that she was still alive gave him hope. He had promised Bayla he would help free her family and her world, and now he was in the position to do that. He struggled to his feet and dusted himself off. Let's get to it then, he said. Time to get some pebbles rolling. Chapter 46. The Empress. Transmission for you and my lord on the executive channel. Avaryss frowned, almost choosing to ignore the lieutenant's announcement. She had come up here to think and not be disturbed. She sighed heavily. The work of a ruler was never done. She turned away from the viewport. Is it from the capital? No, my lord. It is a long-distance transmission, executive-level violet from Dramenkas. That got her attention. She tilted her head slightly. Violet level meant Dark Council member, or above, and since there were very few council members left, according to her spies. Well, she could guess who was contacting her. Route the call up here, Lieutenant. The hypercom system is active. As you wish, my lord. Avaryss turned and went into the center of the room, the main chamber of the Grand Temple's central tower. When she had contacted Foreman Fish yesterday, he had assured her that it was ready for her inspection. She had made the journey this morning without delay, eager to see how close the construction crews were to completing their work. She had come to the central tower first, dismissing Fish's offer for a full tour. Now she would be able to take a call here, in what would be the control center for her new weapon. She was pleased that the workmen had installed the hypercom 2 days ago. The chamber wasn't fully completed, of course, the throne still lay on its side in the corner, and the floor needed to be polished, but it serves for now, She thought. Completion of the remaining towers was far more important than cosmetic details on the inside. She glanced out the windows again. Only the north and western towers needed to be finished. A problem with the girders had forced the workmen to pause briefly while new ones were configured. The pure blood foreman assured her that they had doubled their efforts. The work would be completed on time. Another 2 weeks, they thought, maybe 3, and then the Grand Temple would be ready. Avaryss was most pleased. I'm ready, she thought, once again only just managing to be patient. As soon as the work is done, the final ritual can be carried out, and when that was done, the galaxy would be hers. She tried not to dwell on that last point. Half a month was still a bit of time to wait. She had matters to attend to in the meantime. She might be ready to begin her conquest, but so were the traitors in her midst. They would need to be dealt with first. She had come too far to be stopped now. The time of reckoning was almost at hand. She stood before the hypercom, pausing only briefly to dust off her uniform and make sure her hood and mask was firmly in place. Her holo setting would only show her face and shoulders, but vanity still had some sway over her. She finally gave the order, informing the lieutenant that she was ready, and the device switched on, the transmission coming in loud and clear. Avaryss smiled. She should have known. The hologram that took shape before her was of the Imperial throne, and sitting upon it, a dark-haired woman with pale skin. Her crimson robes and white armor were that of a senior Dark Lord. A delicate silver circlet ringed her brow. She regarded Avaryss with a cool and haughty expression. The master of Bantoon sneered beneath her mask. The woman remained the same preening fop she had been during their council days. Darth Avaryss, she said politely. Asuna, she responded with the barest hint of a nod. The other woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Empress Asuna to you, counselor. Remember your place? Avaryss didn't answer. Empress. Sure, but not for much longer. As you say, Asuna. Though, I can't say how much that title matters currently. You only hold it because of your bowing and scrapping to the eternal throne. That, and your betrayal of me on Phallus, of course. If the Empress was insulted, she didn't show it. She merely shrugged. What was done was necessary, counselor. Your ambitions were well known to me. Do you deny that you plotted against me while serving on the council? Do you deny seeking to seize the sphere of technology from me? I deny nothing. Is it not the duty of every Sith to ensure that only the strongest hold power in our empire? Avaryss considered her actions during those days. Had she tried to seize Asuna's holdings? Of course. As master of technology and lord of the Arcann, the other woman had done her best to block Avi's attempts to complete her plans. She had blocked the Death Knell project at every turn, even though Avaryss had been paying for it out of her own pocket. She had denied her access to tomes and holocrons that would have made finding the keys quicker. She had even tried to take away the supposedly dangerous secrets that Avaryss had sought out on her own time. Tried to convince the rest of the council that the artifacts she had collected should be seized and locked up in the Arcann, and all for the good of the Empire, of course. You stand in the way of a Dark Lord. Don't be surprised if they try to push you down. No, she made no excuses for her attempts to replace Asuna. That being said, Asuna had gone too far in their feud. She had sacrificed victory on Phallus just to lay her rival low. The Empire's primary source of fresh water lost because Asuna had held a grudge. Had the reinforcements that Asuna stopped and that Avaryss needed during the battle arrived, things would be quite different right now. The twin conquerors would likely have died on Phallus, that and many of their Imperial knights. The plan had been a simple one: draw the invaders' army out onto the Phallus icepack, and then detonate it. The knights that didn't drown would be left weak, recovering from being submerged in sub-zero water. True, it would have done nothing about the eternal fleet overhead, but that victory would have showed the Empire that they could be opposed, and had the twin conquerors died, who knew what would have happened to their precious empire after that? Even now the mere thought galled Avaryss. Yes, it would have elevated her place, but it would have helped the entire empire. That victory would have slowed the enemy advance, but, thanks to Asuna, it had never come. Her army had been destroyed, and she had gone through that ice, and only the intervention by one of the native had ensured her survival. The seal man had done his duty, and a great service to the Empire, a service she intended to repay in kind. The foe would be freed and granted new privileges under her rule. Such was her generosity. What was done in the past is the past, Avaryss, Asuna said, drawing her attention back to the here and now. The usurper empress smiled politely. I must confess, I have underestimated you. We all felt, whatever it was you did on Zraicha. Avaryss grinned. She was not surprised that Asuna knew some of the details of their weapons test. She didn't doubt the woman has spies among the Bantoon Sith. So she knows? Good. It just proves my point that I am more worthy than her to sit on the Imperial throne. What was done was the first step into a new future, both for me and the Empire. A world taken with minimal damage, and soon, other planets will fall just as easily. Asuna sniffed. I've heard this song before, from half a dozen other rogue Sith hiding out on the fringes. What they, and you, fail to grasp is that you are all living on borrowed time, and should be grateful for my presence. Grateful, Avaryss said, crossing her arms, and for what reason should I be grateful? That you chose to betray me. The fact that you are still alive, for one. I had not been on the throne for 2 days when the Zakuul contacted me, informing me that I needed to control the Sith that had broken away from the Empire proper. That if I didn't wish to see the Empire destroyed, I needed to ensure that you all understood your place. Avaryss fought the urge to roll her eyes. She knew exactly why Asuna had done what she had done. So you have spent the last few years playing us against each other. I have spoken with my fellow warlords, Asuna. I know you support some, knowing that they will turn their attention to their rivals. You have us fighting amongst ourselves so you can stay in power. Again, you misunderstand the situation, the so-called Empress said. By encouraging the others to fight, I have assured that the Zakuul do not see them as a threat, thereby ensuring their survival. Through my actions I have ensured that the Empire's assets remain on the board, and one day, we shall stand unified once more, so that we can properly stand up to the invaders. That is one way of looking at it, Avaryss thought, yet it was yet another example of Asuna's cowardice. She left the warlords to struggle because it kept them from rising up against her. Plus, by allowing them to work as independents, she hoped that one might come up with the counter for the Zakuul, a counter she could seize, and thereby increase her own power and tighten her grip on the throne. Avaryss understood that, after all, it was not so different from her own plan, which was why she was reaching out to the various factions on the fringes of the Empire. When she finally made her play to oust Asuna, she would need their aid. So this, the Empire's weakness this past half a decade, has all been part of your grand stratagem. Asuna smiled. Is that so hard to understand? I have kept the enemy occupied, allowing my lords to succeed in secret. Lords such as you, Avaryss. Your victory over that wild planet has shown me the wisdom of allowing your existence to continue. Avaryss didn't answer that, despite what the other woman was saying. She had no desire to hand her victory on a silver platter. No, the keys, the temple, they were for her use, and her use alone. Only Avaryss deserved to sit on the Imperial throne. Asuna continued to smile. You have done well, counselor, and proved yourself a skilled operator. The victory you have won, it was impressive, most impressive, which, of course, is the reason of this call. Here it comes, Avaryss thought. She wondered how long it would take before someone on Dromedcast took notice of what she was doing here. She had expected someone to contact her. The fact that it was the Empress was a surprise, but that was of no consequence. She was, after all, adaptable. You have proven your strength, counselor, and your ability to survive, Asuna began. It is clear that you have been underestimated, so, in the name of goodwill, I have come to you with an offer. The old council is no more. Its members all but gone. Only you have Oron, and I remain. Together, we can rebuild what was lost. Should you accept, you will be restored to the title of Dark Counselor, your lands and titles returned. You will serve on the restored Dark Council, answerable only to me. Many spheres of influence remain without a master, you will be granted one that fits your station, minus my own sphere of technology, of course. Of course. As for your military forces, they will be folded into the restored Imperial Navy and Army. The galaxy is changing quickly. We will need all our strength unified if we are to make differences in the coming war. And who will we be fighting? The enemies of the Empire. Avaryss almost laughed. Asuna the politician showed through again. She was clearly watching the fight shaping up between the Alliance and the Eternal Throne. Which side she chose to support would depend on who she believed would come out on top. Typical. Those are all generous concessions, Asuna. Though, I must ask, what must I give up in accepting them? The so-called Empress smirked. You will surrender your current holdings to an Imperial governor of my choice. Bantoon is a valuable gem, and it will need to be nurtured for the good of all. You will also turn over all artifacts that you have collected in the last few years. These will need to be stored in the Arcann, until we, as a council, can decide how best to use them. The holocron you have forged will also need to be turned over. Its secrets need to be examined by the Pyramid of Knowledge, so that all of the Empire can benefit from what you have gathered. And there it was. Avaryss didn't speak, not right away. Asuna wanted everything, beginning with the keys of Hikitas, not that she had any idea of how to use them. Nor would she use them. She would see it as too risky. She also wanted her holocron, the sum of all her research and knowledge. Ancient secrets hidden from the Sith and lost for centuries, hoarded by Darth Vitiate. Asuna knew how valuable they were. Of course, the holocron was not for the general public. What was recorded there was not for the eyes of all, but for the House of Avaryss. The holocron was a link to guide the future generations of her family. Now, Asuna wanted to lock it away where no one would see it. No. 1,000 times no. She was not surprised by what she was hearing. Asuna was always trying to learn the secrets of her fellow Dark Lords. Years ago, when Avaryss had addressed the council, asking for their help in retrieving the keys, Asuna had been the first one to cut her off. She believed that what Hikitas had sought had been too dangerous, and a waste of resources. She had said that finding the keys were not worth their time, but now that Avaryss had found them and proved their viability, now, she wanted them. Again, typical Asuna. It was just another attempt by the other woman to block her ascension. You ask for much, Asuna? Your Empress does not ask, Counselor. She demands. You swore an oath to serve the Empire and work for its greater good. Avaryss resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The greater good. H.A. Darth Mar had conned her with that line years ago. She no longer believed it. It was Jedi thinking. It was weak thinking. She had the power to take everything she wanted, and in less than a month she would have the power to wield it. Why settle for less when she could have so much more? She leaned closer into the holo field. That would make her face seem to expand on the other end. That is what the usurper would see. What if I say no? Asuna frowned. Then you will be declared both a rogue Sith and an enemy of the Empire. You are making far too much noise, Avaryss. The Sith are not in a position to oppose the Eternal Throne, not openly, and not yet. You put us all at risk with your adventuring. My adventuring, Avaryss laughed. My, Asuna, have you forgotten what I am, what you claim to be? We are Sith. We conquer. That is what we do. That is what the dark side demands of us. Patience is what is called for now, Avaryss. As I've said, you have made too much noise. I was recently contacted by one of Emperor Arcann's knights, a man named Lennox Gull. I know him. This Gull suggested that he was planning to address his emperor, to send the full might of the Eternal Fleet against Bantoon. He thinks that, whatever it was you used on Zraid Cha is worth destroying the world you are hiding on to get it. He is welcome to try, Avaryss said dismissively. Bantoon is a fortress. The minefield you are hiding behind won't keep the Zakuul out for long. You must know this. Even if you manage to destroy 100 or more vessels, the rest of the Eternal Fleet will raze Bantoon to the ground. Avaryss frowned. What Asuna was saying was true, and there had always been a chance that such an attack would occur. Fortunately, she had made plans to stall such actions, and now, thanks to Asuna, she knew that she needed to put those plans in motion. She only had to stall for a few more weeks. Then everything would fall into place, and she would be able to claim all that was rightfully hers. She smiled beneath her mask. You fear war, Asuna. I'm cautious, counselor, and you should be too. Avaryss shrugged. We are Sith, the rightful heirs to the dark side. The Zakuul are mongrels forged by our treacherous former emperor. Their supposed strength does not frighten me. Then you are more foolish than I thought. Again, Avaryss shrugged. The Zakuul do not understand the dark side as we do. How could they? War and conflict are simply a tool to them, while we thrive in conflict. We were born to dominate through conflict. Asuna shook her head. That is what we were? Avaryss, you must see reason. The old ways are gone. We cannot behave as we have in the past. Avaryss snorted. How little the so-called Empress understood. She did her best to enlighten her. Only through the power of the past can we find our way into the future. Once we were the sorcerer kings and queens of the galaxy. Sorcery remains our best great weapon. Vitiate hoarded that knowledge for himself, but now we have a chance to reclaim everything we once were, and use it to reshape the galaxy. Sorcery and science together can accomplish more than either can alone. My victory on Zrei-Cha was just the beginning, our new beginning. The Zakuul cannot be opposed, not yet. Draman Kas is being watched by Zakuul heralds. I am being watched. Then stall them, let me finish my work. You can't oppose them, perhaps, Avaryss said confidently. But I can. The so-called Empress glared at her. Do you know what your family being declared a rogue clan means? Forget your hatred of me for a moment. Think of those that serve you. Think of those that follow you. Think of your own children. You have become a mother, so you should think like one. Think of what your children will face. Remember them? Avaryss' eyes narrowed beneath her mask. Her temper flared. How dare you? When she spoke, her voice was silky, and full of the promise of all-annihilating violence. Are you threatening my children, Asuna? I do not threaten children. I am warning their mother. The boy Jir and the girl Bliss, they will want to have a future in the Empire, most certainly. As rogues, they will be killed on sight. Think of your young son. Should not little Ender have his chance to rise among his people? You do not owe him that much. Avaryss said nothing. The fact that Asuna knew her children's names was even more proof of the rats she had crawling around in her walls, and even more reason why the traitors needed to be dealt with. Soon enough, she promised herself. Soon enough. Avaryss considered what she had heard, and now her path was clear. She would need to reach out to the Zakuul. Lennox Go would provide the necessary distraction, perhaps even offer him the alliance that she would use her weapon to destroy them. It could work, and it would keep the Zakuul off her back until she was ready. She smiled beneath her mask. The enemy was arrogant. It should not be that hard to make them think that she was willing to do their will to hold onto her small kingdom. I will consider your offer, Asuna, she promised, but for now, I still have much to accomplish, and so do you, I expect. Go back to waiting, cowering in the Citadel. Return to your job of licking the boots of Arcann, and whatever title it is the so-called hero of Tython uses. What do they call him, Outworlder, Offlander, or something like that? The Empress's eyes narrowed, and that is when Avaryss felt it, a slight sensation around her throat, like a cobweb that had brushed against her neck in the darkness. Interesting, she thought. It was nice to see that Asuna was capable of greater anger, though she no longer had the strength to block Avaryss' rise. The Dark Lord had enslaved the wills of an entire planet, and the dark side had rewarded her accordingly. She was tempted to repay her rival in kind, a simple spell to leave her raving, or at the very least fearing the very shadows of her palace. It would have been fun, but she rejected the idea. Instead, she simply used the dark side to remove the weak fingers from her throat. She snorted in amusement and turned to leave the holofield. Good luck, Asuna, she said dismissively. You will need it in the coming weeks. It was at that moment that the Empress had had enough. She glared at her rival. I should have realized it was a waste of time talking to you. I should not have expected the proper response from one of your kind. Avaryss paused mid-turn. Beneath her mask, her eyes narrowed. My kind. She faced the holo field, her temper flaring. My kind. Asuna sneered. It is not your blood that concerns me. I'm not of the old blood either. It is your attitude. You do not understand how to rule, not really. You are a thug, Avaryss. You don't govern. You force your will down others' throats. Fear is useful, sure, but you have never understood how to ensure the safety of your people. You ask others to sacrifice, while you smirk down upon them, enjoying their suffering. Avaryss didn't answer. She was too angry to speak a word. How dare you? You forget your place and what you owe to the Empire. We took you in when you had nothing. We made you. We trained you. Fear fashioned you into his weapon, but you have never taken steps to outgrow that. You are what you have always been, a blunt instrument, nothing more. I ask you now, what would you be without us? Avaryss took a shaky breath. Her vision was tinged with red. A single word slipped from her lips, a word that surprised her, preventing her from raging and using the force to tear open the other woman's mind. She took a deep, common breath and let it out. She even managed a brittle smile. Goodbye, Asuna, she purred. We will not be speaking again. She ended the transmission, hanging up on the so-called greatest of the Sith. She spun away from the hypercom and looked out the window, her mind spinning. She continued to smile. It seemed that another world needed to be added to the list of targets destroyed during her first strike against her enemies. Dramenkos would be no more difficult than Zakul, and it would help level the playing field as she took her first steps and sat upon the new Imperial throne. The thought of Asuna dying, melting from the inside out as she was exposed to the earliest version of death now filled her with delight, but... She frowned. Asuna's words came back to her. Thug. Only know how to destroy. Was that true? Didn't the Sith teaching say that you had to destroy your enemies? Didn't the strong defeating their rivals prove their superiority? She thought about the last thing that Asuna had said, as well, what it meant. When Asuna had asked her what she would be without them, a single word came to mind. It came unbidden, and shook the Dark Lord to her core. A single word. Happy. She shook her head. If not for fear coming to my home, taking my parents and siblings from me, I might have been happy. In that moment, she had strange thoughts, rebellious thoughts. What would she be had fear not sent his enforcer to her home? Where would she be now? She would be a farmer's wife, she suspected, or living in one of the major settlements. Perhaps married to the son of some wealthy landowner. She might even have married Ro Wilkes. She and her spouse would likely have several children together right now. They would have been living their lives. If she and Ro had gotten together, they might just be visiting their parents from time to time, letting the Lillis and Wilkes families meet the next generation, their grandchildren. They would. Avaryss shivered. What? No. This wasn't like her. She was not some weak child. She denied regret. She refused regret. She took another common breath, willing her anger to the forefront once more. She sneered. Regret, shame, and guilt, those were Rain's weaknesses, or rather, her path to power. Avaryss had always drawn on the dark side from her hate, and desire to dominate everything around her. She focused on that hate now, and that desire. She was so close to victory, so close. Her eyes narrowed. It was too late to turn back now. Now was not the time to grow a conscience, or regrow one. Everything was finally falling into place. She reached down within herself once more, seeking comfort in the cold darkness, the heart of the dark side. What she found shocked her. She blinked. No. It was back. She sensed it as she had many times as a teenager and a young woman of 20. She sensed a single point of light in the darkness, a tiny piece of what might have been. She was shocked, and more. She was horrified. It was impossible. It couldn't be. She had destroyed that shard of light years ago, when she flooded her connection with Finn with the dark side, blackening his spirit and ensuring his place at her side. Now, Finn was dead. She had felt him die, and even if he wasn't, it was not like he could find his way out of the darkness. That was impossible too. Avaryss removed her mask and lowered her hood. She turned the faceplate around, looking at her twisted reflection in its crimson surface. She tried to draw strength from what she saw there, the red-rimmed yellow eyes, sunken into her skull, the wrinkles starting to form on her forehead and cheeks, the result of extreme exposure to the dark side. Even her dark hair, streaked with gray, was a sign of her devotion to the dark side and the Sith teachings. She took another deep breath. I've made my choice. It is too late to stop now. She looked out the window at the great ziggurat below her and the storm clouds that seemed to permanently swirl around the towers of her great tribute to the dark side. This temple was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol to any and all that might oppose her. Just a few more weeks, and all will be done. She could hold on for that long. She looked down at her reflection in the mask again. Only this time, she didn't see her own face. She saw that of another. Darth Malgus. They had met once, she and the legendary war hero. He had told her what to do if she wished to be a true Sith master. Kill what you love. The word sent a shudder down her spine. Kill what you love, slowly and intimately, and you will achieve a power you have never dreamed of. Then you shall truly be Sith. She had dismissed those words back then, but now. Her eyes narrowed. Here in this place, with so many eyes on her, and so many enemies pretending to be allies. Finn was gone, but he wasn't the only one she cared for. Ander needed to live, but the others. Yes, she realized, and hated herself in that moment. No, she couldn't do it. She wouldn't go that far. She shivered and smiled. No. She had to think about it, at least. Then, she at least had an option. She could do that. I will think on what you suggested, Malgus. She slipped her mask back on, hiding her guilt and shame. Yes, I will definitely think on your advice. Yes, I will think on it most carefully. Chapter 47. A Beginning. The journey from orbit to the planet's surface was much easier than he expected. No sooner had they recovered, Merritt and Quire were loaded into cargo crates and shipped down to the planet on a droid-controlled freighter. Both Master Kit and the ambassador went with them, the four merging in one of the warehouses on the fringes of the capital city. I'm surprised that security isn't tighter, Merritt had commented to the Paladina. This world is under Sith occupation after all. Security is not what it once was, she replied. Many of the soldiers and officers that were trusted to handle such things have fallen under the spell of the nobles. Bribery and patronage are everywhere, allowing the traitors among my people to indulge in their darkest vices. The woman sighed. Such a behavior was a stain during the rule of Queen Vesseria. There was always a black market, but law enforcement in the Paladina ensured that it was contained, and that when it wasn't, Prince Go intervened. We all did our best to contain the worst of it, and made sure that the people didn't suffer, but now, the ambassador added, the wealthy that have cozied up to the Sith thrive, the corruption has expanded, and as the Sith focus more and more of their attention on their own projects, the nobles that aided them get to do what they want, and the people of Bantoon pay for it. But, even in this, hope remains. The Sith's decision to ignore the people have allowed the Paladina more freedom of movement, and with that freedom, the chance of striking back on the enemy grows. Merritt nodded. It made sense, though he was surprised that Avi had grown so sloppy, even if she was distracted by her external enemies. Of course, if she was that distracted, that might mean some very bad things for the rest of the galaxy. Quire grumbled as he emerged from his own crate. He was still not entirely happy that the plan had been interrupted by the Paladina. He still believed it would have been better that they allowed themselves to be taken straight to Avaryss. At least, he did until Master Kit informed him that there was to be no negotiation. The Paladinist contacts among the Sith had informed them that they were both to be taken and interrogated, that the Sith had been preparing interrogation suites aboard their ship. Such information didn't surprise Merritt. Avi would have considered such acts as being careful. Even the thought made the brand she had given him burn. He could safely say he knew little about the survivors' plans to infiltrate this world. He could not say the same about Quire. who remained extremely tight-lipped about what had passed between him and Bela. Whatever it was, he seemed committed to helping them. That was one good thing at least. As for Avi's plan to welcome them to Bantoon, it was better that they had been intercepted by the Paladina. He seriously doubted that he could have talked Avi out of whatever she had had in mind when they arrived. No matter their history, his dream friend would have acted as she believed was prudent. No, Master Kit had made the right call. At least now they had the chance to emerge at a time and a place of their choosing, when it was the right time to face the Sith Master and her allies. Shortly after their arrival, the group split up. Each pair boarded in a separate transport. Choir went with the ambassador and Merritt with Master Kit. Once again, they were forced to hide inside of packing crates that were shipped to stores in different parts of the city, with the understanding that they would all rendezvous later. Upon reaching the shops, they were granted disguises by the Paladina agents working there. From that point on, they would proceed to the promised safe house on foot. Disguises weren't really Merritt's thing, but he accepted the need. Bantoon was under Sith control after all, and Master Kit was considered by those in power a wanted criminal. As they left the safety of the shop, they emerged into one of the more affluent districts. Nobles were everywhere, and much to his personal horror, most wore armbands, pins, and symbols of both their houses and the House of Avaryss. Beneath her disguise, the Grand Master of the Paladina shook her head. The nobles have never liked nor respected the Paladina, but even we had not expected how far they would go to see us removed. But your order has only worked to protect your world, he said. Why would they hate you? Too many of our elite remember when Viserys and Adira sat the throne. In those days, the mining guild had full sway of our government. Profit was valued above all. Viserys' ascension brought reforms that cut into those profits, and the Paladina's rise further restrained our leaders' desire to exploit our world. Same old story, Merritt replied. Master Kit nodded. Many of the nobles accused the Paladina of stifling progress, of coddling those that didn't deserve it, or seeking to use the Force to control both the Queen and our world. More than a few in the matriarchy spoke out against us. How the Bond needed to decide their own destiny without the advice of mystics wielding lightsabers, forgetting that we are all Bond. And now, in one of the galaxy's great ironies, those same matriarchs embraced the Sith and call them liberators, despite the fact that they now must lick the boots of our oppressors. Merritt nodded. That did sound like other Sith occupations he had seen, but the streets around him showed little sign of that. He was surprised at how thriving it was. Shops were open, and people were everywhere. And barely a Sith soldier in sight, he thought as he looked around. He had seen worse occupations when the Cold War had ended. As far as takeovers went, Avi seemed to be carrying out this one with a gentle hand. He glanced around again, taking in the sights and the smells. He had not been back on Bantoon since he had been a teenager. The cobbled walkways were much as he remembered them, the tan stone buildings that seemed to rise out of the beaches. From a distance they might look like giant sand castles, with only traces of durasteel structures mixed in, the legacy of the Republic's involvement with the isolated world. Master Jazz had considered this world his home. He knew he had lived here for almost 20 years after the start of the Great Galactic War, leaving only to pursue the Sith infiltrators that had killed his first child, and from there he had taken an active role in fighting the enemy, his actions giving birth to the first iteration of Survivor Squad. Kit Shallaya glanced his way. He could not tell what the Paladina Master was thinking. He could not see her face. The two of them were clad in full hoods and robes of the Bond Traders League, a common enough sight in the capital city. While on official business, the men and women of the Traders League never removed their hoods and robes. This was an ancient tradition that went back centuries. The Bond had always believed this was best. If one didn't know who a member of the Traders League was, then they could not be the target of kidnap or bribe when they were not on business, and neither could the members of their families. A reasonable idea, Merritt thought. Having engaged in the bounty hunter trade, he had needed to extract several business creatures throughout the galaxy. In this, the Bond seemed wiser than other galactic races. Of course, it wasn't only the robes that hid Master Kit's presence and intentions. His own force signature was still being cloaked by her powers, a bond skill that he had heard of from his master, but never seen or felt in practice. Now that he was subject to it, he could not help but feel a bit disconcerted. The cloak, it didn't feel right. It left him feeling a sense of disconnection with the world. He was most eager to remove the master's cloak, but more importantly, he was eager to get to work. The Sith had held this world for too long without challenge. He was eager to let Abby know that she no longer had a grip on what she considered hers. "Is that what you truly want, my love?" The question echoed through his mind. It wasn't through the Force, but his own conscience, speaking in Abby's voice. He frowned. "Your son wants to see you. I want to see you, to show you how much I missed you. Come home, my love. Come to me." He did his best to dismiss that thought. Part of him, that piece of his soul that still reveled in the darkness, did want to return to Avaryss. Despite everything that had happened between them, or maybe because of everything that happened. Of course, it wasn't just the desire for the darkness, it was the want to see his son and to see his daughter. He had seen them many times in his mind's eye and through the Force. He had even heard their names whispered through the shadows. Ange and Ander. What father would not want to see his children, make sure they were okay? What father could? He cursed that weakness, that desire. No. He resisted it. It wasn't easy, but it could be done. All he had to think about was the brand Avaryss had left on his chest, and the other scars, how she had reveled in his pain, his torture. How she was using the children as bait, and once he fell into that trap. Well, he knew what would happen then. That made saying no easier. Yes, he could deny his own dark desires. He tried not to focus on himself, to see the world around him, the people that now lived under Avy's rule. He was a bit surprised, truth be told. "Things seem almost normal here," he said to the older woman. "Your people seem to be getting on with their lives." "Looks can be deceiving," the master replied. "The bond security people you see are Sith in all but name, as are those that command them. The matriarchs and nobles that aided Avaryss all but ensured that the conquest of our world happened quickly between them and the sworn protector's betrayal." Master Kit shivered. Many Paladina and friends to the Aistillo family died the day of the conquest, many not knowing they were in danger until it was too late. Merrick considered that what Avy had done here, the conquest of this planet, had been no mere lark, but a well-executed plan carried out by a dark side mastermind. "Did the Paladina sense the fall of Bantoon? Is that how you managed to escape? As I have said, we have never been popular, and history had taught us to be prepared if we should ever need to run. You must remember, those who wielded the Force were considered pariahs before the coming of Master Jazz. We were nearly exterminated once for being what we were. Our family spent almost 3 centuries in hiding. We passed what we knew on to the next generation in silence, hoping for a chance to step into the light again. We had hope, but we never forgot our ancestors' warnings about being careful. Even as we built up our order, we prepared for the day that we might have to go into hiding again. In other words, our escape plans were already in place. As for the Sith attack, we sensed the dark side's rise, but it was through my connection to my apprentice that I realized that we needed to initiate our escape plan. Bayla was aboard one of the first ships to engage the enemy. Her warning through the Force helped, that in the initial reports of sworn protector attacks on their assigned nobles. Hearing Bayla's name brought back some of his recent memories of his. He smiled slightly. Recent memories flooded back, and this had no resistance. Bayla had done more than reopen his connection to the light. What they had shared, he had welcomed that warmth, that connection. She knew him in a way that his previous lovers did not. He pursed his lips in thought. What was he and Bayla now? A friend with benefits. He had not wished to call them an official couple, not without knowing what he was to face here. He was still not sure if it would be the will of the Force that he escape this place. He wanted to save his children, and if he had to become one with the Force to do it, so be it. He didn't want Bayla to wait for him. He wanted her to find some happiness when this was over. He had told her as much before they parted. She had responded with a deep and passionate kiss, the kind of kiss that set his passions ablaze. "Come back to me," she had whispered in his ear, her words promising so much more if he did. He shivered at the memory. Even now it made his body stir. They would have much to talk about, should he return alive from this mission. They continued on. They passed through a Sith checkpoint, but it was manned by local security troops. They didn't even question the identification documents that Master Kit provided, didn't even ask that the two traitors remove their hoods. He might have been wrong, but he might have seen a handful of credits pass between the officers and the Paladina. Not so much different than what happened on most Mid and Outer Rim worlds. They remained silent until the soldiers were out of earshot. A passing Sith probe droid buzzed over their heads, not even stopping to scan the street below. "How long until we reach our destination?" he asked his companion. "Another 20 minutes or so," she answered. "The path is a bit more roundabout, but it is necessary to make sure we are not being observed, and it gives us a chance to talk." "Talk? About what?" "I have questions, son of Merrick's fallen star. Questions that only you can answer." Her words made him nervous, but considering where he was, it was not like he could refuse. "Ask your questions. I will do my best to answer." She paused for a few moments, perhaps choosing her words. "Tell me, how did Master Jazz die?" "A curious question. Why do you wish to know?" "Is it so surprising? He was once my master as he was yours. Together we built what it meant to be Paladina, and so far, I've heard only what was said in your letter to the Queen and her family. I wish to hear everything from you now, the truth." He winced, but did his best to answer. "He died on mission. He was fatally wounded during a strike on a Sith stronghold, or so I was told. I wasn't there myself." "Do you believe it? Was the person who told you what happened trustworthy?" He considered that. Considering what was happening here, he wasn't sure how best to answer. Avi had been there at Master Jazz's end. He had not sensed that she was lying about what happened, not at the time, but after everything that happened after. What she did to the rest of the squad. "I believe the account," he finally said. "The person who was there, she never lied to me." "No," he added silently, when it came to lies, the only person he had lied to about Avi was himself. The Paladina considered this for a moment, and then continued. "This Kyra Hudlow, the one the Sith called Darth Avaryss, the one leading our oppressors, she worked with Survivor Squad for a time." "Yeah. How well do you know her?" Again, he felt a tightness in his throat, and he could not entirely kill the sense of shame that bubbled up. He had let both his emotions and his hormones cloud his judgment, that was for certain. Memories of their more intimate history filled his thoughts. Moments in his quarters back at Survivor Base, and in a certain hotel room on Tatooine. How well did he know Avi? Quite intimately. Though, he couldn't say that to Master Kit. He doubted that she would understand. "I thought I knew her well, but seeing this, what she has done." He sighed. "Maybe I never knew her at all." Despite the power cloaking his forced presence, he felt a flash of cold from his companion. Master Jazz did send some reports home, before he passed. He mentioned turning to this Avaryss for help, and he mentioned your involvement with her. He didn't meet her hooded gaze. How could he? "Are you worried that I lied about Master Jazz's death? Do you think that I came here to betray you?" "Have you?" The question angered him. He felt the spike of dark rage that he had been lost in for so long punch through his fragile light side calm. Despite his reconnection to the light, the darkness flared, giving his yellow eyes a bright glow. He was tempted to lash out, to curse the woman for a fool. Did she not understand what he risked coming here? He had much to gain on this world by turning her and her allies in. He could see his children again, he could. He took a deep and shuddering breath. He remembered his Jedi training, though it was far from where he was now. He glanced over at her. "You think that I don't blame myself for what happened? You think I don't know the role I played in what happened to Master Jazz and the other survivors? You think I don't realize that what has happened to your world is at least partially my fault? I know, I can't deny or escape it. All I can do is try to make up for it. I'm here to help, whether you believe it or not. Avaryss must be opposed, and your people freed. And if it costs me my life to see that done, it will be done." The Paladina didn't answer, she simply watched him. He smiled beneath his hood. You took a risk bringing up such a point around me. Is it because you think I have no honor? That I'm nothing more than a bounty hunter that kills for credits and the thrill? No, she answered. I do not believe that you have no honor, nor do I believe that you have become a soulless killer. Though he could not see her face, he thought he could hear a smile in her voice. I knew your mother, you know. I was a child then, but I still knew who and what she was. What she did. He relaxed slightly. He could only image what a child thought of Merrick's fallen star, bounty hunter. She didn't always walk in the light, merit, but that didn't mean that she didn't seek it. The life she led, the choices she made, they weren't easy, but in the end, she made the right choices. And what about me, Master? Am I making the right choices? I think that the choices that truly matter are still ahead of you, young one. I also think that you must accept that you aren't to blame for what happened here. As I said, the Sith had many allies already here when they took our planet. Even had you not let this Avaryss get close, she still would have likely taken our world. I don't know what she plans to do with us, but it is safe to say that it won't be good. I will help any way that I can, he promised. I owe Master Jazz that much. I know, she said matter-of-factly. I felt that when I bonded with you when you arrived. Her admission surprised him. You bonded with me. While you were unconscious, I needed to know that you were an ally, and it was the easiest way to check. He sneered. You could have just asked me. True, but though the bond, I know who and what you are. Then why ask the questions? Because I needed to hear it from your own lips, to feel the feelings that you are experiencing right now. He sighed. So it was all a test, your accusation that I couldn't be trusted. Yes, I wanted to sense you in the Force, both your rage and your desire to resist it. Now that I have, now I know for certain that you are not an enemy. You took a risk doing that out in public. What if I lost control? It was a chance that needed to be taken, and besides, after our bond, I know something else. Yeah, and that is, you would not attack me so foolishly. That would disappoint Bela, and that disappointment is not something you would wish to face. She turned again, gesturing him to follow. Merrick paused for a bit, and then with a chuckle followed. She was right about the Bela thing, he realized, and he winced. He wondered just how deep Master Kit had went when she bonded with him, looking in on his memories. Some of those that involved Bela were more personal than others. At least the Master understood that. Or he chuckled. He hoped she did. When she said safe house, he had expected some out-of-the-way home or apartment far from prying eyes. What he got was a busy warehouse. Dozens of beings were moving around, most of them non-human. Weequay, Ishi-Tib, and even several Rhodians. They all wore identical body suits, identifying them as members of the same company. They were all sorting through crates, either removing items or placing them back in. Merritt spotted the ambassador and choir, who must have arrived before they did, and they were not alone. A single human male was handling the operation. For a moment Merritt did a double take, the face of the boss so much like his late master. The hair was longer, of course, and more honey blonde than black. Merritt removed his trader's hood and mask, following Master Kit's example. The man looked up when he saw him, a smile lit his features. Fen, it has been a long time, old friend. He returned the smile, and made his way over, and this, old friend, was the correct address. How else would one address the son of a queen and a Jedi master? Hello, Go, Choir Cooper called out. No happy greetings for me? Gabriel Oris Istillo, or Godar Ben, or Underlord Go, master of all vice and smuggling on Bantoon, turned and offered a polite nod. Oh, you have brought Choir with you too. Well, isn't this a day for reunions? Choir gave him a nasty smile. A lot of history had passed between these two. Merritt didn't know all the details, and didn't really need to. The few times he had been here with Master Jazz, he had gotten the feeling that Go didn't approve of his older sister's relationship with Choir. After what had happened to their elder siblings, who could blame him? Yoster Cooper, and Anistilo had both been killed by the Sith loyalists that had fled Bantoon after their discovery. To many, the relationship between Princess Merix and Choir risked the same outcome. Maybe that is what Go feared, or, perhaps, he didn't like the thought of Choir being intimate with his sibling. And how would he feel about me and Bela? Merritt wondered. He thought it best not to explore that right now. Is everything ready, my prince? Master Kit asked him. Your people informed us that the packages had arrived. Go grinned brightly when he smiled. He looked much like his father. He shared Master Jazz's features. The only difference was the honey blonde long hair and goatee. We managed to get the cargo down here without being discovered. My men are getting ready to open it now, if you would all like to observe. He gestured for them to follow, and as one, they all fell in beside him. Merritt found himself walking beside his late master's son. Go leaned in. I do hope you are feeling all right, Finn. That little trick we pulled with the droid freighter was known to cause quite a bit of physical pain. So you set that up. Go beamed proudly. I learned of your coming through our HUD contacts. Information that was then confirmed by a few soldiers among the Sith who enjoy the vices I provide. How many of the Sith do you have under your control? I would not say that I control them, but they do have certain needs that my people provide. They are not above telling me things from time to time to ensure a discount on those services. As for the freighter your ship collided with, it was designed to break up on contact. A large section of the hull had been fitted with a droid brain, capture claws, and a tractor beam projector. That projector secured your shuttle and protected it as the rest of the freighter was destroyed. Then it was all a matter of the explosion blasting you out of the way before the rest of the ship went up. The droid controlling the ship then wrapped what was left in your ship in armor, making it look like another piece of wreckage. And we had to be rendered unconscious. Why? To sell your supposed death. An ionic charge was used to disable any remaining systems on your shuttle and make sure you weren't able to interfere with what was going on. I'm sorry it hurt, but again, it was necessary. The rush of pain and fear was necessary to ensure that any force sensitive in the area thought you both perished. Merritt nodded. Ingenious, he said. Why, thank you, Finn. I do try. The Underlord leaned in closer. I had first conceived of the idea to fake my own death, to get out from under the Sith's thumb. They watch me, of course, but the various decoys that I employ keep them guessing about my location. And the only way to escape that attention was die. Yes? But you didn't use it. Why? For two reasons. One, the gangs under my control would have gone wild if they thought me dead. The infighting might have been useful, but it was not yet time, not with the resistance to our invaders so scattered. And the second reason. Go frowned. I had no way of informing my mother that it was all a ruse. If she thought me dead, it would have broken her already suffering heart. He lowered his voice more, hoping that Choir couldn't hear. She is a strong woman, but she can only take so much. The death of father, Aunt Val's betrayal, the theft of our world, and Merix's predicament. How could I cause her more pain? She is not a young woman anymore. Despite our medical technology and the royal line's genetic longevity, I feared that another loss might kill her. His words made Merritt frown, not just his concern for the Queen's health, but another point he had brought up. What happened to your sister? Is Princess Merix okay? Go frowned. Not here. There are others that need to hear what I have to say as well, others that should be here now. Master Jazz's son smiled. Come along now, everyone. I have something to show you. He led them down a long corridor and into a small maintenance room. Before anyone could question their destination, Go pushed the back wall aside, revealing a stairway going down. As they proceeded, he told them about some recent events. How Avaryss had been selling weapons and armor to other Sith warlords, and using the funds to help strengthen her own war machine. Most recently, one of those deals had ended badly. Her shipment meant for a certain Moff Druga had been attacked by pirates, and had been all but destroyed by elements of the Zakul Eternal Fleet. Avaryss forces had managed to escape with their goods. The damaged gauge transport carrying the supplies had fled back into hyperspace before it could be cut off. Go grinned as he led them into another secret room. That ship came back with some, Unexpected, cargo. He gestured to the men and women working in the room. They labored over 5 cargo storage pods, each the size of a human coffin, with repulsor lifts and engines fitted to their frames. Quire frowned. So, the pirates were working for you? He asked the Underlord. Actually, they were helping us. Avaryss attacked their colony recently, and according to my contacts in the Hutt cartel, their leader, a certain Captain Booze, was looking for payback. Timon's crew, Merritt realized, and the Hutt involvement suggested that Shira's Hutt friend was involved. He had been remaining close to Cooper and Shira during their days at the survivors' new base. The fighters that attacked Avaryss transport were carrying these containers. Once the ship shields were down, the pilots were able to drop them, giving the containers a chance to attach to the Sith ship's hull. Master Kit smirked. So you used the Sith to bring these containers through the minefield and the blockade. Go nodded. Bond security is lax when it comes to the vessels of our oppressors. And how did the Sith engineers miss these? The ambassador asked. Because the transport didn't proceed to the Sith control docks. The recent freighter accident that claimed the life of our 2 friends here has tied up the Sith resources. The transport was delegated to a smaller local shipyard for repairs, one that I had interest in. From there, it was easy to remove these unnoticed and have them brought down here. Quire sneered at him. So, all the attack did was give you a chance to smuggle contraband. I'm not sure the survivors would approve you wasting such an opportunity. Go's grin widened. Oh, I think you will like this contraband, Quire, and you as well, friend Finn. He gestured for his people to open the pods. Merritt noted that a medical crew was standing by, watching what was going on. Each pod popped with a hiss, and the lid swung open. Merritt almost laughed. Contraband indeed. Each of the pods held a member of the survivors. Colonel Locke, Timon, Shire Veal, Dunk Joyce, Rix Hunt. None of them moved inside the pods. From the paleness of their skin, Merritt guessed they were in some kind of suspended animation. Probably why the Sith didn't detect any new life signs on their ship, though the damage done probably had taken care of any sensors that might have detected the stowaways. They watched as Go's medical team moved in, administering injections, and taking readings using medical equipment. After a few moments, the new arrivals began to cough and groan. Merritt turned to Go, who merely shrugged. Who better to help us liberate our world than members of Survivor Squad, a group who once specialized in such actions, and unlike many other worlds. We already have dedicated people eager to throw off the Sith yoke. All we needed was experienced leaders to help us, and Gillylock is one of the best, if Father's stories were true. Merritt said nothing, but he was pleased with what he was seeing. The first objective had been achieved. The survivors were now on the surface of Bantoon. Now the real work could begin. They were still in a bad way, still outnumbered and outgunned, but down here, they could start making things happen. We attack from down here, while Bela and the others gather enough support to attack from space. It would be tricky, but it could be done. Bantoon could be liberated, and when that happened, he thought of Abby again, that sly smile when she had showed him her victorious forces through their connection years ago. That victory was about to be taken from her, along with this world. This was a good start. He found himself thinking of Bela, wishing he could reach out through the Force to her, let her know they were all here and safe. Don't worry, Bay, he thought to himself. Now we can begin? Chapter 48. Betrayal. What was that? Avaryss looked up from her workbench, her eyes narrowing as she reached out with the Force. Her mind quested outward, but the Dark Lord frowned. She felt nothing. Her frown deepened into a cruel scowl. What the hell was that? She had felt something, a disturbance in the Force, but it had slipped away as soon as she had turned her attention to it. Her eyes narrowed. It was almost as if her perceptions were being blocked, but that made little or no sense. This was her world after all, and she was in the heart of her own grand temple. Her powers should have been absolute here. She looked around, peering into the shadows, as if seeking out the many knives that wanted to find their way into her back. She was far from safe here on Bantoon. She knew that well enough, but the Force had always given her a warning about threats before they could become true problems. At least it had, until now. She stepped away from her bench and closed her eyes, trying to find the heart of darkness, the core of the dark side, to try and seek out what she had just felt. This time, the darkness yielded no answers, besides the sense of dread that every Dark Lord had to deal with when it came to being in charge of so many eager and ambitious minions. That, and something more. She could sense the light, reaching out, and not from within her. She knew from her dealings with Finn that shadows cast by the dark side could blind Jedi foresight. Now rays of light cast by the light side were in her mind's eye, clouding her own visions of the future. Annoying to say the least. She hissed with frustration. Should I really be surprised? We are quickly approaching the endgame. My rise is all but assured with the completion of this temple. Of course the light would rise to oppose my ascension, the one true ascension of the dark side. She turned away from the Force and returned to her work. All she could do now was finish. The enemy would reveal themselves soon enough. And then, the final battle would begin. Do you need something, Master? She turned to see a hunter emerging from the shadows to her right. The hunter that had once been Major Arcann. His fawning smile did little to improve Avaryss' mood. They were hers, these hunters. Ada, Ziza, Tig, and the rest. And though they had expanded her reach, she was sickened by their cur-like tendencies, fawning over her every step. Avaryss had always liked a challenge, servants that were not bootlicks. These creatures were designed to be that way, and she was pleased that it worked, and that they had expanded their numbers, but that didn't make her any less sickened by their tail-kissing. All the more reason that I need a general to command them directly, one that is loyal to me without being bound. A certain degree of autonomy will make them more useful and motivate me to be on my toes around them. Fortunately, she had the perfect Sith in mind to undergo the change she had planned, and in this act of creation she would kill two birds with a single stone. Kill what you love. She almost smiled. Yes, this would be most interesting. Ada remained at her side, waiting for orders. She likely would wait for hours if that is what her master required of her. Avaryss had no patience to take that kind of time. She turned to her workbench and held up a pair of tissue samples. Both had come from the test subjects lying on the table, both Raid Cha, one fully converted by her, and had gone to the table willingly, and the other an unconverted one, who had been in stasis. Both had had their brains removed while alive, a necessary procedure, if Avaryss was to understand how Death Knell and the key ritual used to capture their world had worked. She held out the samples to the hunter. Have these taken to Dr. Vran. I need a detailed analysis completed before the day is out. Yes, master of us all, Ada said. She motioned and Tig emerged, the muscular hunter taking the samples and heading out of her alchemy lab. Avaryss smiled and looked around. Of all the places on Bantoon, this one was starting to become her favorite. The tables, the specimen cages, all containing one kind of beast or another. Some were sentient, others were not, but they all were alive, and all useful. The thought brought a chill of excitement, a chill that ran down her spine. Life was precious. Both Ender Lilas and Gabe Cooper had said that to their daughters, and both Kira and True had thought they understood. Darth Avaryss came to know better. Life was not precious. It was a tool. It could be measured and counted. Life was clay, and her will was now a brush and a knife. Life existed to serve her, to be shaped in whatever way that she needed. The ancient dark Jedi that bonded with the Sith had understood that. That was the entire purpose of their war, was it not? Because the Jedi had tried to deny them what they sought to do. Well, here, she could explore all the secrets of Sith alchemy, rediscovering techniques and formulas that had been lost for centuries. Techniques hoarded by Darth Vitiate, denied the rest of the Empire, until they no longer understood what had been lost. The past shows us the way to the future. Seeing what she had accomplished down here, it was inspiring, and only her whet her appetite for more. She smiled slyly. Maybe I will try to create my own Tyrannodex. She could think of many uses for her own force of blood fiends. She would give it some thought. Yet, another mystery to try and rediscover. She looked at Ada. The creature remained waiting, staring up at her like a pet waiting to have his belly rubbed. She thought about the general she was about to create, if she didn't bond this creature as she did the hunters. She looked at her creation. Tell me, Darth Avaryss said, do you miss being human? Why would I miss being weak and ignored? The hunter responded. But your life was your own. You had choice. Does the fact that I took that away concern you in any way? The hunter gave one of their bleeding giggles. I have purpose now, more than simply my own selfish appetites. I'm part of a greater whole, and in a greater service than I ever was as a human servant in my people's military. She dropped to her knees and looked up upon her master. We are all a part of each other, my fellow hunters and I, and we are all a part of you, master. We are part of the greatest of the Sith, the future ruler of the galaxy. The creature cackle purred. Why wouldn't anyone wish to be a part of your future? Why would they not accept the gift you offer? Freedom of choice is also freedom to fail. Ada flashed her sharp teeth. You are Avaryss. You do not fail. The Dark Lord almost smiled. It was just more tail-kissing, but it gave her what she had needed. Confidence that she had made the right choice. How could she have not? She was at one with the dark side now, as close to perfect as a mortal being could become, and soon, she would remove the folly that was choice from 1,000 worlds. They would all be part of her, and from there, anything was possible. She rubbed her tired eyes. She had been down here a long time. The light, if she looked directly at it, was starting to bother her. Your words are appreciated, Ada, and soon you will be further rewarded for your loyalty, you and your people. We live to serve, master of us all. And soon you will serve under a new commander, one that will be like you, more than human, but driven by the purity of the dark side. One that will help the hunters take the next step. She watched as half a dozen more of the creatures emerged from the shadows. She had not realized so many were here, but she should not have been surprised. They were drawn to her, their creator and master. The one that was almost their god. No, she thought. I mustn't go there. Vitiate went down that road, and he became something that had no place in the any world. Perhaps the galaxy itself. No, I'm no god. I'm an empress. It is my place to guide my people, and my empire, to expand it, and savor in the success, until my heir is ready anyway, and when they are ready, I will be replaced, and the cycle will continue. I'm no deity. I'm alive. As if to prove that point, her stomach growled loudly. She blinked. How long had she been down here? She had gotten lost in her work, lost all track of time. Master. She turned. Yes, Ziza. The female hunter bowed deeply. Your guests are here. She grinned. Excellent. She turned away from the Raid Cha and went to a small table and collected a single vial. She held it up to the light. It seemed to writhe within the glass, wanting to get out, wanting to find a body to inhabit. She smirked. Soon enough, my darling, she thought. Soon enough. She had not realized that the temple went this deep underground. Taya shivered. She felt a sense of cold as she made her way down the slender hall. The two hunters that had met her at the dock said nothing, only that the master awaited her within. Taya was not sure why. AV summons had come in the night. Taya often rose early. Though Angie usually slept through the night, she sometimes did wake up very early. As a mother, the blonde Sith was committed to making sure her child had what she needed, and that she understood that she was no mere extension of a Sith house. Angie understood one thing above all else. Her mother loved her. Avi had not said why she was needed, only that she needed to come immediately. So, of course, her friend had rushed to her side. In truth, she was happy to make this journey. Avaryss had not been seen in the palace in days. Little Ander had taken notice. The boy missed his mother. Taya had done what she could to pacify him, but the Dark Lord's return would be better for her son than anything his godmother could do. Power can be distracting sometimes. She understood that. Avaryss had many beings seeking her attention now, but she still needed to focus on her family and the future. One day, Ander would take her place, whether replacing Avaryss or reign as the next ruler. The boy had a grand future ahead of him. Taya and her house would do what they could when the time came, offering up support, and anything else the boy might need. She owed that to Avi. She had sworn loyalty to her friend and love years ago. It was an oath she held to, even today. The corridor finally ended, opening up into a large room. The smell of chemicals, death, and life filled the air. Tay shuddered. What she saw down here, it was unexpected. Cages were everywhere. They were filled with creatures and people. Some too scared to do nothing but stare blankly. Others hissed and snarled or whimpered. One held a pale woman, dressed in the ragged clothes of a bond. She looked up at Taya and smiled, showing a mouth full of dripping saliva and razor teeth, her eyes glowing bright red. The Sith wisely avoided that cell. Welcome, Tay. She turned towards the voice. Avaryss emerged from the shadows, a wide manic grin on her face. Thank you for coming. She nodded and did her best to keep her expression neutral, and only just managed to do so. Avi, she thought. What have you done yourself? The Dark Lord did not look well. The circles around her eyes had widened. Her pale skin had taken on a clammy, sweaty look. Her black hair was wild, and she seemed thinner than Taya had ever seen. She knows what she is doing, Taya thought, trying to reassure herself. How could she not? She has built all this, and will soon be our empress. How could she not understand what was happening? I always come when you call, she reminded her friend. Haven't I always? Yes, Avi hissed, a hiss that turned into a manic giggle. Yes, that is why are you here? Anders sends his love, she said quickly, trying to draw her old friend's attention. He is well cared for, the Dark Lord answered. His nanny droid remains in contact with me. Taya's eyes narrowed. The boy didn't need a droid. He wanted his mother. You should take some time away from this place, Avi. The Dark Lord turned with a cruel sneer. Why? Because your lack of presence has been missed, not just by Ander, but by the Council as well. The Council understands what needs to be done, and if they wish to remain a ruling council, they must trust that I have everything under control. Avi grinned viciously. Of course, more than a few of them likely mean to strip me of that control. Even now they meet in secret, hoping to take what is mine. All the more reason for you to be there. Avaryss paced before her. She walked with a slight hunch, muttering to herself. Taya was not sure what to make of that. She had never seen her friend like this. The stress of command was starting to take its toll. The temple will be ready soon. You said that yourself. And when the ritual is done, you will have an entire galaxy to rule. Perhaps you should rest while you can. Before all, that responsibility is yours. How can I rest? Her old friend replied, when I'm faced with such glory. She looked around, her yellow eyes blazing with dark side power. Creation, Taya. Creation. The manipulation of life in its purest form, and it is all mine. Mine. She turned to her friend, her manic grin growing wider. It looked about to wrap around her head. How can I turn away from that? Taya crossed her arms over her chest. When was the last time you ate or slept? The Force sustains me. Even the Force can't do that forever, Avi. The Dark Lord turned, her expression cruel and murderous. Taya stood her ground. Avi would never attack her. She knew that. They had been through too much together. They had shared too much. They had not been intimate in almost a year, but that meant nothing. Taya had loved Avi since their student years. She understood that marriage and children were necessary for the continuance of their work, but that didn't mean that she still didn't love her friend and Lord. She knew Avi as well as she knew herself, and felt perfectly safe in her presence. When they had shared a bed, they had done so knowing that sometimes it was nice to lay with someone who you could feel perfectly safe with. She would never harm Avi, and Avi would never hurt. It was nice to have that, especially in the Sith Order. It was comforting. Avi looked into her eyes, and almost immediately any anger there faded. She took a deep breath and blew it out as a shuddering sigh. You may be right, Tay. I haven't been taking care of myself, have I? That is why you keep me around, she said playfully. Who else will keep you on the right track? The Dark Lord laughed. Yes, you are right, of course you are. Let us have some food and drink before we return to the palace. I could use some refreshments, I think. Sounds like a good idea, Taya said with a smile. She would have preferred if Evie had chosen to wait until their return to the city, but she supposed eating here was okay. Avaryss led them to a small balcony overlooking the labs. A small table, fit for two, had been prepared, as hunters brought in food and drink. The one called Ada bowed. We anticipated your whim, my master. The creature giggled. We hope that everything is satisfactory. It will do, the Sith Lord said, dismissing the creature. She picked up 2 goblets from the table. Another of the creatures had just filled them with wine. She offered one to Taya. Share a drink with me, Evie asked. Taya smiled and took it. Of course, my love. Avaryss held up her glass. To the future, she purred. To us, Taya replied, sharing in the toast. The 2 drank. Taya gasped as she swallowed. Oh, she murmured. Evie looked at her with a sweet smile. Are you okay? Yes, Taya replied with a cough. That is a little stronger than I'm used to. Oh, my poor thing, her friend cooed, offering her a second goblet, perhaps something a little bit gentler then. Taya accepted it gratefully, taking a deep drink. Ah, that was better. She smiled. That first drink was quite strong. She sat down, happy that Evie had joined her. Food would do them both good, and then back to the palace. Evie looked like she could really use some sleep. Sleep? Taya thought. That does sound pretty good. Evie spoke quickly then, telling her about her recent experiments, and asked about Bliss, how her training was coming along. Taya responded. Evie's daughter was proving to be quite skilled. She was happy with the girl's progress. She shook her head. She felt warm, very warm, and itchy too, her back, her forehead. It was so warm. It was getting harder to think. She tried to call on the dark side, burn away the effect of the wine. It was a task that she had learned during her student years. It was the same principle as burning poison from your blood. Taya blinked. Poison. Evie said something to her, but she didn't really hear it. Her head, it felt so swimmy, like she was floating away. She called on the Force again, but it did nothing. It was like the wine was feeding on her powers, using them to accelerate whatever it was that was happening. She swooned. Evie, she said. Yes, Tay, is something the matter? She tried to look up at her friend. It took all her strength to do it. Evie was grinning at her, and her eyes were glowing a bright fiery red. Evie, she murmured. Evie, what have you done? What I had to do, my friend, Avaryss replied. I do regret it, but it had to be done. She removed a small vial from her sleeve, an empty vial. Taya swayed in her chair. She couldn't move, could barely think. Avi, she murmured. Nothing mattered anymore. Nothing was real or had any substance. She looked down at her hands. They were turning gray, almost translucent. How odd. Avaryss rose from her chair. She snapped her fingers. 4 things appeared around them. What were they called? She knew. She had known once. And they were not alone. A face so like her own stood before her. A face that was older and far more stern. Tasia Dresco shook her head. My dear little girl, she said, shaking her head. My foolish little girl. Taya tried to speak. Mom, help. Not all that came out was a sound. MMHRR. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Everything was floating away, and the itching in her back was starting to turn to real pain. She looked down and saw her fingernails were falling out. No, not falling out, being pushed out. Beneath them was something thicker and harder. All Taya could do was stare. She no longer wanted to move. Who am I? The question came out of nowhere. She was. She couldn't remember. She sighed. It didn't matter. The dark-haired woman was talking, and the creature scooped her out of the chair in which she sat. She didn't resist. Nothing mattered. Nothing ever did. She closed her eyes, letting herself drift away, despite the pain. This was nice, she thought. Everything was going away. How nice. She giggled, and doing so spit out a tooth. How nice. Take her down to one of the tanks, Avaryss ordered. The changes will progress quicker and be less painful. The hunters obeyed, leaving her alone with Taya's mother. The old marauder gave her a nod of acceptance. Well played, my lord. Well played indeed. It had to be done, Avaryss said with a shrug. I do hope your husband will understand. Tasia smiled. I will tell him when the change is complete, and besides, he will be quite preoccupied. We both will be. She offered the Dark Lord her hand. Thank you for letting us have our granddaughter. The Dark Lord shrugged. Ange needs to be trained as a proper Sith. We can both agree on that. We can indeed, the older woman said with a sigh. I fear that I was too lenient with Taya. She became too gentle for our world. The woman shook her head. I will do better with Ange. I'm sure you will. Also, I will fulfill my promise, the one about working with your son's girlfriend, providing her with a child to replace your lost son. I would expect nothing less, my lord. Again, you have my thanks. She turned to walk away, only to pause at the entryway. Yes, Avaryss demanded. Will Taya understand? When the changes you have made are complete, will she remember? Avaryss frowned. She will not be Taya anymore. Her memories will not be the same. She will be cleansed and reborn in my service. She smiled. She will be agony. My agony, as she was during her exile. She will serve me, and you have no reason to fear that she will come for her daughter. She will not remember her, and you would be wise not to approach her about it when she comes back. That will cause her to become confused, perhaps even dangerous. As you say, my lord, I will do as you command. Avaryss smiled. See that you do, she thought. If Agony does remember what happened, she will not be happy with you. No, she would not be happy at all. The older woman nodded and left. Avaryss winced as the bright light from the hall shone into her eyes. She cursed. Damn it, did the halls really have to be that bright? She sat down to finish her meal, pleased with herself. She noticed something strange. A series of red sores on her left arm. She had not noticed them earlier. Perhaps she had spilled something on it back in the lab. She ignored it and went back to her meal, contemplating what had just happened. Kill what you love. She smirked. She had done just that, and more. Taya, what they had shared, she feared it was starting to make her weak. No doubt her enemies had seen that weakness. Some might even have sought to exploit it. Well, no more. Taya had died today, betrayed by her master and friend, but Agony would be back and ready to serve her love and master. The Dark Lord was most pleased with that. You betrayed her? The thought filled her mind as she munched on a piece of tasty bread. So what? If she was smart, she would have killed me years ago. She found herself thinking back to Corbin, how she had tried to kill Taya, and failed when her powers were denied her. She should have killed me then. It was her mistake for not having seen this coming. Avaryss smirked. Taya knew better than anyone. Betrayal is the coin of our realm. Her love and devotion made her weak, made me weak. Now, I've redefined our relationship. Now, we will be perfect. She cackled to herself, pleased with the sensation the dark side was offering. She felt rejuvenated, transformed. Just as Agony was being transformed even now. Avaryss grinned, even as she scratched at her arm, the redness that was there. She didn't notice the change, the smell. She would soon enough. For now, she was pleased. Kill what you love. She looked down from the balcony, seeing the hunter sliding Agony's body into a nutrient tank. The liquid was oxygen-rich, like a womb. And soon, she would be reborn. Just as the galaxy was about to be reborn. Just as Avaryss had been reborn, cleansed by the fire of the dark side. Fed by a friend's betrayal. Thank you, Taya, she purred with a wicked smile. I feel so much better. Chapter 49. Enemies. So much for a safe haven. Bela Istillo stood in the darkened chamber, her uncle Co-op at her side. She didn't have to see his face to see the change in it. Through the force she could sense it. This was not the jovial face of the man she had grown up around. The man who she called uncle, and who treated her like a member of his own family. No, this was the smuggler chieftain Cooper she was with right now. The man that had to make harsh examples from time to time to keep his business working. Examples like he was about to make now. Where are they at now? He said into his Kamink. They are approaching your position now, sir. Stand by with reception protocol. No one goes until I give the signal. He glanced over at Bela. She could not make out his features, but could guess that his expression was apologetic. Sorry about this kid. I really am. I know, uncle, she replied, shaking her head. I know. 12 hours earlier, it had been just another day. She had come to feel safe staying here at Cooper's daughter's base. She and the rest of the reborn survivors, those not currently deployed to Bantoon, had settled into wait. Wait until the ground team sent word that it was time for the next phase of their operation. In the meantime, they did what they could to endure the wait. Some did this with quiet pursuits, others were a bit louder. Like the sparring match going on in the courtyard below. Tara practically danced around her opponent. General Nar spun to meet her only to have her slip out of the way yet again. She fired a quick kick at his ribs only to have him catch her foot, and tried to throw her down. She turned the throw into a spin, and recovered before he could move in and catch her. The two ended up facing each other, both of them panting and grinning. Bela had stood next to Switch, watching the fight. You don't think that they will hurt each other? The mechanic asked. No, Bela responded, not permanently anyway. She made mental note to contact the med bay, just in case. Accidents did happen in full contact sparring matches. It had all started out innocently enough. The general had been talking about how much he was looking forward to being deployed to Bantoon, and that he was most eager to engage the sworn protectors of the world. I have heard many times that their genetic enhancements make them an equal to a Jedi or Sith warrior. I'm most eager to disprove that belief. Tara Valentine had taken exception to that statement. She stood before the old Sith. You don't have to wait. I may not have a sworn protector's mental conditioning, but I do have all their genetic enhancements. Bela's self-appointed bodyguard grinned. You want to test yourself? Old man, I'm gay. The old one smirked. Love to, girl, he replied. I'm ready. So here they were, the two throwing down with small groups of co-op staff watching, no doubt taking bets. The Sith and Enhanced Bond watched each other, both circling. Impressive, Tara said to him. Nar chuckled. There are many things that I can do to impress a female, Femme Valentine, but we are not alone right now, so I must limit myself to fighting. If he thought to embarrass her, he was mistaken. She merely grinned. Was that a come on, old man? It is a fact, my dear. I've lived for over 200 years and buried 2 wives, and seen many lovers come and go. He shrugged. Such is the life of a warrior, a life that I have tried to enjoy for every minute I've walked this galaxy. My exile has been acceptable, but that doesn't mean that I miss my past. He grinned. I tried to forget for a time, but I could not deny it. I am a warrior. I will be one as long as I can, until I fall in battle or am too infirm to stand, though that is unlikely given the enemies we face. How nice, Tara responded. I'm fighting for my people and my princess. I fight for the freedom of those that can't fight for it. I'm prepared to do what I must. Good, the general said. He lunged at her. The fight began again. Stun sticks and fists flashed, kicks were thrown, both blocking almost too fast to see with the naked eye. Bela turned to the force. It helped her keep track. She felt something. It made her frown. It was a disturbance, a familiar one. It felt like the force was being disrupted. Her frown deepened. Uh-oh. Before she could turn go find her uncle, she realized he was coming to her. He had doctor's tag and Antilles at his side. None of them looked happy. Tara, Bela shouted down at the 2 fighters, disengage. You are needed. Her new bodyguard backed off, just avoiding a wipe by General Nar. Both he and her enhanced fellow Bond looked up at her. She motioned them over as Cooper and the two doctors approached. Both lowered their weapons and came to join her. Uncle Bela called out, "I think we might have a problem." "More than you know, kid," he said, looking at the doctors. Their expressions were equally grim. "What is going on, Captain?" Nar asked. "Yeah, Cooper," Tara said. "You look like you just lost 1,000,000 credits." "If only Valentine," he answered. "If only." Tara took a deep breath and centered herself, grateful for the blaster and lightsaber at her side. Before coming here, she had deployed the reflectors used by her fellow Paladina, letting the Force decide their placement, just in case. In the dark, they heard movement. They heard whispered voices. And giggling. Familiar giggling. Her eyes narrowed. She had not wanted to believe it, but the doctors had been right. The base had been breached. Though her Force senses were being blocked, jammed, she wasn't sure what to call it. She knew that there were 6 of them, 5 from the base, 1 from the cells. The 5 had released the creature they had captured on Jomark. They were now all working together. She would not have believed it until Roxy had showed her the medical results from the corpses on Jomark. The creatures that Avaryss had sent. The doctor had showed them a lab animal she had tested their saliva on. Even in death, what the creatures carried was virulent. It is not just a virus, Dr. Tagg had told them. It is so much more. I haven't seen anything like this since the Rakal disease. 1 bite, 1 scratch may be sufficient. Then, it starts. It can be slow at first, depending on how little the initial contact is, but the result is the same. She pointed at the lab animal. That is the result. Bela looked down on the thing in horror. It had once been a small rodent, now it was something else. The poor creature had doubled in size, and had become ultra-violent, covered in dark purple fur, that strange cackling cry emerging from its throat. But worst of all, Bela could feel the sense of disconnect, the same one she felt on Jomark. Dr. Tagg looked at Cooper. "How many of your people were injured on Jomark? Were any of them bitten?" "Not sure. I can have them brought to you, quarantined." "It may be too late for that. We're not dealing with just another virus here. This is Sith alchemy at its darkest. I saw things like this during the war, but still." Roxy shook her head. "We are likely too late to help the infected." "What can we do?" Bela asked. Roxy looked at Co-op, whose expression had turned cold. "What do you say, Doc?" he asked. "We set a trap. Let us see what happens. And if you are right, then we might be able to cut this problem off before it gets any worse." It had taken 9 hours to set up, to learn the names of those who had been hurt on Jomark, but also to talk to people they had interacted with since. 2 had needed to be quarantined. They reported they were not feeling well. They would not let the doctors look at their wounds, and claimed to be hearing a voice in their heads. That had brought Bela and Cooper here, inside the comm station for Cooper's base. The guards had been called away to deal with the fire on the perimeter, at least that is what Co-op had announced. It didn't take long for the creatures to take the bait. The comm system was open to be seized, and the guards around the prisoner had been removed. Those people were out fighting the fire. Bela was not sure if they would smell a trap or not, but it had not seemed to matter. She could hear the sound of switches being flipped as the creatures began to try to slice into the system, bring the long-range comms online. It was not hard to guess who they were trying to contact. How they could see in the dark, Bela could not guess, but they couldn't see through the security screen. The creatures likely thought it empty. They were wrong. Coop's eyes narrowed as he gave the order. "Lights on." The base powered up. The 6 hunters hissed in surprise as the 2-way security barrier dropped, revealing Cooper, 12 of his guards, and Bela. She looked at the creatures with a mix of pity and revulsion. What had the Sith created? 5 of them had once been human, and in Cooper's employ, they wore the uniform of his people, but they were no longer the smuggler chieftains. They belonged to the Sith. 4 men and 1 woman. She had been one of the communication techs that worked here, and had called in sick earlier that day according to the records. The males surrounded her, and the former noble. They hissed challenges at the guards. Coop shook his head. It is over, gentles and femme. Surrender and you won't be. The creatures, the hunters, didn't care. They had been found out. Two lunged at Cooper while the others drew their blasters. Snap, hiss. Bayla's saber was out and ready. She had no choice. She ducked beneath it, but as she did, she sliced through the creature's head, from chin to forehead, its momentum carrying it forward. The blade didn't stop until it emerged from between the dead hunter's legs. The two pieces fell to the princess left and right. Vay's training over the time they had been together had brought back the skill she had lost. The sharpness she had wielded before going into the military of the people was back. Once more, she was Paladina. I was a fool, she thought. I never should have ran away. I never should have given this up. I'm sorry, Master Kit. I'm sorry. The second jumper managed to seize a guard by the throat. Before it could pull him in for a bite or break his neck, she was there. She took the hunter's arm. As he stepped back howling, she slashed out again, bisecting it at the waist. The two parts fell over. Coop put a blaster shot through his brain, stopping his howling. Two down, Bayla thought. Four to go? The female hunter was screaming into the communicator, trying to send out the base's coordinates, likely to Bantoon. Two of the hunters, including the original prisoner, managed to get past the door guards. They had been ordered not to risk any hand-to-hand fighting. Co-op wanted no more of his people infected by Avaryss disease. Tara, who had been standing at Bayla's side, blasted the woman in the face. Coop had his people disable the long-range transmitter, just in case any signal that got out would not be sent along the hypercom network. Avaryss would not hear their location from that. The two remaining creatures opened up with their weapons. One held a heavy repeating blaster. Two of Co-op's bodyguards went down, while Tara pulled the old man down and under cover. Bayla had ordered her to make sure he was safe, and her guard obeyed. The Princess of Bantoon, an heir to the Paladina Order, glared at the creatures even as she blocked their shots with her blade. She thought about her father. Jazz Darbin would not have hesitate. Merritt Fallen Star, her lover, would not hesitate, and now, neither would she. Enough of this, she thought, drawing her blaster. I'm sick of running. Sick of being afraid. And most of all, I'm sick of Darth Avaryss. She fired 6 shots, not at the creatures, but at the reflectors that she had placed before the fight, her determination, or perhaps her anger getting through the jamming the creatures were causing. The bolts ricocheted exactly where she needed them to. They bounced back and hit the creature with the heavy repeater in the head, all 6 shots. His head exploded, and as he whirled around in death, his heavy blaster caught his fellow, blasting him to pieces. The jamming effect the creatures had on the force lessened. With only 2 left, their area of effect faded greatly. Bayla looked down at Tara and Cooper. Her bodyguard gave her thumbs up. She was okay. Uncle Cooper nodded. She felt the tension leave her. They were both okay, thank the gods. The sound of blaster fire outside drew her attention. She didn't hesitate. She was a Paladina knight. It was high time she started acting like one. She left the building to find a battle taking place. The 6 that were in the comm room weren't the only ones. 3 more had taken up position around the facility and were engaging the guards. The original creature was barking orders. It looked like it wanted its fellows to clear a path to one of the ships. Not happening, Bayla thought. No chance in hell. Spread them out, she shouted. They can't block the force if they are not together. Their area of effect shrinks. As she blocked one of the ones playing sniper, one of the remaining 2 tried to lunge at her. A blade of yellow fire spun out of the shadows. The double-bladed saber struck the creature and cut it from shoulder to hip. The 2 pieces fell, as the saber corkscrewed around, returning to its wielder. She smiled. Thanks, Zahar. My pleasure, princess. The boy deflected 2 shots meant for him and the Bayla. Wipe them out, he shouted. The lackeys of Avaryss can't escape. Bayla agreed. They could allow one of things to survive. There were too many lives at stake. The Padawan and Paladina advanced towards the 3 remaining snipers. They were trying to focus their fire, but the Jedi, and Paladina were pushing them back. New. The scream came from the original creature, one of the ones that accompanied Avaryss' assassin droid. General Nar had emerged from his hiding spot, his crimson blade shining in the darkness. The creature tried to draw in close, block his powers. Nar was smart enough not to let it. He called on the Force and snagged a heavy cable that was used by one of the techs to check ship systems. It was thick enough to wrap around the beast's neck, causing it to choke and strangle as the old one dragged him back. Nar smiled as he looked down on it. "I heard of your creator," Nar said to it, "a thug who murdered her own lover and plays with the tools of the ancients. Unfit and unworthy to use those gifts, in your creation she has shamed the Sith people." Nar raised his hands. "Here, let me show you what a true Sith can do." He unleashed a cascade of Force lightning on the beast. Its screams were cut short as his body caught fire, the screams ending in a pain gurgle, and again the bubble interfering with the Force faded further. Only 3 left. Realizing that the game was lost, the 3 remaining victims of Avaryss virus bolted, looking for either hostages or people to bite to try to hurt the victors. Bayla raised her blaster again and fired. The shot ricocheted as she had hoped. It bounced and hit one of the fleeing creatures in the back of the head, sending it tumbling down a flight of stairs. It was dead before it hit the bottom. The Paladina pursued the last 2. No ships, and no way to call for backup. The things were done. 4 of Cooper's guards shot down the one trying to escape over a wall into another part of the estate. It went down in the bushes. The last one found himself pinned between 3 Force wielders. Zahar and Nar both held their blades up, blocking his retreat. It whimpered and looked at Bayla, a look of pure hatred in his yellow eyes. She shook her head. "I'm sorry," she told it, "this poor thing that had once been a man. I'm sorry we didn't realize that these monsters could spread their plague. I'm sorry that this Avaryss even created it." 3 blades, gold, crimson, and silver advanced. The hunter howled and tried to lunge. All 3 blades caught it. The cry of rage was cut short. The beast fell without another word. Bayla powered down her saber. "Now," she thought. "Now, it is over." Quite fell over the courtyard. That and the sound of fires burning where the blasters had caught something flammable. She took a deep breath. The Force still felt unstable. Perhaps an echo from the creatures being here. "We're safe," she thought. But the team on Bantoon is not. Now that they had secured the base, they needed to get word to Merritt and the others. Hunt had gone with them. He had been hurt on death, bitten. It was safe to say that he was likely changing too, if he had not already changed. That meant the group had a traitor in their midst, maybe more than one, should Hunt bite someone, and they not say anything. They would need to restore long-range comms. Talk to Erba, his Hut contacts could get through to her brother. The others needed to know what had happened here. Hunt couldn't be trusted. It wasn't his fault, but it was true just the same. Dr. Tag and Dr. Antilles arrived a few moments later, accompanied by Uncle Co-op's wife and daughters. "Is anyone injured?" Co-op called out, going to his family. "Did anyone get bit or scratched? Step forward now. We will not able to help you later." If at all, Bayla thought, Roxy and Court had only just started working on a treatment, something to stop the change. She felt the dark side roil. From the bushes there was an angry howl. The supposedly dead hunter leapt out and ran right at Co-op and his family. Bayla whirled, starting to bring her blaster around. The thing reached for Finney. Dr. Antilles was closer than anyone. He crashed into the creature, shouting for everyone to get back, shouting and then screaming. The creature held him, and sank his teeth into his shoulder. Bayla's eyes widened. "Get it off him." She rushed to his side. "Get it off him. For God's sake." The others couldn't have gotten a clear shot with their blasters, but she didn't need to. She still had her lightsaber. She slashed out. The blade caught the creature by the neck as it pulled his head back for another bite. The head came away clean, the wound cauterized by the blade. Dr. Antilles, Court, kicked the creature off him, gasping in both shock and pain. "Damn it," he wheezed. "Damn it all to hell." Coop and the others surrounded him. Roxy tried to go to his side. "Don't touch me," he warned. The creature's blood and saliva were all over him. He took a shuddering breath. "Damn it," he hissed. "Oh, Court, Dr. Tag said, covering her mouth. He had been her student, and Bela's eyes widened. Oh, Master Shira. This would destroy her." "Get away," Court hissed, regaining his feet, tearing at his lab coat, using it to staunch the bleeding in his shoulder. He shook his head. "Kark," he growled. "Shit." Coop held up his blaster. "I can make it quick, Doc," he offered. Court and Tilly shook his head. "No," he said, "just let me patch myself up." "Court," Roxy said, "you know what our research says. We're not even close to a counteragent." He nodded. "I know, but I'm not giving up, not yet." He gave her a brave smile. "Remember what we talked about, that process I was working on for Shira?" He shrugged, hissing in pain. "I think I might try that. We needed someone who was newly bit. Lucky us, we now have me." Bela looked at the two. "What process?" "It is crazy," Tag said. "No guarantee that it will work. Do we have a choice? If it doesn't work, you can at least use what you learn from me to help the others, hopefully." Court and Tilly's looked at Co-op. "If you would be so kind to assign a guard to my lab. If this doesn't work, if I turn, I don't want to risk hurting anyone else." "The least I can do, Doc," Cooper said. "You saved my little girl. Whatever you need, you will have." "Thanks," he said. He looked at the Force users, their expression a mix of pain and respect. "You do have the heart of a warrior." And Tilly's, Nar said, "If you fall, you will tell Shira? Tell her I'm sorry. You won't die, or become one of that witch's puppets," Sahar said. "You will stop this. I know you will." He gave Bela a sad smile. "Sorry we couldn't have ended this cleanly, Princess." "We still can," Bela said. "Do you think you can stop the change? Do you think you can save yourself and the others?" I think so." "Then do it, and may the Force and gods be with you." He laughed. "They had better be. If I die, Shira will track me down in the Force and kick the shit out of me." Bela laughed. It was a laugh tinged with tears, but more than likely, Doc, she agreed. "You better work fast." Chapter 50. War. A wave of pain and fear echoed through the Force. She had been resting and gathering her strength. Everything had fallen away in that moment. The sound of the engines, the spray of the sea, even the quiet conversations of her comrades. Shira Veal opened her eyes. For a moment, she was disoriented, unsure of where she was. All she knew was pain, panic, and fear. She looked up to the sky, as if seeking with her eyes what the Force had screamed in her ears. She murmured a single word. "Court." She tried reaching out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what she had just experienced. Her beloved was not Force-sensitive. He could not hear her call, but years of love and intimacy had brought them closer together, had made them more than simply two separate beings. Her eyes narrowed even as a low growl escaped her lips. Nothing. Whatever it was, whatever it had been, was gone, faded, lost. Shira. She looked over at one of her oldest friends and allies. Merritt Fallister sat across from her, clad in the similar dark uniform that she herself wore, that all their strike team wore. Merritt watched her with those yellow Sith eyes of his. Yet, it was not the dark side she sensed in him now, only concern for her. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes," she said quickly, perhaps too quickly. "I'm fine." He nodded and returned to his own silent musings. It had been years since they had been on a mission together. Strangely enough, this felt no different from those early days, despite the many changes in both the galaxy and their lives. Our masters are both gone now, she thought, both one with the Force. If we fail, there is no one to fall back on, no help to come if we cannot free ourselves from what we are about to face. Despite having gone on many missions since completing her training, that thought still left her daunted. They had been the one constant in her life, a pillar that seemed destined to stand forever, a font of wisdom and strength that would have remained long after she was gone. Yet, that font was no more, lost to space and time, one with the Force. Her lips curled into a sneer. A growl escaped her lips. She was the last knight that Vay had trained, and now it fell to her to train Zahar, prepare him for the long road ahead, provided she returned from this mission. How was she to do that? The council had always felt her too unpredictable to teach another. They acknowledged her skill, but didn't think she was worthy to pass on what she knew. They had been content to let all of Vay's wisdom, all of her lessons, end with shy reveal. She didn't like that. In fact, she thought it one of the council's most short-sighted decisions. Of course, many of them viewed her own training as short-sighted. The thought that Vay should never have bothered at all. She is not really gone, you know. She looked up, and found Merritt's eyes upon her. Those red lenses that he hid his yellow eyes behind had slipped down his nose, giving her a clear view of them. He gave her a sly smile. You should know better than that she is still with you, just as Master Jazz is still with me. You remember one of the first lessons, don't you? We are more than our crew matter. How did you know that I was thinking about her? She asked. Because that is what you always have thought of before going on mission. You have always asked yourself, what would Vay say? Will she approve of what I'm about to do? She gave him a toothy grin. I do think like that, don't I? He nodded. That is not a failing, Shire. It is a part of who you are, who you became because of her training. Vay isn't really gone. You are an extension of her training, and her hopes. He smiled. You carry her spirit now. That is a scary thought. Most of the masters we grew up with would think that is sat into one of the most respected masters' legacies. Focus on the now, he advised. Let the historians dither about legacies and what we leave behind. We have a mission that needs doing, and besides. He chuckled. If anyone is an insult to his master's teachings, it is me. I wear the mark of my many failings. People see it in my face and in my eyes. Those yellow eyes of him glowed briefly. I more than anyone else has been marked by my sins. Yet, you still struggle, you still seek to put things right. What else can I do? I'll never be the Jedi I wanted to be. My choices took that future away, but I'm still capable of making up for my mistakes. I still reach for what is better, like my mother before me. He shook his head. She called it true justice, what is right, even in the face of a system that tells everyone that it is wrong. I try to be better, to go beyond what others might say is right, to find what is needed, what is best for others. He sighed. The will of the Force. Shira snorted. Careful, bounty hunter, she said mockingly. You are starting to sound like a Jedi Master. Her comment made him smirk. The Force and the gods forbid. His response amused her, not to mention the mention of the gods of Bantoon. Tell me, Merritt, what will you do if you survive this? I'm not thinking that far ahead, not with so many threats standing in our way. Her expression turned serious. Will you stay with her? He pursed his lips. That is the one question that really matters, doesn't it? Should I go back on the hunt if I'm able to, or will I stay with her? Shira's expression turned serious. That also depends on which her we are talking about, doesn't it? He understood her meaning. He frowned. You still think that I will be tempted? You think that I will not do what needs to be done when we meet Avi again? She has always had a hold on you. I know you say she cast you aside, but that relationship, that connection, it doesn't go away so easily. No, he replied. No, it doesn't. 2 minutes out, people. Look sharp. Colonel Locke's words drew them out of their conversation. The two looked forward, looked at their fellows. Shira nodded. She pushed her concerns out of the way for now. Court didn't matter. Merritt's relationships and future didn't matter. Vay's legacy didn't matter. Only this mattered, their first strike here on Bantoon. Here is where the witch's power started to end. They were a small group, 12 in all. Colonel Locke, Merritt, Shira, Timon, and 8 of Master Kit's Paladina Knights. The wave cutter they rode and slowed, the sound of his engines dropping in output, what the local bond would call silent running. Shira's eyes picked up their destination appearing out of the darkness, the rocky outcropping of an island 100 clicks from the capital city. The estate of Lord Lyrhan Dustin, Avaryss' main ally among the Bond nobles. Her eyes narrowed. The man most directly responsible for the witch's success here on Bantoon. The main instigator, according to Master Kit. Tonight, they were going to make an example of him. She clenched her fists. She knew what had to be done, what needed to be done. Still, her Jedi training clashed with that. Merritt and Quire had suggested this plan, and Master Kit and Ambassador Vel Zoris had almost dismissed it. What Merritt and Quire were proposing, it was against both the Paladina and Jedi way. Assassination. The red-haired Jedi ambassador had been insulted by the very thought. Master Kit had remained skeptical, but Merritt had seen no other way. The nobles in the matriarchy are the key to Avaryss' grip on your world, Quire reminded them both. If you want to truly stop her, you have to take that key away. Merritt had nodded at his fellow hunter's take on the situation. I know you have tried to manipulate the Sith into destroying themselves, and that plan would likely work, given time. Merritt frowned. But I don't think we have that kind of time. Not anymore. You can feel it. Same as I, whatever Avaryss is up to, whatever she has spent the last few years planning, it is nearing fruition. If you want to stop it, if you want to save your world, the time to strike is now. Besides, Quire Cooper said with a cruel smile, look at it this way. A few deaths to destabilize the system, kill one, save thousands, get under the noble skin, get them to disrupt Avaryss and her cronies' plans. His expression flashed with dark eagerness. You have tried the gentle approach, slapping at the Sith here on Bantoon. Maybe the time has come for a clenched fist, a fist wrapped in iron. Bloody a few noses, and knock out a few teeth, show the nobles that the Sith can't protect them, and that in the end they won't. Despite their disagreement, both the Grand Master and the Ambassador had finally agreed. An example needed to be made. Lyrhan Dustin had been the obvious choice. His family had had ties to the royal line for decades, and had usurped the throne almost 50 years ago. As examples went, he was perfect. The boat they came in glided to a stop along the rocky outcropping. Even from here, Shira could see where the security field for the estate had been breached. She smiled. The work of two of Underlord Go's people. Smugglers that sank their trade goods in the bay outside the city, and knew a thing of two about breaching Bond defensive systems. Good allies to have. Merritt and Timon took point, while the rest of the group followed suit. Shira, choosing to let the beast within out, followed behind them, her head morphing into a more animalistic shape, giving her access to a sharper sense of hearing and smell. She sniffed as they advanced, while still trying to keep her presence in the Force small. Underlord Go said that Dustin didn't keep any Sith bodyguards around, but that didn't mean they weren't there. As for the sworn protectors, he didn't have one, not since the Sith takeover. He had learned a lesson from so many of his fellows that had died, murdered by their own guards in the first few hours of the Sith conquest. Shira watched as their Paladina friends spread out. They, like all of their order, carried blasters. Those blasters were currently set for stun. Blue flashes broke the darkness as guards fell one by one to the infiltrators. That had been a point that the leaders of the Bond resistance insisted on. Keep the death toll to a minimum. It is not our place to punish our people for allying with the Sith. That punishment will come at the hands of the throne, after the Darksiders have been driven from our world. As a Jedi, Shira understood that. As a soldier, she did think it was a bit of risk. She found herself thinking about Master Kit. The Grand Master had taken Go and Quire with her back to the Bond moons. She had an idea of how to disrupt Avaryss' arrangement with the local gangs. Both Go and Quire, in his guise as Calo Nord, were useful in carrying out that plan. They had taken Hunt with them as well. Go said they had need of a sniper. Shira hoped that mission went well. What she was sensing here, it was worrying. The dark side was casting some very dark shadows over Bantoon. Avaryss' power had grown considerably with her victory over the Raycha. The time had come to stop the witch, before her power grew any more. The group reached the estate, and made their way down from a small pavilion on the shore. They entered the estate undetected. Guards lay unconscious around them. Paladina now moved around them, binding their hands and feet, just in case they woke up before the deed was done. The only problem they encountered were two heavy assault droids of Mining Guild design. The disruption of the security systems had brought them online. Against normal raiders, the attack may have ended right there. Of course, Jedi and Paladina were not ordinary raiders. They managed to get specialized restraining bolts on the droids, shutting down their motivators. They struggled, but couldn't move beyond where they had been stopped. Having taken care of the last of the Lord's protection, they advanced upstairs. They found his lordship in a large bedchamber on the top floor of the estate. In the company of a young lady, the man didn't even wake when they entered the chamber. Two quick stun blasts made sure neither the Lord or his guest would wake up before they were finished. Shira allowed her human face to return. She looked down at the unconscious noble. Again, she felt her sense of Jedi honor stinging. Assassination, it was not the Jedi way. Merritt Fallister stepped forward. He had his lightsaber out. She wondered if he was going to do the deed right there. He stood over the unconscious noble, a cruel smirk on his face. Bind his hands and feet, he ordered. His lordship is coming with us. Shira blinked. What? She looked at her old friend. What is happening? She asked. He turned to her. What? You actually thought I was going to kill him in his sleep? What kind of man do you take me for? She blinked. Would you be insulted if I said I'm not really sure? He grinned. Not really. I did far worse as a hunter, but you must remember what I said earlier, Shira. I'm trying to be better here. He looked down at the man. He looked much smaller, unconscious, his hands and feet being bound. Merritt scowled, fingering the lightsaber on his belt. Part of me would love nothing more to gut this chubby little shudder. It would send a message, true, but I think I have an even better one. One that Avi and her friends will not be able to ignore. He shivered in excitement. There is more than one way to assassinate someone. Kill them, and you take the risk of making them a martyr to their cause. What I have in mind is more insulting and more lingering. He looked at her. Tell me, does the Jedi Code say anything about embarrassing an enemy? Leaving them tied up and naked, surrounded by those they had tried to lord over for so long. Showing everyone how helpless they truly are. Shira smirked now. I would say something like that is in the gray area of the code. Still, it would send a message. He looked down as the Paladina dragged the man from his bed. They bound his hands and feet and put a bag over his head, just in case. Shira watched her old friend. I take it you have the perfect place to leave him. Merritt nodded. Avi respects strength. The fact that we got in here and was able to do this, it will make her question her relationship with his lordship and the rest of the Bond nobility. You would know that better than any of us. You knew her better than any of us. He nodded grimly. I thought I did. Well, Locke said coming up next to them. I can't speak for the Jedi Code, but as a soldier that has spent years doing this kind of mission, I think your idea is great. No blood on our hands, and the Sith lose faith in an ally. It is a petty revenge, Merritt admitted, but I won't deny Bela and Queen Viseria their justice. This scum needs to stand trial, and he may yet, if Avi doesn't kill him for embarrassing her. He looked at the Major. You told me once that I shouldn't go to the dark side to save lives. I still have no regrets when it comes to saving you, but I am trying to remember that what I chose is not who I have to be. There is a way back. Bela showed me that, and I won't disappoint her. Locke grinned. I think you took a big step today. I was prepared to get nasty with this little creep if you decided that you couldn't. I'm glad to see that neither of us had to bloody our hands today. She turned to Shira. What do you think, Master? Shira almost laughed. Master. That was still a title she was getting used to. I think this is a good first step. It was a good first strike. She grinned. I'm willing to bet that Avi is not going to be happy when they find this guy. The nobles that support him certainly won't be. The first step on a longer road, Shira, Merritt said, a long and winding road I like to call true justice. Shira nodded. She could see the appeal of Merrick's code. True justice or revenge. It was just another part of a larger entity, an entity called war. She was eager to free not only the galaxy from it, but herself as well. Sadly, one person stood in the way of that plan, the one person she would be facing soon. She could feel it in her bones. Their time had almost come. Darth Avaryss. Shire growled, thinking of the witch's smirking face. They had both known the day was coming, they had both seen it as teenagers, and now, it seemed closer than ever. One final duel. A reckoning, and when it was over, only one would walk away. She was determined that it would be her. For Zar, and for Court. She nodded. For Vay, and the Jedi. One last fight to free a world. She would do it, she was prepared. She touched the hilt of her saber. It would be done. Chapter 51. Bad and Good News. We shall never see his like again. Avaryss stood over the body, the medical tech swarming around it, preparing it to be removed. She rubbed at her left arm, the burn in there refusing to go away, no matter how much Koto she used. She scowled. Someone is going to pay for this, she thought. They will pay, dearly. She had been overseeing some shipments from the temple to her various holdings throughout the galaxy when she had received word. At first, she had not believed it. She had felt nothing through the Force, though. Her senses did tend to be dulled the longer she stayed at the Grand Temple. The dark side, or there was a heady thing, and easily distracted her. She had been lost in creation, and overseeing her growing control over life. She had spent the bulk of the evening imbuing several artifacts with the power of the dark side. A scepter and a bracer, her first truly successful attempt, not as good as Arb's work perhaps, but still quite pleasing. She had ordered these new creations sent to her Ordana holdings for safekeeping. Not wishing to keep all her toys in one basket, just in case. The page that brought her word from the palace had been visibly nervous when he presented her with the message. He no doubt feared that she would take it out him, the bad news he brought. She frowned, read the message twice. She looked at the cringing man, but said nothing. She turned quickly, seeking out the nearest hunter. Ready my shuttle, she ordered. The fawning creature ran off, quick to obey. Avaryss fumed as she made her way to the landing pad, passing several workers cleaning up the construction equipment that was no longer needed. With the exception of a bit of scroll work, polish, and paint, the Grand Temple was complete. She should have felt triumphant, but she did not. The news the page had brought soured her victory. She snarled. She still couldn't believe it. Not him. Not Master Adas. She hissed. He had been the last of his line, a line now broken. A single tear ran down her cheek. She was shocked she was still capable of it. The old Blade Master was dead, and now. It fell to her to find out how and why. Part of her thought about going for agony down in the lab, but reports from this morning informed her that her old friend's transformation was only 67% complete. The fluid in which she was resting was speeding up the process, but it would still be some time before she was ready. So be it. She would just have to handle this matter without her oldest friend and newest servant. Though she now questioned the wisdom of altering agony, perhaps it would have been better to wait until after the galaxy had been conquered. Too late to worry about that now. She had underestimated her enemies. She didn't want to admit it, but she had no choice. Agony would be able to return to her council seat soon, but with the Daz dead, she was currently down to valuable members of her entourage. The balance of power on the council had now shifted, and not in her favor. She grimaced. Necris, Ghoul, Infamy, and Aelaria could become a problem. Tasia Dresco should have been loyal given that Avaryss had just allowed her to claim her granddaughter, but the Marauder was as ruthless as she was smart. She might see Ada's death as proof of Avaryss' weakness, might even decide to act with those on the council who wanted more than the Dark Lord was prepared to give. Zen and Barrick were family, but could she truly count on them? Given their history, they had every right to hold a grudge. They might decide to take advantage of the situation. Barrick might have been her brother, and now fully restored to his humanity, but she was certain he had not forgotten the pain she had caused him. She had experimented on him after all. She was starting to wonder if it had been a mistake making him human again. As a bound creature, he had been a known quantity, like Abominus, and soon, agony. Yet, she had set him free, in the interest of order in her house. Zen had been right to complain how far her husband had fallen, but now, she wondered if she had made a mistake. Barrick's condition had been useful in keeping her executioner in line. Now, she no longer had that power. Barrick was free, and now he to indulge his manly wants with Zen, and she to accept that pleasure. What if she wanted revenge for the time she had been kept separate from her child? What if she chose to use her wiles on Barrick? What if she was not as loyal as she claimed? What if she used their child against their Dark Lord? If she convinced him that Maya's life was threatened if his sister remained in power? Abominus was no threat. The creature was still bound to her. She didn't like it, but it limited her ability to oppose her master. So many possible enemies, and only one bound to her service in a way that she could count on. She literally had only one council member that she was certain couldn't oppose her, and that meant one thing. I'm outnumbered. That realization didn't please her. The council's floating seat was currently vacant. Glask had been filling it recently, but again, she was not sure how far she could trust the man. He was Sinestra Fear's cousin. He might seek this time to take revenge. Belize was a possibility. She was more than loyal, but she wasn't a Sith, and that limited what she could offer her Dark Lord. Especially if the other Sith on the council chose to oppose her openly. She could elevate Rain, she supposed, to fill in for Adaz, but was her apprentice ready for such responsibility? And more to the point, could she resist the temptation if her master's enemies made her offers of power and advancement? So many questions, and each one suggested yet another dagger in her back. This can't be happening, she thought. It can't. I stand on the precipice of victory. Things can't be falling apart now. By the time she had reached her shuttle, she had worked herself up into a near frenzy, the dark side burning in her blood. She didn't say a word when the pilot flew her back to the palace. Didn't call ahead or speak with anyone. She wanted to see him. She needed to see the body. Her expression was grim. Someone was going to die painfully for this. We are ready to move the body, my lord. Avaryss nodded, but didn't step out of the med technician's way. Not yet. She looked down at Adaz, what was left of him. She scowled. The man was one of the most skilled saber duelists she had known. Yet, his weapon could not defend him, not against this type of death. She shook her head. He had deserved to die in battle, not lying in a bed. She frowned. She noticed the blood on the pillow and on the sheets. Did he have any wounds? She asked the tech. No, my lord. Our initial scan suggests some kind of brain aneurysm. We will know more after the autopsy. Avaryss looked at her old teacher and friend. He had hurt her once, during her trial of blood, but she didn't hold that against him, not for many years. He had understood what she wanted, and accepted her as Darth Hikita's heir. Yet, that was not what bothered her now, what made rage flash in her eyes. She looked at the body, truly looked. His death, it was familiar to her. She recognized the symptoms, at least she thought she did. Test this man for Cynic's poisoning, and get a chemical team up here. See if they can figure out how such a poison could be introduced. The tech gave her a curious look. Cynic's, my lord. She nodded. She had seen this type of death before, on a holo, during one of the most painful moments of her life. Cynic's was the poison of choice for the Genoheridon, a lethal order of assassins, but the Sith knew of it too. It was a bit exotic, but recognizable, especially to her. It had taken her first love after all. She would never forget its effects. She could see it now, like it was yesterday, instead of almost a decade past. Fell lying dead in his room back on Corbin. He had died less than an hour after she had left him. Cynic's poisoning. Naz had used it to kill Fel. She had said at the time that she had been trying to kill Avaryss, but could Abominus have done this? It didn't seem possible. Her programming forbade her from harming her master. Would she use it if she got the chance? Probably. Still, she wasn't the only one who knew what had happened all those years ago. Her history was known to many on the court. Some even suspected that she was the true poisoner of Fel. They believed the official story that the Empire had told about her. Even to this day there were those that used it against her, proof of her weakness. If Adaz had died of cynic's poisoning, it was clear that someone still did. Her vision tinged with red, rage filled her up. This was not just a murder. Someone was trying to send her a message. Yet, her anger remained under her control. She was no green acolyte. She would hold on to that rage until the time was right to release it. When she found the culprit of this outrage, they would know pain, and that pain would be eternal. I'm sorry, Master, she thought. You will be avenged. She turned again to the med techs. They seemed more nervous now, perhaps sensing the change in her. She kept her voice cool and precise. Have the body examined, and then placed into stasis. He will rest on Corbin beside his ancestors. It is the honor he deserves, and I will see that he has it. The techs bowed as she stepped out of their way. She said nothing as she watched her friend and mentor carried out of his chambers for the last time. Alone, she thought bitterly. Am I destined to always be alone? Ander was not yet ready to take his place at her side, and Rain was still on the moons fulfilling her duties. I need her back here now, the Dark Lord realized. She needed to make up an excuse. She could not let her enemies know that she was onto them, and besides, a hint of a smile came to her lips. The time has come to make the final arrangements for my takeover. The Ascension protocols must be activated. The final step on the long road, she thought. The final step to make me Empress. It was at that moment that she noticed Bleeze and General Glass coming down the hall. She could feel their concern even from here. She scowled. Seriously? What now? My lord, the general began. There has been a problem on the Shea Moon. 2 of our storehouses were raided last night. All the weapons stored inside were taken. I see, she said. Any suspects? Glass blinked. My lord, you did hear me. Our weapons. I heard you fine, General. If you expect me to panic, you will be waiting a long time. I will say again, slowly, do we have any suspects? Evidence points to at least 2 of the local gangs. Bleeze answered. We could respond in kind, take revenge, but I think that we should wait. It is possible that the Paladina resistance was behind this attack, and is trying to provoke us into upsetting the balance we have achieved on the moons. Why do you suspect them? The Dark Lord asked. No one was harmed during the theft. The guards were all stunned and bound. No one saw anything, which leads me to suspect that none of the gangs were involved. They are a bit too ham-fisted when it comes to taking what they want. Avaryss nodded. Yes, both Rink and Rain, and said as much in her reports. The general, however, was not pleased with Bleeze's suggestion. So we should do nothing, or master? He asked, sounding aghast. Until we are sure who to strike at, I do advise caution, especially with what happened in the city last night. Avaryss turned to the armored warrior, the one Imperial she trusted more than anything, the one who had helped ensure her safety when she faced down her mother's spirit and her cronies on Ordana. What did happen last night, Bleeze? The War Master continued. Persons unknown raided the Dustin estate, stunned the guards, and attacked Lord Dustin. Avaryss frowned. That was a more brazen move than she would have thought possible. Was he killed? No, my lord, he. The Dark Lord scowled. He what, Bleeze? He was discovered this morning in the Central Market, having been stripped naked and left hung upside down for all to see. It took the guards almost 30 minutes to get him down, and by that point, many of the people passing by had seen him. None lifting a finger to help him, of course. Avaryss just held back a laugh. Oh my, that was bad, wasn't it? Bad and amusing. She knew the Bond nobles. Dustin had been their primary contact with the Sith since the occupation had begun. The man actually thought himself worthy of being made king when the Sith left his world. She didn't see that happening now. Such an embarrassment would not sit well with Lirhan's many allies. Sith were not the only ones who looked at weakness in a leader with disdain. She suspected that he had his own list of possible suspects responsible for his embarrassment. He would not deal with them himself, though. He would come to her. She expected him to make demands to her when they next spoke, demands to ensure the safety of not only him, but the matriarchs and nobles that kept her in power. They would be worried too. If the enemy could get to Dustin, they could get to any noble or matriarch that supported the Sith. Once she would have had to accept those concessions, to buy time and keep the little man happy, but with the work on the temple completed. I just need to stall a little while longer. Soon, the people of Bantoon would not be a consideration, not anymore. Two such attacks in such a short time were troubling, and the fact that no one had been killed during the Dustin raid suggested that the Paladina were involved. Was the death of Adaz also a part of that? Had this been a three-pronged attack? She dismissed the thought immediately. Assassination was not the Paladina style. Any attempt on her life in the last few months that was blamed on the Paladina was a false flag attack. Trying to distract her from her real enemies, enemies that either lived in the palace or had close ties to it. Her own Sith. She should have been angry, but she wasn't. The danger and paranoia that she now endured was all part of the game. A Sith who wanted to be Empress had to expect her underlings to try and tear her down. By enduring such attacks, her teeth were kept sharp, and she remained strong. The theft of the weapons and Lirhin's embarrassment was different. This was the first attack in a while that felt like the work of the Jedi's Bond cousins, which meant she didn't need to respond, just not in the way that the Bond nobles or her council would suspect. She smiled. I'll use Necris. She will take Rank and his rabble and deal with the gangs on Shay. The War Master and General looked at each other. Lord Necris, my lord. Isn't Lord Rain the Sith in charge of what happens on Shay? Not anymore. I need Rain and her crew back here now. They will work with Nell Trooper Valentine and the rest of my elites. The Dark Lord smirked. It is time for Rain to take a more hands approach to our business in the capital. She is my apprentice after all. It is time to remind the people of that. Shall I send word to Rain and Necris on your behalf? The War Master offered. No, I will handle those messages myself, Avaryss replied. Coming from me, these reassignments will not have sting that they might coming from an underling, no offense, War Master. None taken, my lord. Plus, Avaryss thought to herself, it will get Necris out of the capital and away from the rest of the council, at least until Agony is back and ready to take her place at my side. Rain can fill in for Adaz, and Bleeze will take the floating seat on the council. She nodded. Yes, she liked this plan. Of the Sith that served her, two stood out above the others as threats to her rule. Infamy was her ritual master, and had been researching rituals similar to the one that Avaryss had used in the raid Cha. She was unhappy that the Dark Lord had not included her in the details of the final ritual. Why would I? If she knew how to do it, she might simply try to get rid of me and perform it herself. Infamy was only here because she wanted the power that Avaryss wielded. If she could take that power for herself, she would. Alaria had spoken up with Infamy many times. The Zabrak seemed to be tying herself to the other woman's success. That alone made the two worth removing, especially if one of them had had a hand in murdering Adaz. You don't know that yet. She nodded at the thought. True, she wasn't sure it was Cynic's poisoning, but it looked like it was. You need to be careful, her conscience chided. You are so close to victory. Are you really going to let paranoia and ambitions of fools tear it all apart after working so hard to get everything in place? This had happened before. Many times the Sith had been on the edge of total victory, only to have it all fall apart in spectacular fashion. Betrayal was the way of the Sith, but it had always come at the worst time. Revan was betrayed by Malak. Nagasado was betrayed by Gav Darrigan. Exar Kun was betrayed by Ulic Queldroma. A litany of failure from Sith that should have had it all. As victory neared, the Sith fell apart. All tried to seize what their superior wielded, and all the while their enemies remained united. United, and in that unity, they struck back hard. She could not let it happen. Not again. What can I do? She needed to reunify her people, despite the death of Adaz. She needed to hold it all together. Vitiate had done that once, when he reforged the Empire on Dromund Kaas. Now, it fell to her to do it here, on Bantoon, She needed something big, something to remind everyone why she ruled, and deserved to rule everything. Still, she could not deny what happened, and if it was part of a scheme by the ritual master and her toady. Normally, she would have turned this matter over to Gul or Tasia as her head of intelligence and lady confessor. It was technically their jurisdiction. But no, Avaryss would handle this matter herself. It was at that moment a shadow near Ada's quarters parted, revealing a hunter. Glass jumped, and Bleeze pulled her sidearm. Avaryss stopped her with a raised hand. "Yes," she said to the creature. It grinned and offered her a datapad. "A message for you, master of us all," the creature giggled. "I think you are going to like it." Avaryss read the pad. She read it again, just to make sure what was there was correct. She smiled. Again, the dark side had come through. Again, it had proved its love. "Summon the council," she ordered Bleeze. "It seems we have some good news on this sad day." "My lord?" Glask asked. She handed him the data pad. He only had to read it once to join her in smiling. "What a surprise," he purred. "What is it, master?" Bleeze asked. Avaryss laughed. "It is an ending of sorts, War Master. A thorn has been pulled from our flesh." The Dark Lord cackled. She read the pad again. Yes, it was all there. Bela Istillo had been captured. The little princess was on her way home, a gift for Avaryss from a most surprising source. "Princess Bela is coming home," Glask informed the War Master. The trooper stood up straighter. "At last," she said, "an end to the royal line." "Not an end, but a beginning," Avaryss purred. "The beginning of a new dynasty, my dynasty." A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. Finally, the princess capture was just what she had needed. Something big to reunify the council under her. Now it is over, the Dark Lord knew. Her eyes glowed red in the dim corridor. Despite the loss of the Blade Master, their dream was finally coming true. The end of the Paladin of Resistance. The end of all resistance. A new age had come, an age of order and security. It was a long time coming, too long. A better age. The age of the Sith. Chapter 52. Healing and Sacrifice. The screaming had finally stopped. Bela stood with Zahar and the Wookiee Rufo. All three were armed and ready. At their side stood Dr. Tag, watching the battered door, just in case. They were all armored, even the Wookiee, though it was not something the large biped enjoyed. A safety precaution, just in case the door didn't hold, and whatever it was that Court Antilles was attempting didn't work. A man had locked himself inside. Would a monster emerge? The Paladino watched the door, not sure what to expect. It had been almost an hour since the sounds of destruction had ceased to come from that room. She looked at Dr. Tag. "What do you think?" The older woman shook her head. "Hard to say. I wasn't sure about this when Court first told me, but now." She shook her head again. "I just don't know. It has been almost 5 hours, with an hour of silence for the last of it." She was not sure what they could do next. The Wookiee yowled and started to move forward, but was stopped by Zahar. "We should give it more time," the boy advised. "The doctor did say not to open the door until he told us to." What if he is unable to tell us to, Bela thought. What if he is dead in there? What if he is not dead, but changed into something worse than before, worse and just as contagious? They had been out here, watching on the holocams. The doctor had been secured on a reinforced gurney. He should not have been able to get free, but he had, and had begun smashing the room. One of the first things to go had been the cameras, leaving them blind. That was when the real howling and screaming started, the door denting under the attacks from the man. Bela gave that door a worried look. Dr. Antilles had thought this the only way to try to save himself and the two others that had been bitten by Avaryss monsters. It had taken him 2 days to prepare for what he hoped could save them. He took no food or water during that time. He feared anything that might speed up his metabolism would advance the change that much quicker. They had stood in the room and watched him work, watched him try to undo what Avaryss' dark trickery had done. Poor Court, she thought. Having been bitten 3 times by the transformed guard, his flesh having been torn away in one place, the infection was spreading rapidly. Uncle Co-op had offered to put him into stasis as he had the other 2 infected, but Dr. Antilles wouldn't hear of it. I can't help if I'm frozen. I think this will work. It should work. He smiled sadly. If not, I'm dead anyway. He had asked for Dr. Tagg's help. As his mentor from his school days, she readily agreed. Court went back to his quarters, retrieving a sealed case containing blood samples and research notes. What is this? Roxy had asked him. How is this going to help you? It may not help me, the injured doctor admitted, rubbing at his bandaged neck, but given what I have seen during my experiments, it might be able to stop what is going to happen to me. The man giggled, a familiar sound by now, that wheezing bleat of one of Avaryss' monsters. That made everyone tense, until Court waved them off. It is already starting, he said, moving quickly, working quickly, the change. He looked at Bela. I think I can hear Avaryss speaking to me. She wants you brought to her or killed. He turned away quickly. Know that I'm fighting the change. I wouldn't let that woman win, and neither will I. He handed a vial to Dr. Tagg. Can you heat this serum to human body temperature? He asked her. It works best at introduction when it can sync up directly with the blood. The old doctor looked at the vial suspiciously. What is this, Court? What have you been working on? Again, that strange giggle. It was a gift for Shy, for both of us, he replied. We have been together for years now. Well, one thing remains. One thing has haunted us for so long. He gave them all a sad smile. Shira is alone. The only one of her kind. The only one that will ever be. And the Jedi have done nothing but try to make sure that this will not change. They had her all but convinced that everything she is should die with her when she entered the living force. He smiled at them, even as blood ran down from his nose. He cursed and wiped it away, rushing back to the console containing his notes, rechecking what he was seeing. The serum in your hand, Roxy, is the result of several years of research. It is derived from Shira's blood, a genetic cocktail, if you will. He looked up, watching the vial as the heat began to make it bubble inside the vial. That cocktail might be just what I need to save not only myself, but anyone infected with Avaryss disease, anyone not fully changed anyway. Bela looked at him. How is that possible? This disease, as you call, it was born from Sith alchemy, the dark side. Court nodded. I am not force sensitive, he answered. Sith alchemy is beyond me, but biology I do know. This virus, poison, whatever it is that shutter created causes biological change. It doesn't matter how it was created. The force, magic, whatever, its symptoms can be tracked. The changes that it causes can be measured. He rubbed at his injured neck again. I don't know Sith alchemy, but I know what my serum can do. It has never performed as I hoped it would, but how it reacts might be enough to keep me from turning into something dangerous to you all. He giggled again, looking down at his hand. 2 of his fingernails had fallen out. He could see the thick claws coming in where they had been. Almost out of time. Gotta work fast. He went over and checked the vial. Roxy moved to get out of his way, watching him closely. The doctor grinned. I'm going to fight fire with fire. Sith alchemy with Sith alchemy, or rather what alchemy created with what was created. He pricked his finger with the needle and forced a drop of blood onto a slide. He then collected a drop of the serum and put it on the blood, mixing the two, and then put the slide under a microscope. He looked at it and nodded, finally turning to his mentor. Tell me what you think. Do you think that it might work? Or should we have our Jedi friends and me right here? Don't talk like that, Bela said. You have to be ready. If I'm wrong, he hissed, putting a covering over where he pricked his finger, not wishing his infected blood to harm anyone else. Don't forget, Princess, what I'm turning into right now is a direct threat to you, and even if it wasn't, I don't want to become an enemy to everything I believe in. I don't want to become an enemy to the woman I love. He winced. Shira doesn't deserve that, to know that I became something that served her greatest rival. I won't do that to her. I would rather die first. Roxy had been watching the slide. She stepped back, her eyes wide. Court, what is this? Did it work? He asked. Did it destroy the mutated cells? It didn't destroy them, it changed them. I've never seen anything like this. It is not a retrovirus. It is something I don't know. The old doctor glared at her student. What the hell is this, Court? A future, he said. I hoped, but I could never get it to work safely. Roxy didn't let him get away with that answer. How did you ever come up with this? This is almost a bioweapon. You're a doctor for the sake of the Force. Why create something like this? It is a horror. How did you even develop it? He smirked. I told you, the serum is derived from Shira's blood. I was able to isolate the genetic factors in her DNA that allow her to change her genetic structure, the very traits that allow her to bring out the beast inside her. It has taken me years, but I was able to refine what Darth Avaryss used to make Shai down to his purest form. This serum is at the core of what Shira is, and now, it just might save a life. How did you get Shira's blood? Bela asked. I've been the doctor she has gone to for years now. Every injury or medical question she sought me out to fix. Plus, we have been intimate many times. I was able to collect other genetic samples. Those have aided my work greatly, and if I was successful, would have allowed us to be happy. What are you talking about, Doctor? Zahar said. What have you been doing with my master's blood? Court's expression turned sad. I wanted to surprise Shira, make it so she wasn't alone. I had already contacted a friend of mine. He works in a genetics lab on one of the Outer Rim worlds, works with artificial wombs. I had hoped to introduce this serum to an embryo. I thought that a child in utero would not be overwhelmed by the changes, but I never got the chance to test it. Zahar and Bela both looked at him, but it was Roxana Tag that caught on first, realized what her old student had been trying to do. You wanted to make a child, didn't you? You wanted to create a baby with the same genetic profile as Shai revealed. Her eyes narrowed at her student. You wanted to make another like her. I wanted to give her a child, our child, he said. If the Jedi didn't want what she had to pass on, I would give her something, someone that would. Shira can't have children, Roxy. We can't have children, but I thought that I could give her one, an offspring to carry on her legacy and mine. He shook his head. But as you can see from the slide, the serum is aggressive. I was concerned that it would destroy the embryo, not change it, or that what would be born would be a monster. I feared that what Shira was a beautiful anomaly in the Force, that I couldn't replicate it. Roxy looked at the serum. Court, this isn't a cure. Never said it would be. I said that it could help. But, even if it works, you won't be human again. I'm not going to be human again. Anyway, he said sadly, at least this way, I won't be a pawn of the Sith. He looked at Bela. I won't try to hurt you, or Zahar, or anyone. It could kill you, Tag reminded him. If it doesn't work, I'm dead already. Shira's genetic code is one of the tightest I've ever seen. She doesn't get sick and has no allergic response. Any outside health threat is destroyed by her DNA. It is a weapon in itself. Her creator, this Darth Avaryss, did his work well. The serum should destroy the changed cells in my body. I, of course, plan to use my own DNA to grow the embryo and tailor the serum with me in mind. The serum is meant to work with a human, to alter human DNA. As long as my body can adapt fast enough, it will make sure that I don't turn into one of Avaryss' creatures. What will you become? Zahar asked. Something else, the doctor said. He looked at the two Jedi. You must promise me, if this doesn't work, if I still become one of Avaryss' monsters, or something worse, that you will stop me. Don't let me hurt anyone else. Bela nodded. She understood what was asked. A few months ago she would have ran from this responsibility, but now that she accepted who and what she was, she realized that it fell to her. She looked at Zahar. You don't have to stay, Zahar. I can't handle this if you don't want this on your conscience. The boy stood up straighter. You know my history, Your Highness, the world I was born on. My tribe lived with death, not just from the attacks from the other tribes, but the virus that ravaged our world. The boy sighed. This will not be my first mercy killing. I helped my chieftain give peace to his predecessor when the sickness took him, and I slew him when the sickness came, and became chieftain myself. The boy sighed. I'm not afraid to do what must be done. Dr. Court has asked us for mercy. I will give that to him, if it is needed. Bela nodded. Yes, she did know Zara's origin. She had not been sure when Vay had first told her. She had not been sure why Vay thought the boy had to be trained. His parents had been Sith cultists. They had created the boy from frozen genetic material. Derived from the Sith Lord Exar Kun, the boy was almost a clone of Kun, one very strong in the Force. Most who followed the Jedi path would never have even considered training the boy, given the history of his donor, even more so considering how violent his childhood had been. Now, though, she saw what Vay had seen in him. Zahar had lived through something horrible, grown up surrounded by horror, but he had an honor to him. He understood what making hard choices meant, and had learned to deal with the consequences. She smiled slightly. If only she had been so prepared at 16, maybe she would have reached the point she had far earlier, been more of a help to her people. Okay then, young Jedi, she said, you should stay. Thank you, he said with a smile, but I wasn't asking permission, you need me. Master Shira would not want you to risk your life recklessly. Rufo, who had been standing in the back, yelled in the Wookiee language. He had wanted to accompany Timon to Bantoon, but the young half-blood had insisted that he stay, to watch over both his girlfriend and his mother. Roxy looked at him. You don't have to worry, Rufo, she said. I'll stay back if things go wrong. The doctor turned to her old student. The serum had reached the correct temperature, he had removed it from the heat, and was preparing an injection gun. You will need to secure me, he said. I'm not sure how energetic the changes will be. We should use the gurney with the reinforced restraints, the ones we use for Wookiees and Gamorreans. He handed the gun to Roxy, took off his lab coat, and lay down. They could see the purple-colored veins in his arm and neck. His chest was already starting to expand, the hair on his arms thickening, turning into fur, and his skin starting to turn the color of a fresh bruise. He smiled as Roxy secured him. If this doesn't work, tell Shira I'm sorry. I left her a message, but I don't know how receptive she will be. I don't want her to blame any of you for this. I stepped into a war zone and got injured, that is it. It is not that easy, Court, Roxy said. I know what it is like to lose someone you love. The woman's expression turned pain. That is a pain that stays with you. He nodded. Just to make sure that she doesn't blame herself, okay? I was proud to do my part to help people. I'm a doctor, that is my job. He motioned for the mouth restraint they used for more aggressive species, motioning for his mentor to use it. When it starts, you should seal the lab. The restraint should hold, but I don't want to risk getting at any of you while this takes effect. I can't say that I won't still be infectious. Understood, Tag said, picking up the bit. You ready? Not really, Court said dryly, giggling like one of Avaryss' creatures again. But let's do it anyway. Roxana Tag nodded, and put the bit in his mouth. Then, she injected him with the hypo gun, introducing the experimental serum into his blood. OUH, Court said despite the mouth restraint. The four left the lab, sealing the emergency door behind them. 5 minutes later, the screaming began, a blend of animalistic howls and the strange cackling cry of one of Avaryss' hunters. Bela shivered. It hadn't taken long for Dr. Antilles to get free of his restraints, and so they waited. They waited for death, or life. The paladin aside. Whatever happened, they would be ready. Gabe Cooper arrived with an armed escort. 10 more minutes had passed with no further sounds. How is it going, Doc? He said to Roxy. Anything? No, she answered, her face creased with worry. Okay then, we're out of time. He turned to his guards. All wore suits of full heavy armor, the kind designed to resist the jaws of the most determined predator. Okay, boys, we're opening the door. Be ready for anything. Should we not give Dr. Antilles a bit more time, Uncle? Bela asked. It has been 5 hours, kid. If he was going to have some kind of success, we should have heard by now. Have your people stand back, Captain, Sahar said. Miss Bela and I will handle this. The two force wielders stepped forward. The guards formed a defensive line in case the doctor tried to bolt from the room. Rufo stood with Roxy, shielding her if that was needed. Bela took a deep breath and drew on the force. Here goes nothing, she thought. She used the force to trigger the door. It opened with a hiss. The lights in the room flickered crazily, some having been torn down. Zahar and she stepped into the room, seeing the destruction the infected doctor had wrought. Court, she called out. Dr. Antilles? Zahar added. Can you hear us? Yes, came a gruff reply from the shadows. The two whirled, their weapons igniting. Dr. Court Antilles sat in a dark corner of the room. He raised a hand. No, Bela realized, not a hand, not anymore. Her eyes widened. A large muscular paw, a paw with thick black claws. You should not be in here, yet, the doctor said. His voice was gruffer than before, but it was still him. Bela didn't lower her weapon. She kept her eyes locked on the man. How are you feeling, doctor? Court sniffed loudly. She heard what might be considered a laugh. That is an interesting question, princess. How do I feel? Well, I can't hear the commands of a certain Sith witch anymore, so I think it is safe to say that I'm a bit better. He rose to his feet. She noticed the tears in his clothes. His arms, legs, and shoulders were thicker than she remembered. I came back to myself an hour or so ago, but I didn't want to say I was fine, not until the test concluded. What test? Zahar asked. Court motioned to one of the tables. They could see that one of the medical scanners was still working. Everything else in the room looked destroyed, or simply thrown around. The scanner had been picked up and put back in place, and was now working. I'm running a test on my blood, see if it will infect other human blood. It won't really matter that I save myself if I'm still contagious. The scanner beeped. The doctor nodded. Could you get Roxy, please, princess? I want her to take a look, verify that what I've done is stable. It had not taken long to summon her. Roxana Tag nodded to her old student, who backed up remaining in the shadows. She had tried to go to him, but he waved her off. Not yet, he growled. Let us make sure everything is safe first. She nodded and checked the scanner. She nodded and then pulled out the sample, still on a slide. She checked it manually with a microscope. Bela and Zahar watched carefully, keeping an eye on the two doctors. Finally, the older woman stepped aside, a relieved smile coming to her lips. Well, Court asked. Your blood is stable. The serum has bonded with your cells. They have been altered, but the mutation is not spreading to the other sample. We still have to do some more long-term testing, but I think it is safe to say your serum worked. She grinned. You are not going to turn into one of Avaryss' creatures. He sighed. A slight whimper emerged from his throat. Finally, some good news, he said. Roxy grinned at her student. Step into the light, Court. Let us get a better look at you. He snuffled again, the sound suggesting a small laugh. I don't think I will have to worry about light again. My eyes, I think that my vision is now capable of going into the infrared spectrum. My pupils collect low-level light like some feline species. It is most interesting. I'm sure it is, but please step into the light anyway. Let our friends see you aren't a threat. He sighed, and with a nod, did so. Bela smiled. Well, this was most interesting. It was still Court Antilles. He still had the bandages from his earlier wounds, but his features had changed. His nose was now smaller and black, giving him a more canine look. She could see sharp fangs against his lower lip. His skin was now covered by a short velvet-like fur, thicker where his hair had been on his head. His eyes had grown slightly larger and were bright yellow, not the yellow of dark side corruption, but that of a nocturnal hunter and animal. He flashed them a toothy grin. So, what do you think? He growled. Zahar smiled. Well, I don't think my master is alone anymore. I would say you look like a male of her species. That caused Court's smile to widen. If so, then I'm content. I've seen Shai's capacity for good, If I'm capable of the same? He snuffled again. If I had to stop being a human, becoming a veal is not a bad thing. I just hope that Shira likes me like this. Hopefully, she doesn't have a thing against guys with fur. You okay, Doc? Coop called out from the hallway. He is stable, Cooper, Roxy answered. I'm no longer contagious, Captain. Cooper stepped into the room, took in the devastation, and looked at the transformed doctor. The smuggler chief smiled. You think your medicine might help my people? Stop them from turning into two more of those giggling freaks of Avaryss. Court's yellow eyes narrowed. I should be able to adapt the serum, he said, though they won't be human, and it is unlikely they will be able to become human again. They will be like me and Shira. Coop shrugged. Better than being some Dark Lord's slave. How long will it take for you to adapt the medicine? A few hours, maybe. I will need untainted blood samples of the two victims. From there, we are in business. Good, Co-op said. We can get. The entire room shook. Even from inside, they could hear the loud booms outside. Bayla stumbled, but held her feet. Coop cursed. They were under attack. Report, he shouted into his Kamink. Someone talk to me. Enemy forces, sir, the man on the other end of the line said. They came out of nowhere. Another explosion. Bayla's eyes widened. No, she thought. Avaryss had found them. How many Sith ships? Coop shouted into his Kamink. It isn't the Sith, sir. It is the Zakuul they. Another explosion. Static filled Co-op's Kamink. The signal was gone. Dead. Coop ran for the door, motioning for Bayla and Zahar to follow. Rufo, he shouted at the Wookiee, stay here and protect the doctors. The Wookiee soldier bellowed back, but Co-op and the others didn't stop. They didn't have time. Bayla shook her head. It wasn't Avaryss or the Sith, it was the Zakuul. How? Why? A shiver ran down her spine. She knew why the Force whispered the answer in her ear. It is you, it seemed to say, they have come for you. She cursed under her breath. There was truly no safe place in the galaxy. Not one damn safe place. Uncle Co-op, his men, and the two Force wielders emerged to find the courtyard overwhelmed. Skytrooper droids were everywhere. They had seized every defensive position. Overhead, Zakuul attack shuttles zipped back and forth pinning down anyone trying to get to a ship. Bayla noticed that the droids were not firing at Uncle Co-op's people. They were covering them, forcing their surrender. She stood with lightsaber in hand as one of the shuttles banked, and landed right in front of them. Her eyes narrowed, she could sense the Force within, and knew what was about to emerge. She glared. She could guess what had brought the soldiers of the Eternal Throne here. The shuttle's side door opened, allowing 5 Knights of Zakuul to emerge, clad in their golden armor. The Force surrounded the one in the middle, their leader. He had his helmet off. His smile was. Bayla winced. The man might have been called handsome once, with dark hair and eyes, but the left side of his face had been burned, cracked, and scarred. That side of his mouth had been frozen and hung limply as the right flicked up in a merry smile. His escorts held their shields and blue lightsabers before them. The leader didn't carry a shield, but his weapon was out. Captain Cooper, he said, his voice having a slight lisp because of his injury. My name is Lennox Gull, and I will be accepting your surrender now. Cooper glared at him. Yet, he did motion for his guards to stand down. They were surrounded. Skytroopers were everywhere. How did they find us? Bayla wondered. Had someone betrayed them? Bayla thought about attacking, but the 5 Knights would overwhelm them, and even if they didn't, the droids that Zakuul had brought with them would finish the job. Lennox Gull turned to her, his expression turned even more merry. Princess Bayla Istillo of Bantoon, I presume. That is correct, she said. The knight nodded, and turned back to Uncle Co-op. Captain Cooper, you are guilty of harboring the enemies of the Eternal Throne, and giving succor to the terrorist group known as Survivor Squad. Survivor Squad is dead and gone, sir, Co-op responded. The knight sneered. We both know that it is not, Captain. Know that I'm well within my rights, and in the name of my Emperor to execute every man, woman, and child in this base. Cooper said nothing. He still was armed, and so were his men. If they were all about to die, he would probably choose to go down fighting. Bela didn't blame him. She was prepared to as well. I'm sorry, Merritt, she thought. I'm sorry. Gold turned back to her. Princess Bela, in the Emperor's name, I offer you a choice. Accompany me back to my ship, and I will spare this rabble. Refuse, and I will paint the walls of this place in blood. Bela's eyes narrowed. You came here for me, she asked. Why? Emperor Arcann and Lady Valen wish to open up negotiations with your home world. Your Prime Minister has asked for your return. In the interest of peace, the Eternal Throne has chosen to facilitate this return. Coop glared at him. You are going to sell her to that Sith Shudder. He started to raise his blaster. Uncle. No. Bela held up her hand. The knights started to raise their weapons, but they didn't need to. She looked at the knight and his entourage. Do you promise me that you will spare their lives? I will come only if I have your assurance. I could lie to you, he replied. You could, but you won't. Not in the name of your emperor. I know your loyalty, Sir Knight. Bela. No, Sahar said, starting to raise his yellow double blade. Don't, she said, Uncle. Tell him to lower his weapon. Coop looked at her. Kid, you can't do this. Avaryss will. Bela nodded. Yes, she had a good idea of what Avaryss would do if she got her in her clutches. Strangely, she wasn't afraid. This meeting felt right. It felt like the Force had taken her hand. What was happening, it felt like it needed to happen. It felt right. She returned her attention to the knight. Do you swear, sir? In the name of your emperor, and on his eternal throne, will you spare my people's lives? I swear in the name of the emperor of the people of Zakuul, and on the eternal throne itself, your friends and family here will come to no harm. Bela nodded. Then, I accept your offer. She dropped to her knees. I surrender. Lennox Gold grinned, and turned to one of his fellows. Take her weapons, and bind her wrists. The man lifted her to her feet, and took her blaster from her belt, and her saber from her hands, handing it to his commander. This way, princess, he said. I'm sure that Darth Avaryss is simply dying to meet you. She walked back to the ship with the knight and his escorts. Coop watched her go, an expression of helpless anger on his face. This has to happen, Uncle, she said. I was meant to go with these men. Perhaps I was always meant to go with them. He didn't answer. He shook his head. I failed him, kid, he said. I failed your dad. She shook her head. This had to happen, she repeated. You will see. Again he said nothing. She could feel his anguish through the Force. The doors to the transport closed as it took off again, heading back for space. She listened as the knight gave his troops an order to withdraw. The ships above would fire on any of Cooper's ships if they lifted in pursuit of the Zakuul force. Bela sat down looking down at her manacled hands. After almost 4 years, she was finally going home. I have a date, she thought. A date with the dark side. She shook her head. Whatever was about to happen, she took comfort in one thing. His friends were already on Bantoon. They might have a traitor in their midst, but they were still there. That gave her hope. She thought about her father, what he had faced. He had often said that hope was the only light in the dark, the one that kept you going. She clung to that light now. Whatever was about to happen, she was about to come face to face with the enemy. She would need the Force and all her wits about her. She needed to be ready. Avaryss was waiting. Chapter 53. Creations. The launch racks and refueling systems are up and ready, my lord. We can bring in our fighters as soon as you wish. Avaryss nodded as she inspected the work. She was trying to keep busy, not focus on Adaz's death. He would not want me to be distracted, not when we are so close. Not when the dream of Hikitas is so close to fruition, that, and my ascension to the throne. She looked at her ally and friend. Very good, Lujane, very good indeed. Avaryss smiled as she made her way down from the main hangar and into the temple proper. They made their way down the corridor, heading to the nearest turbolift. Commander Holly remained at her side, having come out herself to oversee the final installation of the Grand Temple's protective systems. The temple's hangar bay was finally complete, able to not only hold 6 Sith shuttles, but 2 wings of starfighters. A necessary defense considering what would be coming within the next month. Holly looked down at her datapad, her brow furrowed in concentration. Is this really necessary, my lord? Why move so many of our forces out of the capital city? After 3 years, we have done everything we can to ensure our security. Our facilities there are more than adequately secure. It is needed, Lu Jane, she replied, dismissively. Trust me, everything that we are moving into this temple is needed here. The commander shrugged and went about her business. Avaryss smiled slightly. Holly didn't know everything that was coming, and that was for the best. She was a good officer, but she didn't understand the Sith philosophy, or what was sometimes required. Were the systems they had established in the capital secure? Sure, but soon those systems would no longer be there. Neither would the capital. The Ascension Protocol, and the final ritual that would follow it would put the galaxy firmly in her hands, but as with all dark side rituals, sacrifices were required. Only death could pay for life, and in this case, she required a great deal of death to provide herself with the life of an empress. The thought pleased it. Every man, woman, and child on Bantoon was needed. Their lives would be snuffed out in seconds. All that death, all that darkness and power would then be shunted into the Grand Temple, charging it for the final ritual. Once that was done, the Eternal Empire was dead, everyone in it would be wiped out by Death Knell Stage 1. Once that was done, she would turn her power on the Republic, or rather, the forces they had scattered to avoid destruction at the hands of the invaders. Hidden or otherwise, every soldier and pilot in the Republic would be bound to her through Death Knell Stage 2. They would provide the backbone of the new Galactic Empire's army and navy. In that moment, the war would finally be over. Her own forces here would descend on the Zakul home world, secure the Eternal Throne, and with it the Eternal Fleet. Arcann, his sister, and anyone else that might oppose them would be long dead by that point, liquefied by Stage 1. All that would remain then would be to descend on Dromedkos, to reclaim her throne from Asuna. She was looking forward to that, to see the look on her rival's face. It would be most delicious. Then they would turn their attention to the remaining Jedi and the so-called Alliance. The hero of Tython and Lana Beniko would need to be dealt with. Both were too dangerous to be allowed to live, even if they could be converted by Death Knell Stage 2. Besides, if what she suspected was true, and the hero was simply another vessel of Darth Vitiate, she could not afford to take any chances. Arcann, the hero, anyone who could host the former Emperor's spirit needed to be destroyed. It was the only way to secure the Empire and the throne. Her throne. She looked over at Holly. Part of her wanted to share what was coming with her friend, but she dared not. Holly, like many of her officers and soldiers here, had grown, attached to the bond, and their way of life. Many officers and troops had come to like this place, wanted to make a home here, seeing it as just another Imperial world. Some had gone so far to take lovers in the cities. A few had even had children with the locals. Holly had not gotten that far, but she did have friends among those that had helped the Sith take this world. It was for that reason that Avaryss remained silent. She had given it a great deal of thought. How to respond to what was coming. Her people had been foolish not to see these bonus pawns and nothing else. They, like Lirhan and his fellow nobles, had thought she intended to make Bantoon a part of the Empire. They had not understood that the planet had an entirely different purpose. It had not been easy, but she had come to a decision. Those Sith that had gone native would die with the rest of the bond. It might seem harsh, but she thought it a far kinder fate than letting them live with the knowledge that they lived while the world they had come to love had not. They would meet death with their loved ones, and serve their Empress one last time. Holly would need to be spared, of course. She was too useful not to be. She would not be informed of the Ascension Protocol until it was too late for her to stop it, and once it was done, well, Holly would forgive her eventually. The rewards that Avaryss would shower on her would do much to assure that. The Dark Lord glanced over at the changeling, her friend, as always distracted by the work she had before her. What is next, my lord? The submarine pens. We have personnel coming in. We will need to ensure they are set up and ready in the next few hours. Holly nodded, checking off something on her datapad. Avaryss was pleased with her professionalism. The turbolift closed around them, and they dropped quickly. Avaryss stared out the small glass window built into the door. The dark caves that formed the submarine pens came into view, the Duracrete docks capable of handling 6 of the large heavy transport subs used by the Bald. Speaking of which, 3 were arriving now. That would be Vran, she knew. The doctor had been ordered to vacate her place in the palace. She was to now do all her work out of the temple, and so she had needed to bring her lab equipment and experiments here. The temple's private lab space was prepared to the doctor's specifications. It would serve well. And besides, Avaryss grinned. She was most eager to see what the scientists had accomplished. She had read the reports, but reports were mere words. Seeing was believing. She wanted to see with her own eyes, several experiments above the others. The hatch on the side of one of the submarine's conning towers opened. The Chiss emerged and stood at attention. "My lord, Commander," she said. "Doctor," Avaryss called out. "I trust your journey was not too stressful." "It was fine, my lord." "Good." The Dark Lord smiled as she watched the droid workers move into the other subs, already busy moving in the new equipment. The Dark Lord turned to the Chiss. "You said you had something to show me." The blue-skinned scientist nodded. "Indeed, and the fact that Commander Holly is here is fortuitous as well." "It is?" Holly asked. The alien nodded. "This way, please," she said, gesturing into the sub. "It will take some time to remove the stasis cradle safely, so it is best that you see what I've done now, before the machines have to be secured for final transport." "Of course, Doctor," Avaryss said, gesturing. "Please, lead on." She and Holly followed the scientist into the sub, past the crew and workers. They made for the submarine's primary hold. It had been converted into a portable lab space for preserving the doctor's work. The Chiss smiled as they came to the largest of the machines. "You charged me with 2 most interesting challenges," the doctor began. "Project Rejuvenator and Project Chrysalis have both tested my resolve, but now. The Chiss beamed. "Now I can say that I believe I have succeeded at both." Avaryss and Holly joined her beside the stasis equipment. Vran looked down as the largest tube, the one that she had been standing close to since the Dark Lord and her changeling had arrived. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. "Only 1 test subject, Doctor. I would have expected more, given the task you were assigned." "Only 1 subject was needed, my lord. Yes, I do have other embryos in cold storage, but this I've allowed to grow, and as a result my work has advanced far quicker than we could have hoped, far more than you shall believe." The scientist nodded. "I believe that you will be most pleased." The Chiss looked at Holly, then back again at the Dark Lord. "Before we begin, does the commander have the proper clearance? I would not wish to overstep my bounds with you, my lord." "Holly can be trusted, Doctor," Avaryss assured her. She was pleased that the scientist had thought to ask, but it was unnecessary. If the project had been successful, it was important that Holly see the results as well. The Chiss turned to the changeling. "Do you know what a chrysalis is, Commander?" "Something to do with change," the woman replied. "So, I'm guessing this project had something to do with me and my talents." "Indeed," Vran replied. "Darth Avaryss charged me with finding a way to give your abilities to a new generation of Sith operatives. Giving your own personal value to House Avaryss, it was seen as unbecoming that you should be altered in any way, and in fact, the desire to have more than one with your abilities could not be forgotten." Holly smiled. "Mom always said I was special. As for the rest, it would be nice to have others like me around, those that I could teach how to use their abilities." The engineer frowned. "It is not always easy, being alone. If Vran is correct, you will not be alone. Not anymore," Avaryss said, regarding the stasis pod. She again looked at the Chiss. "What about Project Rejuvenator? You said you made strides there as well." "That is correct, Master. When you charged me with finding a way to combat dark side necrosis, I quickly realized that the retrovirus your former body was infected with was likely the key to ensuring that no Sith needs suffer physical degradation from using their powers again. Early testing proved problematic. Darth Tarek had not made it easy to examine what he had created. The virus was a tailor-made pathogen. It broke down outside the body and was resistant to being introduced into a new host. Yet, you solved that problem, Avaryss said. You gave Beric an accelerated healing factor based on the virus. That is true, but as you remember, that healing factor was not stable. His body became more misshapen and scarred with every injury. I needed to go further. A deeper examination of the virus was required to truly unlock its potential and remove any negative side effects. To put it simply, I endeavored to change the virus into a more symbiotic life form, allowing not only cellular regeneration, but the protection of the cognitive functions that were threatened by the virus' early form. Avaryss nodded. She knew all about this. The virus had all but killed her original body. Alchemy had saved her life, but it had left its mark. From what you are telling me, I assume you managed to create this new symbiotic form, otherwise you would not sound so pleased with yourself. The Chiss grinned. I have, my lord, and more importantly, my work on Rejuvenator has allowed me to finish my work on Chrysalis as well. She pressed a button on the side of the stasis tank. Behold, the tank eased open. Avaryss and Holly looked upon what was inside. The Dark Lord blinked. It's a girl, Holly said. Indeed, the Chiss responded. I was not sure what it was going to be. Not at first. Given your abilities, Commander, I couldn't say if it would have a gender the way that we think of it. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Interesting. The experiment, the child looked to be about 3 standard years old, maybe 4. It was pale-skinned with long dark hair. Wait. As she watched the child twist in the nutrient solution, the hair changed from black to a deeper red. Its eyes moved back and forth rapidly. Dreaming. It seemed a perfect representation of the human form, except for one flaw. It is missing its left arm, she said. Yes, the Chiss nodded. The 2 previous iterations of Rejuvenator shared that flaw. Any thought on why that is? Holly asked. Hard to say. Life is not an easily quantified substance. Avaryss reached out with the force. She was shocked when she felt the experiment reach back. It was in her mind, brushing at her memories, exploring them, taking bits and pieces to fill its own dreams. She could feel it. Astonishing. It is quite strong in the force, she said. That was part of the experiment, was it not? She turned to Vran. This thing is the combined result of both Chrysalis and Rejuvenator. The Chiss beamed. It was most surprising, my lord. Neither project yielded any successful fruit, but by combining the 2, I have created something new, something wondrous. Holly stared down at the tank, awestruck. It is really like me. It changes like me. It can change its hair and skin tone. I've not birthed it completely. Only by doing so would I be able to test its full capabilities. Avaryss scowled. This creature will not be birthed. The changeling and the Chiss looked at her. My lord, Holly said. Avaryss glared at the scientist. I thought I told you to use Beric's genetic material. I have in the other experiments, the embryos in cold storage. So why use mine to create this one? Yours, my lord? Holly asked, confused. Avaryss nodded, her eyes not leaving the doctor. The Tarek retrovirus was designed with you in mind, my lord. It was tailored specifically for you. To study it, I needed to use your genetic material, for this test, at least. This subject was created almost 5 years ago, back before I had chance to study the virus as completely as I have now. You expected results, demanded them, and wished to see them. The doctor motioned to the stasis tank. Here are results, hard and unquestionable results. Avaryss looked down at the sleeping experiment, and again at the doctor. She was not pleased, but at the same time, confused. She worried her lip with her teeth. She had ordered results. Vran had provided them, but her eyes narrowed. She was unsettled. This thing had been created from her blood. Technically, it was another child of hers, but at the same time, It had the potential to eclipse her power, to eclipse Anders. She was not sure she liked that. This creature could be a rival to her heirs, or it could be more. She winced. I could use this body. The thought sent a shudder down her spine. She could perform the ritual she had back on Ordana. She could shed true Halcyon's form and take this shell as her own. She could have the regenerative power she had possessed when she was Kira, but without the side effects of her brain shutting down. She could also have Holly's powers. She could transform into dozens of different shapes and forms. She was tempted. No. She killed that thought in its cradle and scowled. No. That way of thinking was a trap. The same trap that had snared Darth Vitiate, turned him from an emperor into an abomination. She would not go down that road. She already had immortality, of a sort. Ander, Bliss, and Jir were her immortality. They would carry her blood into a new era. If she took the shell, then she would threaten their rule. She would have a means to bypass her own mortality. She would have the power to surpass them. Rule, who knew how long, the regenerative capabilities of this thing had the potential to make her near immortal. It was tempting, very tempting, but it was spit in the face of all she believed in. It was against everything she taught her children, everything. Avaryss shook her head. No. This thing, it would change who she was. She would cease to be a mother of the future and become a rival to it. She might become like Vitiate, a being no different than her thrice-hated grandfather. No. She would not give in to temptation, not in this. An empress has her reign, and then she dies, but her legacy continues in her children, through her children. She pressed the button sealing off the pod, taking the seductive image from her sight. She gave the doctor a cool look. Complete your experiments, doctor, she ordered, when you have completed them. I want this thing destroyed. Vran's red eyes widened, their glow brightened. Destroyed, my lord. She nodded. You will focus on the other embryos you have created. Breed me a squad of transforming Sith. Sith without the regenerative abilities of the Terric virus. As for Project Rejuvenator, you will go back to the drawing board. Give me a means to resist the effects of dark side necrosis. As you say, my lord, the Chiss said, bowing. My lord. Avaryss turned. Holly was looking at her with shocked eyes. You are going to kill her. Holly, I'm going to have it euthanized, as painlessly as possible. The commander winced. Her eyes flickered through many different colors. That grease spot that appeared on her face when she was troubled or nervous appeared. But she is just a child. The Dark Lord turned to her friend. Her expression darkened. The changeling backed up. Avaryss' eyes became cold and pitiless. It is an Holly, and a threat to my family, my rule. It can't be allowed to exist. You must understand that mistakes can be made in science. Things that shouldn't exist should not be allowed to exist. Avaryss approached the commander. I will keep my promise to you, to give you a child, a little one who can be part of your life, but this thing, it is not it. It is a danger, and I will not tolerate its existence. I can't. She sighed and tried to smile, to reassure her friend. There will be another, I promise you, Lujane, when we are finished, and the galaxy is mine. You will have a child, I promise. The commander looked from the pod, and the Lord, who was both her master and her friend. Don't push me on this, Lujane, Avaryss thought. Please don't. Finally, the changeling nodded. Yes, my lord, she said. Your will be done. Avaryss nodded. Thank the Force. She turned back to Vran. See that is secure in your lab, doctor, but before you do, I would like you to come with me, see the results of one of my experiments. I'm quite proud of it. The Chiss nodded. As you say, my lord. Lead the way. Avaryss led them into her own alchemical lab. Ziza and Tig were waiting for her. She smiled up at the nutrient tank before them. The fluid inside was bubbling. She could feel the Force churning, boiling under intense dark side rage. She smirked. It was finally time, she thought. Agony was back. Avaryss gestured with the Force, eager to have her oldest friend and ally back and greatly improved. She watched as the tank thrashed. Hands and feet pummeled it from the inside. Vran and Holly back up. "My lord, what is that?" Holly asked. "The beginning of the end to my enemies," she replied. She used the force to hit the button on the console that would drain the tank. She didn't need to. A wave of dark side energy exploded from within it. The tank exploded. Avaryss used the force to shield herself and her guests. Tig and Ziza darted for cover, but one of their fellow hunters was not fast enough. He was impaled several times by the shards of the tank, impaled and fell. He lay on the floor groaning. The thing that had been Taya fell from what was left of the tank, hit the floor, and lay still. Avaryss frowned, fearing that she had miscalculated, perhaps killed her old friend. She need not have worried. Agony stirred, and oh, the Dark Lord smiled. "My sweet Agony," Avaryss thought. "You are beautiful." Her body was as lovely as ever. The scars of her past still showed, but they didn't take away from what she had become, how wondrous she had become. Her skin has become a lovely slate gray, her hair white as snow, her ears short and pointed, with two delicate black horns jutting up through her forehead. Avaryss looked down in awe. Then there were the wings. Agony had a pair of wings. They emerged from just behind her shoulder blades, feathered and black as night. She coughed and shook her head, her fingers ending at thick yellow talons. Avaryss shivered with delight. Where Abominus was monstrous, Agony was beautiful, a creature born of the most seductive of shadows. "My Agony," she thought. "My beautiful bird of prey." As if to prove that statement, Agony heard the wheezing of the injured hunter. She sat up, her eyes, larger than a human's now, wide cat-like and purple, turned to the hunter. He didn't have time to try and crawl away. He had no time for anything. She lunged, using her wings to lift her up just enough, lift her up, and fall upon the creature. She opened his throat with her talons, opened it, and fed. Avaryss watched in twisted pleasure. Tig and Ziza cackled in shock and fear, as they should. The Dark Lord sneered. Their general was now here. "Agony," Avaryss called out. The winged creature ignored her, hungrily drinking from his prey. "Lord Agony," she repeated. The creature threw down his meal and rose, spreading her wings threateningly. Avaryss didn't retreat. She stood before her friend. Her friend remade, and perfected. She held out her hands. "It is all right, my love," she purred. "You are back? You are whole." Agony didn't respond. She looked at her old friend suspiciously, her wings flexing, her mouth coated with gore from the slain hunter. Those large purple eyes took in Avaryss. "It is okay, Agony," the Dark Lord repeated. "You have survived. The accursed Paladina could not keep you from me." The creature, Darth Agony, blinked. Paladina," she said in a small, confused voice. Avaryss was pleased. She could still talk. "Good. They poisoned you, I remember," she lied. "You should have died, but I saved you. You have been changed, but you live. You are still mine." Agony rose from the crouch she had been in. No longer did she look upon her master with hostility. She was thinking, making connections. She blinked and rubbed her arms. "Avi," she said in a small voice. "Yes, Agony," Avaryss said. "They tried to take you away from me, but now." She grinned widely. "Now we can make them pay." Agony took a step forward. She was wobbly. Her wings went out, to stabilize her and keep her from falling. She looked around her. Where am I? Am I dead?" "Far from it," the Dark Lord said. "You are more alive than you ever have been, and our enemies will wish that you were not." Behind her, Vran and Holly looked on in disbelief. "Lady Taya," Holly said under her breath. Avaryss looked behind her, silencing the officer with a glare. No. Taya was gone. There was only Agony now. Only Agony now and forever. The creature continued to wobble on her feet, and then her purple eyes focused on Avaryss. She smiled, showing blood-stained teeth. "I live," she murmured, and then she stretched her wings. A single flap of them lifted her off the ground. Avaryss grinned. Beautiful. Agony lighted, and stepped forward, more confidently. Someone hurt me, didn't they, Avi? The Paladina, they are our enemy's Lord Agony. The creature hissed. Paladina, she spat, they will pay. Avaryss nodded. Yes, my beautiful one. They will pay. Chapter 54. Lessons. The ship submerged through the cloud cover. The rain had finally tapered off to a mere drizzle as lightning danced among the swirling clouds. Rain sat in her seat in the back of the lead shuttle, her eyes closed, part sleeping, part meditating. The shuttle shook around them. She could feel the dark side outside. It roiled among the clouds, whispered along with the booming thunder. She frowned. It also whispered inside her, nestled against her heart, the alchemical abomination that her master had placed in her chest. Her fingers curled into fists. One day soon, she would be free of it. She could almost smell the coming opportunity. Somewhere out there, right now, was the key to her salvation. Just as their destination was the key to her future. She opened her eyes looking at her fellows. Gold sat next to her, with Trant sitting across from them, snorting thoughtfully. Lika had returned to the group, but she sat 3 seats away from the rest of them. The former closeness they had enjoyed was gone. She blames me, and, well, I can't really blame her. Not that Callan's death was her fault. It wasn't. The fool had earned his own fate. Even thinking about her fallen companion now made her missing fingers itch. Phantom pains were natural, the doctors had said, but that didn't mean she had to like them. She scratched at the metal, receiving no relief. If anything, it left her with a sense of pins and needles, like the digits had fallen asleep. It was all in her mind, but that made it no less maddening. It was just another torment. Something else she needed to endure. She unbuckled herself and rose. She wanted to see where they were, and there were no viewports back here. The journey from the Shea Moon had been uneventful, though she had heard the pilots conversing with others over the comms. Other shuttles had joined theirs, all heading for the same destination. She looked over the pilot's shoulder. She could see it emerging through the mist, their destination. She smiled wickedly. The Grand Temple, complete and ready to serve their needs, squatted on the rocky island before them. Again, the shuttle rocked. Turbulence is quite bad here, my lord, the pilot warned. You should return to your seat before we touch down. She nodded and would comply, not because he had given her an order, but because his suggestion had merit. Yes, only one could order her around now, and one day, even that wouldn't be true. Quite a place, hell. Gull had come up behind her. Her Twi'lek lover shook his head as the Grand Temple came further into view. One day, it will be mine, she murmured to him. That, and everything else. The two of them turned back towards their seats. She shot a quick glance over her shoulder, and the smile remained. Even from here, she could feel the dark side radiating off the place, reaching out and calling to her. A shiver ran down her spine, even as the heart drinker her master had bound to her dined on her emotions. She did her best to ignore that sensation. She would be rid of it soon enough. She could not help but feel a giddy sense of anticipation. Her master's promises, and what they had done to the raid Cha filled her with dark ambition. Avaryss had promised her the galaxy. All she had to do was serve and learn at her master's feet, and one day, when she was strong enough, when she had learned everything and surpassed Avaryss in every way, there would come a reckoning, a challenge, and on that day. An image played through her mind, Darth Avaryss lying dead at her feet. That faceless crimson mask she wore in battle was left smoldering, melted with a single hole punched through where the eye would be. Rain standing over her, her light pike still crackling from the blood and brain that had been vaporized by the heat. The day of my true rise, the Sith apprentice thought hungrily. The day when she would become the master. The day of Darth Reign. She sat back down, contemplating that distant victory. It would take time, a few more years, maybe a decade, but when it came, she would be ready. She looked over at Gull. Her lover's expression was, curious to say the least. The hint of a frown graced his handsome features. What is it? She asked. What? The tips of his leku twitched, a sign of nervousness. You really think she can do it, your master? Do what? She said that this place will give her what she needs to bring the entire galaxy under her control. Do you believe that, my love? Rain smiled confidently. I felt the power of her ritual when we brought the raid cha under my master's control, and that was just with the two of us. The temple will amplify the key's powers 100 times over, maybe 1,000 times over. Rain licked her lips in anticipation. It may not give us the whole galaxy, but it will be a start. Once it is done, our forces will be legion, and our armies will sweep away any that try to oppose us. Saying the words excited her. After so long in hiding, it would be time for the rest of the galaxy to know how it felt, to be dismissed by a superior force, to live in terror. As a child, growing up as a slave, she understood what it was like to know fear, to know you were one word or move away from being punished, sometimes with little or no reason. Her master knew that feeling too, having been forced from her home by her own master's servants, forced to flee with only the clothes on her back. Now, everyone else would learn what that felt like. They would learn that lesson and be afraid. She was looking forward to that. Go looked at her, his crimson eyes taking her in, evaluating what she was just said. If you had to, could you perform the ritual yourself? Could you make the temple work as well as Avi? She pursed her lips. What? Where had that come from? Had Gull heard something she hadn't? Had someone approached him with some sort of treason? She didn't want to believe that. Do you doubt her? Do you doubt me? No, I was merely asking a question, love. Her brow furrowed in thought. Was that all it was? It sounded possible, but... She was not sure she believed it, or him. Still. Rain considered the question. She didn't know for sure. She and her master had practiced the ritual enough times, but without actually using the temple, she couldn't say how easy or difficult it would be. Maybe, she replied. Why do you ask? Her lover bit his lower lip. She could sense. She wasn't sure, hesitation. All she could tell was that something was amiss. It was not usual for the fierce and arrogant noble. He looked at her, his leku curling at the tips. I don't have the force as you do, love, but I'm a warrior born, and not blind to the movements of war. I've seen the transports leaving Sanctuary Base, seen how few the Sith soldiers on the moon have become, and not just that. I've seen the heavy shuttles moving back and forth between the moon and the planet. So much equipment has been moved in recent days. Rain said nothing. She knew what that equipment was. It was necessary for what her master called the Ascension Protocol, the final step in the plan. She couldn't share that information with anyone, not even Go. He might share her bed, and pleased her there, but he was not of the Sith Order. He would not understand. When it was done, she would miss the life they had made here. She would miss the Shea Moon and the clubs. She would miss performing on the stages, watching her audience as her voice and the force ensnared all before her, but she took heart in what was to come. Soon the galaxy would be their playground, the Zackle would be destroyed, and a new empire would be born. Once that was done, there would be clubs across the galaxy for her to visit. She could travel the length of their new empire, performing if she wished, and her voice would ring out across the stars. She would be as much a star as she was the heir to the throne. All would know her voice and her name. That thought excited her almost as much as the thought of being the heir to an empress. She wished she could share that with him, her dreams, but again, it was not yet time. All she could do now was reassure him. What is coming must happen, she said dismissively. What is about to happen is what we have all worked for these last few years. Everything that Darth Avaryss has promised us is finally coming to pass. We should all rejoice in this moment. All will soon be made clear to the galaxy, and in the end, all will be ours. Go frowned. Ours are Avi's. Rain scowled. Is there any difference? There is a lot of difference, fair Rain. Those who gain the kind of power your master seeks aren't the type to give up that power, ever. Not even when they reach the point that they should. I should know. I've seen it among my own people, clan leaders who got consumed by what they had gained, and who could blame them. Having everything at the tips of your fingers, it is a heady draft. That, and the hunger for more, it is all-consuming, and once one has fed from that well, it is rare that one accepts when the time comes for another to take their place. Rain considered what he was saying, but remained cautious as well. What the House of Avaryss was becoming, it was not the same as life in the Twi'lek clan Warren. Yet, she was smart enough to recognize the truth in his words. She had studied the Sith histories. Her master had demanded it of her. If she was to rule one day, she needed to understand what came before. Many Sith had made plans that should have resulted in absolute victory for the Order. Naga Sato, Arcann, Darth Revan, even the Emperor, Darth Vitiate. They had all been so close to absolute victory, so much so that they thought themselves infallible, and then, in one defining moment, it all fell apart. Naga Sato had been betrayed by his chosen apprentice, but he still managed to make it back to the Sith Empire. He had returned to regroup after his first attack had failed, only to find his rival, Ludo Kresh, waiting for him. Their battle had left the remnant of the Sith fleet vulnerable to the Republic counterattack. Arcann had sacked Asas, only to have his failed apprentice surrender to his own weakness and lead the Jedi back to their secret base. Revan had thawed his apprentice Malak, properly cowed, but when the opportunity presented itself, Malak struck. He usurped the title of Dark Lord before the time was right, and their empire fell in a matter of months. Vitiate had chosen to end the war before it was truly done. He had thought himself all-powerful, chosen to abandon the war effort so that he could advance his own personal plans, and in doing so gave the Empire's enemies a chance to regroup. In the end, he had become too focused on his own godhood to see clearly, and paid the price for it. The Empire itself had paid the price. Yes, she understood what Gull was asking. He wanted to know if she believed it possible that her master was overreaching, like Kresh and Malak had, and if so, if she was prepared to take the plan forward. Of course, there was danger in that question as well. She wasn't ready to challenge her master. She knew that to be true. She would not be like Malak and pull the trigger that destroyed the plan before it could be completed. She would not be like Gav Darrigan and Ulic Queldroma, who lost the faith in their Sith master and betrayed the plan, and in doing so, caused the downfall of everything they had fought for. Of course, she was not the only powerful Sith in Avaryss court. What if one of the others was not as wise, or as patient as she? Was it possible that the plan had a saboteur even now plotting against it? Or they might think they were only working against Avaryss, so that they could complete the plan on their own, and take what was hers, but still, it was possible. Should she take steps to ensure the plan? Should she not be preparing to carry out the plan herself if something befell her master? There was no easy answer to those questions. Success hung on the edge of a knife. If the Bond discovered what the Sith were up to, they would likely rise up, even the nobles who stood with the Sith. It could all fall apart. That was why none of the Sith delivering the items for the Ascension Protocol knew about their fellows. Everything was compartmentalized to ensure that no one could see the whole picture. A smart being might draw the proper conclusions, but... She shook her head. "All will be well, my love," she said, patting his knee, trying to reassure Gull. "Avaryss will prevail, and in her victory, we will all be victors." The Twi'lek nodded, but said nothing more. His silence bothered her too. What did Gull think was going to happen? For 3 years the Sith had planned for this. Avaryss was not going to simply let it all end when the finish was in sight. She scowled. Wait a moment. Rain glanced at him, not staring, though she thought about it. Gull had referred to her master as Avi. Few people outside her inner circle did so. Most that had done so were now dead. Gull had not had many meetings with her master, certainly not enough meetings for him to be on so familiar of terms. The thought troubled her, but still, she kept silent. She tried to stay focused on what was to come, what was most important. The plan, and the ascension of Avaryss to the Sith throne. It was in her best interest to see that came to pass, to stop any who would dare block her master's desires. She reached out with the dark side, and what she felt brought her no comfort. The temple was built, the keys were in place, the plan was ready, and all the Sith on Bantoon seemed to sense that the power of Darth Avaryss had drawn them in. They now surrounded her. She stood on the stage, the spotlight shining down on her, with all the others in the audience cloaked in darkness. That darkness was not empty, however. As the others watched, they unsheathed their ambitions, and in some case, were likely unsheathing knives. That thought troubled her. We can't let it all fall apart now, she thought. She would speak with her master, make sure she understood. Yes, Rain wanted to replace her one day, but that day was not today. All she had worked for, her studies and training, even her secret dealings with Darth Avaryss, had all been for the purpose of serving her master's needs, becoming the apprentice that would be strong enough to follow her master, to prove that she was a good and strong student. She wanted to make Avaryss proud. Even the act of destroying her master one day would be as much about respect as it was about ambition. Her victory would prove her master had been a success. She had not only gained power, but trained a successor worthy to rip it from her dying hands. It was an apprentice's last act of loyalty, to prove that they were worthy. Rain was bound and determined to be worthy. She would not be able to do that if some fool on the court moved too soon and ruined everything. No. Rain would be mindful. She would keep an eye on the others. No one would oppose her master's rise. She would not let it. No one would oppose the plan. No one. Thunder rumbled overhead as they arrived at the Grand Temple. Rain was not surprised to see the members of the council here. The 9 representatives stood before the completed structure, and under the watch of Sith troopers, entered the main hall. Among them were War Master Bleez, Commander Barrick Lilas, Commander Holly, and Captain Rink. Rain and her allies followed. They passed beneath the heavy door cast from Mandalorian iron. The door was actually a heavy blocking plate 50 feet thick and capable of dropping down and protecting the entrance. It might seem like overkill to some, but considering what had happened to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, how Darth Malgus had breached his door with a shuttle loaded with Sith warriors, the block was necessary to ensure that such an attack not happen here. The main hall was filled with giant pillars shaped into the great Dark Lords of the past. At the entrance stood Nagasato and Ludo Kresh, rivals in life, and now mere symbols of greatness and death. Rain frowned. Hopefully the other Sith here understood they could not go down the same path as those two. That they could not afford to rip the Empire apart so close to the end. This place is amazing. Rain looked over, seeing Avaryss' teenage children. Jir and Bliss walked together, the boy in Bantoon finery, an overcoat of shimmer silk with a sky blue waistcoat. His sister clad in the simple black robes of a Sith hopeful. It had been the boy who had spoken, his wide grin flashing in the low light. Mother's greatness on display, the girl said, looking around herself. The boy giggled and looked around. Looks like the gang is all here, he said, though I don't see Cousin Maya, or the Pimple. Bliss frowned. By Pimple I assume you mean our little brother. No, Ander has not left the palace, yet, neither has Maya, or Anj. Not ready for all this grandeur, Hella. The boy laughed. Bliss crossed her arms. You question Mother's decisions. Mom is just being Mom, he said dismissively. Well, you better hope that Mother doesn't hear you calling Ander a Pimple. She is a bit overprotective when it comes to him. Jir scoffed and looked away. Nursemaid, he hissed at his sister. Hutspawn, his sister spat back. Rain looked away from the children. She had to admit, it was curious that her master had not brought the younglings here. Or maybe they simply arrived on one of the private landing platforms, away from all the other Sith arrivals, perhaps. Something rustled overhead. Rain looked up, with a frown. She thought she had seen something, a winged shadow moving among the high ceiling. Some kind of bird perhaps, but far larger than any other she had seen on Bantoon. That was surprising in itself. The native animals were said to avoid this place. The power of the dark side repelled most natural life, and that power was very strong here, and had been even before the temple had been built. The island not being a true island at all, but the wreckage of an ancient cathedral ship that had brought the bond here millennia ago, a ship used in the genocide of thousands of beings. Such actions left a mark in the force. Avaryss had understood that, which was why she had constructed the temple here. Why she? A loud boom rang out. The sound of doors opening behind them drew the attention of the gathered counselors and their allies. Everyone turned to see a company of 12 royal guards emerging from deeper in the temple, their crimson robes moving slightly with their steps, and the breeze from the open door, their heads covered by helmets, their force pikes in hand. As they took up positions, Rain's master emerged. Darth Avaryss was clad in a gown of midnight black, a long hooded black clock hanging from the shoulder plate she wore, plates that marked her as a master and lord of the Dark Council. Avaryss smiled welcomingly. "My friends," she called out triumphantly, her voice echoing through the hall. "The temple is complete." Cheers and applause came from the gathered Sith. Avaryss bowed slightly, drinking in the accolades. Even Rain clapped. It was expected of her. The Dark held up her hand for silence, which quickly fell again over the hall. "We stand on the threshold of victory. Princess Bela has been captured, and is even now on her way here. The final preparations for the ritual that will end the war with the Zakuul have begun." "It is everything you have promised us, sister," Barrett called out. Rain glanced over at him. For as long as she had known him, he had been the silent one, masked and too scarred to speak. To see that her master had restored him to full humanity was impressive, an example of the great power she wielded. How anyone could doubt her right to rule. It was then that Darth Infamy and Darth Avaryss stepped out from the group. The pureblood and the Zabrak moved together as if joined at the hip. "Your counselors are pleased, my lord," Infamy shouted. "We now see the grandeur you promised us, and can all feel the power of this place." Avaryss nodded, her expression cool. "And as your counselors," Avaryss added, "we offer our services to lighten the load on your shoulders. Surely it is time for us to be brought up to speed on the plan, so that we can put you on your throne that much quicker." "Indeed," Infamy said, "as your ritual master, I'm more than willing and ready to assist you in carrying out the final ritual and ensuring your rise." Rain watched her master closely, curious to how she would respond. The Dark Lord of the Sith merely smiled. "Oh, I know exactly how useful you have been, my lords," Avaryss said jovially. "You are my most loyal counselors." Rain stepped back and watched what was playing out before her. She licked her lips in anticipation. What she was sensing, well, rewards were not what was on her master's mind right now. She looked between the two Sith counselors. "Lord Infamy," she began, "you stood as an ally before I had even risen to power. You supported my master in his endeavor against the Jedi conspiracy of Sith Darbin, and then were one of the first to approach me when I rose to the Dark Council. I recognized your rising star even then, my lord," the pure blood exclaimed. She then turned to Ilaria. "And you, Ilaria? You who were my overseer at Butcher's Clearing. You were the one who taught me so much about keeping my distance from my lessers, so that I could cultivate an air of command." The Zabrak grinned and nodded. "I saw your potential even then, my lord." "I'm sure you did," Avaryss said, her smile dropping. She snapped her fingers. Two hunters melted out of the shadows behind Avaryss. They both wore uniforms of the Sith, and the sly grin that was so common of the creatures. Rain saw the two counselors tense. Did they recognize the hunters, or rather, the people they had once been? Rain shivered. She knew that at least two of the beasts had been assigned into Sanctuary based on her master's orders. How many had drifted in, hiding in the shadows since were unknown to her? She did know that several human Sith soldiers and technicians had vanished from their jobs. General Glask had sought them, only to have his search dismissed by the hunters that Avaryss had assigned. They had assured the general that the missing people would be back to work soon, and so they had. No longer human, but hunters like the two that had come from Bantoon. Glask wouldn't admit it, but he found the creatures repulsive, and even feared them to a degree. They were no longer people, after all, but extensions of Avaryss' ambition and will. That could be troubling to anyone, Rain supposed. Her master gestured to the two creatures. "Do you recognize these, my lords?" This one was a technician assigned to maintenance at Sanctuary Base. The other was a data retrieval officer, formerly of the Pyramid of Knowledge. one I trusted with my early research into the keys. Infamy glanced at Ilaria. Rain smiled. Were the two sweating? I don't believe we have had the pleasure, my lord, the Zabrak said. Really? Avaryss said with a frown. Are you certain? They certainly know you, Infamy. The pure blood said nothing, but the redness in her cheeks were rising. Avaryss' eyes turned colder. They certainly had a lot to tell me, she said, her voice becoming as cold as the void of space. Infamy said nothing. Ilaria's red skin paled to a shade of pink. Even her Sith tattoos could not hide that fact. Avaryss approached the two. She didn't draw her weapon, but her guards tensed, even as the hunters followed 2 steps behind her. When Avaryss was just out of reach of the 2 women's lightsabers, she stopped. Her smile returned, but it was cold and nasty. She hissed what she said next. I know it was you, she said. I know you were behind the bombing on Sanctuary Base. Ilaria coughed, nervously. The other counselors started to back away. My lord, no, it wasn't us. We would never. Infamy glared at the Zabrak, silencing her. The pure blood glared at the Dark Lord. Avaryss glared right back. Do you deny the charge? If Infamy was frightened, she didn't show it. She held her head high, looked at Avaryss defiantly. Deny what? The whisperings of your pets. They can't lie to me. Lying is not the same as deceiving, my lord. What they believe to be true may not be true. Do you not think it possible that someone else could have used my name to discredit me in your eyes? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Infamy snorted. I have not betrayed you. I am a Darth of the Sith Empire, just as you are. My blood is pure, and my commitment to the dark side is absolute. As is mine, Avaryss agreed. The pure blood sniffed. I would never betray you. My only interest, as your master of rituals, is to secure the success of the plan. I would never question your right to rule. You led us here, brought us to this plateau. Avaryss nodded and turned away. Infamy didn't relax, and neither did the guards around Rain's master. I might just believe you, my lord, Avaryss said. Infamy relaxed. The attack came from above. A shadow dive-bombed the pure blood, pulled her up into the shadows high overhead, with only the sound of rustling wings. Darth Infamy didn't even have time to scream. Avaryss whirled around, her smile wicked. Ilaria gasped and fell to her knees. No. Wait. Be silent, Darth Avaryss said. She turned to the Zabrak. Could my hunters have been lied to? Perhaps, but I can't afford to take that chance. If I show mercy now, so close to the final act, the rest of you will call me weak. If I don't make an example of someone, then I risk losing control of the Empire before it is even mine. Avaryss shook her head. That is something that I can't allow, and I won't allow it. The body fell from above. The other lords and officers scattered. The ritual master lay dead on the floor, her throat having been torn out. She had not even had a chance to draw her lightsaber. Her kill dropped down from the sky, dropped down, and knelt, her breath hissing from excitement and rage. Avaryss grinned. My beautiful bird of prey, she purred. Rain looked upon what her master had made. Was she? She gasped. Lord Agony. Rain had studied with Agony since she had first begun her apprenticeship. The woman had been her blade master, a beautiful human woman. But now. The gray-skinned creature rose. It wiped at his lips, licking the blood from his stained talons. Pure blood, she murmured in dark ecstasy. So sweet. Avaryss turned her attention to Darth Ilaria. The Zabrak's skin had turned pink with horror. No. Wait. Why? Avaryss asked. It wasn't my idea. The former overseer whimpered. The bombing? I didn't know. Is that a confession? Avaryss asked, raising her hand. Ilaria tried to stand, started to gather the force around her, but the Dark Lord tore through her defenses like they weren't even there. She floated above the crowd, pinned in the grip of the force. No, Ilaria gasped. Please, let me draw my lightsaber. Let us fight as the lords of old did. Why? Avaryss asked. I could just as easily kill you with my lightsaber. Better to die in battle? The Zabrak hissed. Please, my lord. Avaryss shook her head. I'm sorry, but dead is dead, and I have no more time for childish games. She smiled. I thank you for what you have given me, Counselor Ilaria. You taught me just how to deal with someone who betrays you, who fails you so utterly. The Zabrak gasped, the bones in her fingers and toes popping breaking under the grinding power of the force. Around the lords and officers, the hunters giggled from the shadows. Jir giggled right along with them, enjoying the spectacle. Avaryss smirked. You executed someone like this before. I was there when you did it, my lord. I thought it appropriate for you. For old time's sake. Rain watched, even as some of the lords and officers turned away. This was as much for their benefit as it was her master's. Rain understood. Any who questioned Avaryss now, or tried to step in now that the plan was so close to being completed was warned. Even the presence of the new and improved Lord Agony was part of the lesson. The wise would learn what it meant. Learn, and never forget. Avaryss ruled. It took almost 10 minutes for the execution. No one said a word or lifted a finger to stop it. Rain's eyes remained on the body, and the executioner, her master. She didn't look away. She couldn't. Her master would know if she did. She felt the heart drinker stir in her breast, but ignored it. She smiled. To Ilaria's credit, the Zabrak didn't scream, not once. If that was from bravery, or merely a lack of air, Rain could not say, not that it mattered. Avaryss' show of power excited her, and made her realize just what was expected when she took the throne. As she was, with all her experiences with her master, she was grateful. Yes, my lord, Rain thought hungrily. Lesson learned. Chapter 55. The Bond. The dream was not his own. Mary Fallister knew this to be true. Something about it. It didn't feel like him. He found himself on a jungle world, the force screaming around him, screaming of battle and death. Screaming of war. He tried to pull away, find his way back to the light. That was how he realized that this wasn't his dream. He could feel the presence of another, a presence that was holding him here. He could sense his mother, as if she was standing right next to him. Mom, he whispered into the forest, what is this? What is going on? She responded with a sigh. The end approaches, my son. It is time for you to see and to understand. It is time for you to know what happened. He said nothing. He could not take his eyes away. He was drawn to scene playing out before him. He saw her, his mother, moving through the forest, moving quickly, but with care. This was 9 months before your birth. She informed him, I was newly pregnant. I didn't even know I carried you inside me, not yet. I had been hired to see some clients to safety, back into Republic space. The Sith had been hammering the system, but the Republic troops were fighting back, trying to push them back. He saw through his mother's eyes then, felt her nervousness. She had been a bounty hunter for years at this point, and gone into many dark places. Like mother, like son, he thought. She had been skirting the edge of one of the many battlefields. The force was raw here. The violence and death had made the very air here hard to breathe. For a force sensitive, it was even worse. The chaos and death filled her senses. His mother had not backed down. She hurried on. Her clients were safe. Now it was time to get back to her own ship, ensure that she made it back to civilization. She had grown tired of seeing war. Now she was in the mood for some vice. He arched an eyebrow at the thought that flitted through his mind. He could almost see his mother shrug in that moment. What? I was a bounty hunter, not a saint. He didn't answer. He knew about finding comfort after a job. He had done it enough times himself during his wandering. He watched as his mother stumbled. She slid down an embankment. She tried to call on the force to stop her fall, but it was too late. The ground was too soft, and the mud too slippery. She came to a stop at the edge of one of the many battlefields. The dead of both sides surrounded her. Sith troopers and Republic soldiers lay scattered in the muck. She saw no Jedi or Dark Lords, but that was not uncommon. There were many battles here, many skirmishes. Not always was a force wielder present. She tried to make it away quickly. She could feel a sense of malevolence in the air. There were still active Sith nearby, and she had no desire to engage in a fight with one. I knew my limits, she informed her son. Even though I had begun training with Master Vey in the months before this, I knew I was no match for one of the Dark Lords. Help! The voice was a whisper in the darkness, a plea for mercy in the deepest of shadows. Merrick's Phalanster paused. She saw a raised hand, the black gauntlet with red markings. Her eyes narrowed. A Sith trooper lay in the muck, badly wounded, and on death's door. Help me, please. I knew I should just go, Merrick said to her son. He could feel the presence of her spirit next to him, watching as the scene played out between the soldier and her living self. She seemed about to ignore the plea, but then hesitated. She looked back, worrying her lower lip with her teeth. She cursed under her breath and made her way to the soldier's side. She knelt down beside him, checking his wounds. Quiet now, she hissed. You cry out, and I will finish what these Republic troops started. The man lay back, nodding. His helmet was gone, and he was covered in more mud than his would-be rescuer. Merrick's fallen star examined his wounds. They were bad. I wasn't a medic, but I had seen enough action during the war to know when someone would not last the hour. I could feel his life flickering in the Force. Merrick nodded. He could feel what she sensed that day. The bond they shared as mother and son allowed him to experience this memory in the most intimate of ways. In the dream, his mother cursed, coming to a decision she knew that she might regret, but saw no other alternative. Once I would have turned away, my son, her spirit whispered, but I had been training with Master Vey at Jaz Darbin's request. He and Vess had been worried about me off on my own. They had wished for me to have a better chance of surviving the war. We were friends at that point, and had been so for almost 20 years. He watched as his mother removed her glove, and then, reaching down and touched the chest of the wounded Sith trooper, the man tensed for a moment, but relaxed as he felt Merrick's reach out with the Force. Even in the dream he could sense what his mother was doing, the life energy flowing into the injured man, easing his breathing, healing his wound. Merrick watched what came next, with his mother's spirit at his side. He smiled. You showed compassion, he said. The man was no threat to you. You did the right thing. Did I? His mother's spirit replied bitterly. Watch what happened next, feel it. Merrick hissed. Yes, in that moment, he felt it too. She had not sensed it at the time. Her own Force abilities were being overwhelmed by the chaos around her, the death and destruction that had consumed this world. She didn't sense that the trooper had not been alone. There was something more. He had been touched by something more, something as dark and malevolent as the war around him. When Merrick's touched him, when she offered her life to stabilize his, that thing took the chance. It put part of itself inside her. The living Merrick's fallen star flinched as she pulled away. The trooper sagged down into the mud. The sound of voices in the distance drew the bounty hunter's attention. Sith troopers hunting for Republic survivors. She fled quickly, not knowing that the darkness that touched that man was now inside her, that it had felt the life growing inside her and hungered for it. I didn't know, the spirit of Merrick's mother murmured. I'm sorry. She stopped just out of sight of the advancing troopers. The one she had saved had heard the noise too, and had been brought back to the waking world by it. He managed to stumble to his feet. The healing energy she had offered him pulled him back from the brink. The trooper was on his feet as a Sith officer and his fellow troopers arrived. You okay, trooper? The officer asked. Yes, sir, I think I was knocked unconscious during the fight. I'm ready to resume my duties, sir. The living Merrick sighed with relief. The trooper had chosen to show mercy too. He could have told the officer about the one who saved him, the one that they would have mistaken for Jedi. She would have been pursued if they had. Good man, the officer said. What is your name, trooper? Lilas, sir. Lieutenant Ender Lilas. In the dream, Merrick's Phalanster pulled away. She left Ender Lilas to his fate without knowing what had happened to her. Merrick Fallen Star's eyes widened. Lilas. Yeah, he heard his mother say. You know that name, don't you? He nodded. Ender Lilas. Kira Lilas' father. Darth Avaryss' father. Avi. He looked over and found he could see his mother's spirit standing beside him, her expression sad. "I think you can put one and one together," she said. He nodded. Yeah, he could. Avi had told him about her mother. Maya Lillis had been a child of the Emperor, one of many. She had shared a connection with Darth Vitiate. Something of that connection must have gotten into the husband as well, his mother said, picking up on his thoughts and emotions. It could not influence him like it could another Force wielder, but it could hide and wait. It waited until I touched him with the Force. It used that connection to enter me, because I think it sensed you. Merritt nodded. Yes, he could see. The jungle faded away. He now found himself in a small house somewhere else. He could hear his mother screaming in pain. The spirit of Merrick's fallen star winced at the memory. "You're coming into this world," she said. Merritt watched. His mother lay on a bed, crying out in pain, and she was not alone. 2 Jedi were with her. He recognized both. Orman Shadowstone, a green-robed Jedi of the Corellian sect of the Order, and beside him, James Darbin, his future master, his mother's friend. Master Jazz had been there, helping her, trying to help her. The 2 men attended to the woman laboring in the bed. Merrick's breathing hissed between clenched teeth. Master Orman reached out with the Force, offering soothing comfort to ease the labor. Jazz spoke softly to his friend, helping her get through this. Yet, there was something the 2 men couldn't see. They could not see the war going on inside Merrick's fallen star. The shard of the darkness, the piece of the Sith Emperor's soul, was trying to find a new vessel. It sought the innocent life emerging from Merrick's fallen star. She fought it without really understanding that a battle was going on. The mother was deep in the Force, trying to shield her baby. It wanted you, and it would not be denied. But then again, neither would I. Merrick's spirit smiled. "You were mine, my boy. It would not have you. It would not." Merrick could sense the fight that was going on. The power of the Emperor refused to be stopped. It began to draw on power outside of its current shell, connecting across light years to its source. Drawing on the power of the Emperor within Maya Lillis, who in that moment was in the midst of labor too. Merritt's eyes widened, understanding dawning. "Yeah," his mother's spirit said. "This is why." A shiver ran down his spine. Kira. She was being born at the same time. Whether it was her birth that caused the Emperor's spirit to trigger Mirax's labor, or the other way around, didn't matter. The Emperor's spirit had seen an opportunity to have 2 pawns instead of 1. Maya Lillis let it happen. Merrick's fallen star did not. "I fought it with all my strength," she said, "but in the end, I was not going to win, so I made the choice, the right choice." She smiled sadly at her son. "I chose you." He felt what his mother had done that day, reaching out with the Force cocooning the darkness in her own light. He felt her letting go, letting the bonds of life slip. The shard of darkness was bound to her like a leech, but she refused to let it infect the baby, infect him. She could only stop it by letting go, dragging the thing into death with her. She hadn't hesitated that day. Jazz Darbin and Orman Shadowstone had not understood why she was fading, why her life was going out. "Watch over him, Jazz," the young mother said, her final breaths escaping her. "Take care of him. Take care of." The darkness tried one final surge. Merrick's fallen star rose up and met it, dragged it into the Force, cast it down into chaos. The mother perished with the name unsaid on her lips. "Take care of Merritt." He watched his mother's end. A tear ran down his cheek. "Mom," he said, "I'm sorry." "For what?" the spirit asked. "I killed you." He felt her touch him through the Force. No, my love, no, never. I made a choice, and I never regretted it. You were my boy, my only boy. I knew what it would cost to protect you, and I didn't hesitate. What mother would?" She sniffed, a strange smile on her face. Imagine my surprise when I entered the Force and found that I was not fading away, becoming one with the cosmic Force. Master Vey had told me that the masters who had trained her often transitioned fully into the Force, fading away and becoming one with it completely, complete and whole. She shook her head. I never thought of myself a true Jedi. Not like those that taught Vay. Those masters, their spirits, welcomed me. It was not immortality, not like what the Sith seek, but I was allowed to endure, and watch over you. He nodded, his eyes drawn back to the scene before him, his mother's empty vessel in the bed, the 2 Jedi men caring for her child, the baby squalling in the Green Jedi's arms. I will see to his safety, Jazz, Orman had said. She would have wanted that. The father would have wanted that too, I think. The Green Jedi nodded. He will be safe in our care. Finn will be safe. Jazz Darbin nodded. Finn. The name of his father. It is fitting that he continues it. Merritt listened. He had never known that Finn had been his father's name. I liked Merritt better, his mother's spirit said. Merritt knew what had happened next. He had lived with Clan Shadowstone, been one of them, even took their name. But as the war intensified, and the Sith tightened the noose around the Corellian system, he and many other younglings had been sent to the temple on Coruscant for safekeeping, where he had remained until the sack years later. Orman had been like an uncle to him for a time, but had never talked about his mother and father, saying only that he had been loved. Now he knew why. They had both been there, the 2 that had cared for him, Orman, who had been like an uncle, and Jazz, who had been like a father, and his Jedi master, and that had all begun in this moment, this memory. Amazing. As the 2 men watched, the body of Merrick's fallen star vanished into the Force. They both looked on in shock and surprise. Yet, that wasn't all. Merrick could sense it now, what had happened to the child. The darkness had been banished, but the bridge it had built remained. The bond remained. While the boy-child cried his first cry, across the stars, on distant Ardana, Kira Lilas, the child that would grow into Darth Avaryss cried out as well, the 2 babies linked in the most intimate of ways. A bond that would grow over the next few decades. Merritt pursed his lips. So that was it, he thought. That is why. He looked over at his mother's spirit. Your bond with the girl was not some great mystery of the Force, Merritt. It was me. It was all me. She shook her head. I tried to save a life, and almost ended yours, or at least, almost condemned you to a life of darkness. He winced. Yet, I still ended up here. A hunter, a man nearly lost to the darkness. He looked at her with his yellow Sith eyes. I'm sorry. I would not be surprised if you regretted your choice. Saving you was the one decision in my life that I'm proud of. I just wish that I could have found the strength to talk to you sooner, warn you about the girl, and the path she was meant for. His expression turned thoughtful. Then it wasn't her choice either, not entirely. His mother frowned. In the beginning, maybe, but every choice she has made since, every sin she had committed has been hers, son. She is not some innocent victim, not anymore. Kira Lillis, the girl she was, and the woman she might have become is lost in darkness, consumed by Darth Avaryss, just as true Halcyon was consumed, the poor girl. He nodded, he understood, but at the same time, is it still possible to save her? To save what is left of Kira and True from the darkness? His mother shrugged. I don't know. Master Vay told me once that only Sith deal in absolutes, and that the Jedi must be more open. Forgiveness is part of the light, but so is justice. A person's sins can't be forgiven without them facing the consequences of their actions. He nodded. I understand. His mother's spirit gave him a pained look. I don't envy what you are about to face, my darling boy. Facing Avaryss will not be easy for you, but it must be done, or all may suffer in darkness and loss. What is coming, what she is building on this world is an abomination. I'm not sure if it's truly her desire, or some echo of the Emperor, but it must be stopped here. She must end here. He understood, but could he do it? Could he kill someone that was a part of him? And if he did, what would be left? They had been connected at birth by the Force, literally born together if death claimed one. Would it claim the other as well? He had no answer. He felt something pulling at him, a call from the waking world. His mother gave him another sad smile. I think you are needed, my son. He felt himself being pulled away from her, going back to the waking world. He didn't resist, he was needed. "Good luck, my son," his mother said. "May the force be with you." He came awake to the sound of pounding on his door. He sat up with start. "Master, wake up. There has been news." Timon's voice drew him to full wakefulness. "I'm up," he called out, triggering the door with the force. His former Padawan stood in the doorway, his expression one of fear and concern, his skin color shifting towards pink, as it often did in such moments. "What is it, Tim?" The young man winced. "Those people just heard from their contacts within the Sith. They got her master. They got Bela." Hearing that caused him to jump to his feet. "They got Bela." The boy nodded. "How?" Merritt demanded. "The Zackle found her. They are bringing her here. A gift for Avaryss. Some kind of gesture in hopes of making a deal with her." Merritt's eyes narrowed. Arcann was a fool to even try making such a deal. Avaryss despised his people. She would make no bargain with them. She views them as creatures that should not exist. The large half-blood shook his head, sounding less like the warrior he had become, and more like the 18-year-old boy he was. "How is this possible, Master? How could the Zackle have done this? Do you think Co-op and the others are okay? Do you think Switch is okay?" "Trust in the Force, Tim," he answered. "But, Master, Switch is. I know how important she is to you, Tim. I know how you feel. Bela is. She is special to me, too. We can't get lost in fear. We would have sensed if the others had died in battle. You would have sensed if Switch was gone, if your grandfather was gone." The boy paused, thinking. He took a deep breath and let his tension and fear out with it. Merritt smiled. He was pleased. At least he had taught the boy that much at least. Tim and Tag would likely never be a Jedi, but he would not fall completely to the dark side either. Merritt Fallister was pleased with that thought. Perhaps he had not been such a bad teacher after all. "What can we do, Master?" he asked. "What is our next move?" Merritt didn't answer, not right away. He was not sure what the group would do next, what Shira and Colonel Locke needed to do, but he did know what he needed to do. He was certain of it now. He had come here to fight with the survivors, but his destiny lay on a different path from theirs. No, he had one place to go, the place where he could do the most good. It's time, he thought. Time to renew his acquaintance with Avi. It was time to face Darth Avaryss again. She would see this as an opportunity, another chance to bring him over to her side. Of course, knowing what had happened with his mother, how their bond had been formed. He was no longer confused by it, why the Force had allowed it. That certainty was yet another advantage. She would see opportunity. He would use it as a distraction, and the fact that he would not let Bela face her alone. No. He would not let Bay walk into the darkness, not alone. He would be there at her side. He shivered as he made his way out of his room, Tim at his side. Avaryss was almost ready. He could sense it, even though he didn't open himself to their bond, it was still there. The end was approaching, and he needed to be there. He needed to be where Avaryss was, one last time. He sighed. One last time. Chapter 56. Agony. She watched as her love sauntered lazily around a hunk of metal, her long fingers tracing lines over the surface of what would become a terrible fate for many in the days to come. Avaryss grinned at the Arb, her chief alchemist. "I am pleased, my friend," she purred. "Very pleased." The old man grinned. "It is as you requested, my lord. It is pure Vladium and infused with the dark side. One of 27 that are ready to be deployed, at your whim, of course." The Dark Lord nodded. "Of course." Agony watched the exchange with her new eyes. She crouched in the shadows, above the two, a bird comfortable on her perch, taking in everything as her love tended to the future of her soon-to-be-grown empire. A smile split Agony's lips, one of the few in recent days, since Avaryss had saved her life. There was so little left of the woman she had been. As Avi had informed her, she had had little time when death came for her friend and on-and-off-again lover. Agony looked down at her pale hands, the long sharp talons, the slate-gray skin. Her hands drifted up to her head, feeling the horns there. No longer could she be called human, but that wasn't Avi's fault. The enemy had done this to her. Avi had told her so, and in this, Avi wouldn't lie. The wine they had been drinking had been poisoned. Avaryss had been more fortunate than her oldest friend. The Dark Lord had been dealing with matters here at the temple when she felt her friend beginning to succumb. Agony's eyes narrowed at the thought. I should have been smarter, she thought. I was raised to be careful, to trust little of nothing. Yet, in that moment, all her teachings had failed her. All her instincts had been for nothing. She was dying, and only Avaryss had had the power to save her. She was no longer human, but that couldn't be helped. Avi had been desperate, just trying to save her friend from death. She had succeeded mostly. The poison that the Paladin of Filth had used was as destructive as it was lethal. Her brain was shutting down, as was all her major organs. Her genetic code was literally starting to unravel when Avaryss had managed to get her to the lab here in the Grand Temple. Once inside, she had been able to stabilize her friend's condition, but that hadn't been enough. It had been a delay in action, and in the end, the Dark Lord had needed to deploy all her knowledge to save Agony's life. The result was as she was now. I lost so much, Agony realized. Most of the memories of her former life were gone. Her childhood and most of the last few years of her life were gone. She remembered her training and those she had worked with. She remembered her master and that she had destroyed him. She remembered her husband and young daughter, both dead on Zyast, dead because of the treacherous emperor. Thinking of her husband and daughter, she could no longer remember their names, but images of their faces still flitted through her mind. Just enough remained to torment her, to enrage her. The beautiful black feathered wings on her back ruffled with her rage. It felt strange. She had nearly died. But in that experience, Avaryss had given her a wonderful gift, the gift of flight, or would once she become more confident in what she could do. Right now, all she could do was flit around among the high places in the temple. Rising to these high places were easy. The air beneath her wings lifted her so easily. Having mastered this, she decided to explore outside the walls of this place. Her bones were almost hollow now, giving her what she needed to glide on the winds around the temple. She had gone up to the top of the temple and glided about 20 meters above it, touching the 5 towers as she passed by. She had done a few times now, building her confidence, preparing for her first true flight from this temple. The Dark Lord watched her close as she explored her new abilities. She was pleased, but at the same time, Agony could see the pain her and friend, she could feel it. Avaryss likely blamed herself for what her friend had lost. I did what I could for you, my love, she had informed her. I needed to change you into something that the poison could not touch, something that the Paladina could not take away from me. Agony's eyes narrowed dangerously. A hiss escaped her lips. The Paladina, she thought with an angry growl. They had done this to her. Avi had told her so. The poison had been meant for Avi. She didn't doubt that. After her hatching from the alchemical cradle where her friend and lover had saved her, changed her. The two of them had dealt with the servants serving the two that day, those that must have had a hand in dealing such horror on one of their betters. The two Sith had punished them all, and had taken their time in ending them. Agony was still buzzing from that. Her rage had needed an outlet, not just because she had been changed, but because the fools had tried to hurt Avi, her Avi. She had delighted in their destruction, just as she had delighted in the deaths of the two faithless counselors. Agony licked her lips. Yes, she had enjoyed their deaths immensely. She was most eager to come fully into her new powers, both physical and through the Force. She had rediscovered a wellspring of rage within her. She was now able to touch the blackest heart of the dark side, and soon would unleash it on Avi's many enemies, and her enemies as well. The two treacherous counselors they had killed had merely whet her appetite. She was hungry for more, and Darth Avaryss was more than willing to let her feed that desire. Avi said she would serve as her general, and would lead the hunters against the Paladina, the rebels, and anyone else who dared oppose them. Agony was looking forward to that. She returned her attention to the work below. The object of her love's attention was a long metal rod, the length of a skybus, and as wide as a land speeder. As the scientists had said, forged of pure Vladium, the rod would serve as the means of destruction for their enemies here on Bantoon, and the key to the completion of Avi's final ritual, the means by which she would bring the galaxy into her hands. Agony was not sure exactly how it would all work, and something, as a result, tickled at the back of her mind. Had she known what was coming? Was that knowledge lost as well, or had she never knew it? It was hard to say, and Avi was too busy to answer all her questions. You need to be patient, the Dark Lord had told her. We are so close to absolute victory. When we are done, I will explain everything to you. We will seek out whatever knowledge you desire, so that you can be whole again, whole, and dedicated to the service of the new empire. Darth Agony accepted that. Things were moving quickly. Avaryss had many things drawing her attention. Once it was done, once the galaxy belonged to her, she would be free to help her friend, and she would. Agony believed in her. She believed everything her friend and mistress said. Avaryss stepped away, nodding to herself. See this safely back to Sanctuary Base, and have it readied with the others. The Ascension Protocol will be ready soon, and we must be prepared. All will be done as you say, my lord, the alchemist said, bowing, and the other item you had me prepare is ready as well. It is waiting for you in the medical room. The Dark Lord nodded, rubbing her left arm. Agony could see her wince. Her love was clearly in pain. I'm not sure what is happening, Arb, she admitted. What I've been enduring lately, it doesn't make sense. All power has a price, my lord, the older man reminded her. What you have done recently, the use of your new weapon, the addition of a new world through the Force, there are consequences to every action. What is happening to you now is likely part of those consequences. She nodded grimly. Whatever the price, I will pay it. The galaxy needs a new direction, and I'm the one who will see it through. The man nodded, motioning to the droids that had brought the rod into the chamber to take it out again. Agony fluttered down and to her master's side. Are you okay? She asked. Is there anything that I can do? Avaryss gave her a weary smile. Nothing right now, my friend. I simply need to endure the changes that power brings with it. They are challenges that test my resolve, my desire, and need to rule, but I will overcome them for the good of the Empire. I must. Agony nodded. She is so brave, she thought. My dearest Avi. The doors opened again, admitting two more of the Council and General Glask. Darth Ghoul and Zen Lure. Avaryss and Agony turned to them. Yes, the Dark Lord asked her advisors. What is it? We have news, my lord. Go rasped. A report from my sources inside the Empire. It seems we have a new problem, Zen added. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. What problem? Ghoul hissed. He ground the teeth of his misshapen jaw. There was an assassination attempt made against Asuna. Avaryss smirked. From the long faces, I'm guessing it wasn't a success. It was not, her intelligence had confirmed, but what is worse, the commander of the Galactic Alliance was there when it took place. The assassins were ambitious. They tried to kill him and Asuna both. Unfortunate then that this plot didn't succeed, Avaryss said dismissively. Asuna's death would have cleared my path to the throne, and the death of the so-called hero of Tython would have thrown the Alliance into disarray. We could have used that. It is far worse than that, my lord, Zen said, her expression troubled. There are those in Asuna's court that have named you as the one who hired the assassins. Ridiculous, Avaryss said. I've been too busy to engage in such games. Given your history with Asuna, many already believe what is being said, especially after your recent victory on Zreja. Ghoul shook his head. There are those in the Alliance that believe it wise to make an example of the Sith warlords that do not bow to Asuna. Our recent success, and the fact that it sent shockwaves through the Force have gone a long way towards moving you to the top of the list of warlords that should be dealt with, prove to the others that they need to support Asuna as Empress and follow her lead in what is to come. Avaryss hissed. Agony frowned as she looked at her mistress and friend. Her memory may have been left broken, but there was enough of the Sith that she was left to figure out what was happening. The Alliance commander, she said, has Asuna agreed to support him. According to my sources, the two needed to fight together against the assassins, Ghoul said glumly. That was all it took. Asuna has thrown her support behind this alliance against Arcann and the Eternal Throne. We have also heard that she is readying a fleet to send here, Zen said, a fleet that will be backed up by alliance forces. Your recent victory has become the excuse they needed. Zen looked nervously around the temple. Ghoul and I both believe the attack will come before the week is out. Agony looked at Avaryss. She wondered what her friend would think about this. Things were progressing quickly, sure, but did they have enough time to finish before this attack came? Avaryss said nothing. She shivered and closed her eyes. Agony could feel her calling on the Force, maybe to calm herself, to think clearly. The minefield that defends this world will buy us time, but depending on how large a fleet they send, we could still be in jeopardy. The ships loyal to us are even now moving into their positions for the attack against the Zakuul. If an alliance task force manages to survive the minefield and arrives, even damaged, they could threaten our hold here. What is worse, the Paladina could use this to attempt to oust you from power. Zen nodded. Our greatest advantage up to this point has been our anonymity, but now that is gone. Both Asuna and the Alliance commander see us as a threat. We need to do something. We have to find a way. Avaryss did something then that surprised not only Agony, but her counselors as well. She smiled and laughed cruelly. So they are sending a fleet here, she cackled. Perfect. Ghoul and Zen looked at her as if she had changed into a hairless Wookiee. You did hear my report, my lord, Ghoul said. I heard it. Master, Zen said, her golden eyes wide with shock. They are coming here to destroy us. Even if the minefield damages their ships. We will not damage their ships, Avaryss said. I will need them. The minefield will be powered down when the fleet comes. We shall make up some type of excuse for this happening. A rebel uprising against me, or something along those lines. The Dark Lord grinned. The enemy fleet will arrive intact, just in time to bear witness to the completion of my final ritual, and to all fall under the spell of death knell. Avaryss grinned triumphantly. How nice of Asuna and the commander to send me the force I need to take possession of the Zakuul and the Eternal Fleet. Once the commanders have been converted, we will need them to give an all-clear signal to both Alliance High Command and Dromund Kaas. By the time anyone realizes what happens, the task will be done, and the galaxy will be mine. Agony smiled. Her Avi always did have a plan, and she had to say, she liked this one, and she was not alone. Zen was grinning. Take what could hurt us, and use it to make us strong, while at the same time crushing our enemies' hopes for our destruction. I like it. Agony nodded. If they were careful, it would work beautifully. She had faith in Avi. The plan was great. It was both subtle and cunning, and it would go well to establish the legend they were building. The new Empress was to be feared. Avi was to be feared. Gold didn't seem to share their excitement. Can the ritual be ready in time? He asked. I believe it can. Arb's people are already making final preparations. I would have preferred to have had the Paladina neutralized before we began, but it seems that the Force has other plans for me. Avaryss grinned. We will need to tweak the plan slightly, but not enough to put it in jeopardy. She turned to Agony. I was hoping to unleash you on my enemies here, my friend, but it seems that they must live to bear witness to my final victory. Ghoul looked at his Dark Lord. I'm still not sure about shutting down the minefield when the Alliance forces arrive. Agony glared at him. You question Avi's decision. I merely seek to advise my Empress, Lord Agony. There is great risk with this plan, risk that we may not recover from if things go sideways. No risk, no reward, Counselor Ghoul, Avaryss purred with an evil smile. She approached him, put her hand on his good shoulder. I've foreseen our victory, she assured him. The enemy is strong, but they are arrogant. They see me as nothing, as the farm girl from Ordana, the thug that served Darth Fear. They continue to underestimate me. She sneered. Asuna, the Alliance commander, that should have been Beniko, even Arcann and his mongrels all look down on me. Well, they are all about to learn the truth. The power of the dark side belongs to she who is willing to seize it, and so is the Empire. Avaryss looked around at the Grand Temple, drinking in the dark side energy. From here I will bring my enemies low. I will seize the Empire, the fleets and armies of my enemies. I will destroy vicious Zakuul mongrels, and then sweep away all who oppose me. I have foreseen it, Ghoul. The House of Avaryss will rule the galaxy. He nodded. As you say, my lord, he murmured. Avaryss chuckled. You are still skeptical, my friend. That is okay. I look forward to proving you wrong. She turned to Zen. Summon Barrack. The three of us have a task to perform. The Zakuul have sent word that they are ready to meet. We shall go to the neutral site agreed on by both me and Lennox Gull, and we shall finally claim Bela Istillo. I go myself, to ensure that no more surprises occur. Are we going to kill her on sight, Avaryss? Zen said with a hungry grin. Tempting, she replied, but I have a better idea in mind. She will be brought back here, brought to the temple with her whore mother and mundane brother. Avaryss growled. They will witness my final rise, and realize that the world they love is the fuel for the dawn of a new age. Is that wise, my lord? Ghoul asked. Bela Istillo is a full Paladina knight. Should she be so close to your glory at this point? The Dark Lord smirked. Conquest is not just a chore, Ghoul, it is artistry. What we have done these last few years have been my masterpiece. What is the point of creating a work of art if you have no audience to appreciate it, or at the very least, look on in horror? Agony stood up straighter. Let me come with you, as well, Avi. I will ensure the princess causes you no trouble. You will be needed here, my friend. The final preparations for the Ascension Protocol are underway. If something comes up, you may be needed to handle any issues, and handle them you will. Avaryss came up to her and touched her jaw fondly. Agony's feathers ruffled with pleasure. The Dark Lord leaned in close, so that only she could hear her. You will watch the remaining counselors for me. Infamy and Aelaria may not have been the only traitors in our midst. You will watch and deal with any who show any sign of disloyalty. Do not hesitate, and show no mercy. Yes, Agony purred. Oh yes. Avaryss turned away from her then, her smile eager. See to your spies and saboteurs, Ghoul, and send word to the palace to bring the royal family here, as soon as I return. It will be done, my lord, the spymaster promised. Avaryss turned away, accompanied by Zen. Agony watched her go, her heart aching to go with her. Avaryss was her savior, her love, and life. She would do anything to please her, even suffer in the silence of their parting. Agony was again alone in the temple, caressed by the power of the dark side and the might of Darth Avaryss. It was a heady feeling. Everything was going Avi's way. The dark side itself seemed to support her. The present would be hers, the future. Agony blinked. The future. She shook her head. There was something she was forgetting, something important. She. The image of a child's face flashed through her mind, a face so much like hers, or rather the face she had once worn. She. Aya. A stabbing pain burned through her brain. No, not Aya, but it was. She shuddered and whimpered and then. Gone. She frowned. The thought was gone. Agony looked down at her long fingers and the talons there. She smiled. The future didn't matter. The past didn't matter. The present was Avaryss just as she was. She took comfort in that. The princess was coming home. The hope she inspired in the rebels here would die. The final ritual would be performed. The galaxy would fall. Agony took wing fluttering up to one of the high places, one of her favorite perches. She would practice some more, get used to her new abilities. Avi would need them soon. The galaxy was closing in on them, the Alliance, Asuna, and the Zakuul mongrels. She was not concerned. Darth Avaryss was ready for them. She had a plan. Agony smiled brightly. Soon, they will all fall, all their enemies. They would fall. Chapter 57. Arrogance. She made her way back across the blasted plains. They had arrived early in the day, still hours before the killing cold of night. The Dark Lord had sought out the Sith shrine she had meditated before years ago, mediated, and prepared for her coming ascension. After only an hour of quiet contemplation, she was ready. She stalked across the uneven ground that she had moved across many times years ago. Once this path had been one of the hardest sections of the course, and it was here that she had committed her first real murder. Avaryss smiled, remembering the face of the cruel squad leader who had obsessed over her during her time as a mere hopeful, and remembered his end, savoring the fear and panic she had caused that day. She had driven the young man mad. She had played on his arrogance and let him grow to underestimate her, but all the while, she had nursed her anger and hatred. She had let it simmer beneath the surface, let it age like a fine wine. In the earliest days of her training, Kira Lilas had thought that love would be an appropriate fuel for the dark side, that his passions would serve her on her quest for revenge. She had been misguided, but had found her way to the true path, thanks to the teachings of Adas and Philin and her trial of blood. She had kept her rage and hate in check, and when she had unleashed it on the poor deluded squad leader, he could not stand against her power. His mind, his very sanity had been destroyed, and he fell to his death, if not dying from his injuries, then simply freezing to death in loneliness and pain on these very plains. She took a deep cleansing breath as she savored the memory. Good times. The volcano to her right exploded. Avaryss glanced up as red-hot lava shot into the air. Even from here, more than 100 kilometers away, she could feel the blast from explosion. The Dark Lord smiled, taking it all in, the sleep on her face, and the taste of sulfur in the air. She sighed, and enjoying a sense of nostalgia. Ah, Fury 9, she thought. Being back here, it was like coming home. The blasted rock had not changed. It was still as cruel and unstable as ever. Steam vents continued to belch heat in boiling water. Lava cooled where it slid down from the distant mountains, and sleet still slashed at the skin of those that dared to stand out on the desolate plains. Then there was the power of the dark side, she thought with a shiver of delight. It remained as strong as ever here. The Sith no longer maintained a functioning academy here, but that didn't mean that they had not left their mark. This place still sang with both malice and menace. Avaryss was most pleased. The Dark Lord watched the skies. She had been pleased that the Zakuul had decided that this place was as good as any for their meeting, that they considered this a neutral site. Neutral, she thought with a laugh. Not likely. If Lennox Gull had been truly in tune with the Force, he might have realized the mistake that he had made. Despite the lack of military hardware, this world was still firmly in Sith control. She smiled. This world was under her control. She had connected with the Sith shrine, drawing on his power directly, and now that power had increased her own abilities here fivefold. She didn't need an army here, and even if the Zakuul came with one, they would find out she was no easy prey. She almost wished for a fight, if for no other reason to experience how wondrous this place was making her. She strode across the plain, an empress in all but name. She made for the distant Fury Interceptor, the ship that had brought her here. She had asked Mr. Rink to bring her. It seemed appropriate after all this time. True, they had all outgrown their old roles, but sometimes it was nice to revisit them, remember what had come before. The pilot had been happy to do so. Necris had asked to come as well, but Avaryss refused. She still had work to do on the moons, make sure that Underlord Go and the other gangs wouldn't be a problem. The Deveronian had accepted, and with the Force as their ally, would hopefully have everything handled before Avaryss returned with the prize. Her family was waiting for her brother and sister-in-law, or rather Kira's. The farm girl might have been gone, but that didn't mean that Avaryss had any intention of letting anything that had been hers go. She had claimed everything, including the fool girl's family. As for Zen and Barrick, they didn't seem to share her opinion of Fury 9. Only now did they emerge from the ship, responding to her approach. Zen, clad in her usual hypersexualized armor, shivered as she regarded the plains around them. This place is forsaken, master. Why would anyone wish to come here? Avaryss chuckled at that. Forsaken, you say? Forsaken. Zen, do you not feel it? Can you not sense the power of this place? So many hopefuls struggled and died on this world, and all to prove that they were ready to rise and stand as Sith. The Dark Lord cackled. This world has many things, none of them good, but it is far from forsaken. Beric sniffed and looked around. This is where they sent you after Ordana, he asked. This is where fear arranged for me to be sent, to begin my training. Her brother shook his head. No wonder you turned out the way you did. She gave him an arch look, unsure if that was meant as a compliment or an insult. This place made me a survivor and showed me what was needed to seize everything I wanted. Then the galaxy will one day celebrate this place, my lord, Zen said, once again praising the one who freed her from the Jedi way. The executioner grinned. Why ever would the Zakuul wish to meet you here? Avaryss nodded. Trust Zen to see the truth. Arrogance, my dear Zen, arrogance defines these Zakuul mongrels. In his guise as Valkorian, vitiate instilled a sense of entitlement in his pets, a sense that I now exploit. She looked over the plains again, her eyes finding the distant mountain that once housed the Sith Academy. Its halls were empty now, not even caretaker droids remained. The landing pad sat abandoned, the weapons and placements taken to serve on other worlds. Even the distant prison that fed the trials of blood for the hopefuls had been emptied, or so she had heard. She shook her head. This was the second time she had been back here since losing her seat on the Dark Council. The last time she had returned was with Rain and Adaz. The three of them had explored the now empty mountain, and the Blade Master had collected a few texts hidden here by Darth Hikidus, texts he had turned over to her, his master's rightful heir. Avaryss frowned as she thought about the old pureblood. He had been one of the few she had trusted implicitly. She had hoped he would return here once the galaxy was hers, that he would continue his work of training the next generation of Sith and preparing them to serve her new empire. His death was a great loss. I will rebuild this place, she thought to herself. In time, this will be where all young Sith hopefuls begin their training. No buying your way into Korriban early, no pampering of the children of the elite. All will and must suffer these plains first and foremost. She had also decided to erect a statue to Adaz. It would stand just inside the doors of the restored academy, a monument to honor he who put the Empress on her path. Yes, she could think of no greater honor for her first teacher. Damn infamy and Ilaria, she thought. Why did they have to kill him? He was still useful to the Sith, and to me? Her brow furrowed. Of course, Ilaria had not confessed to Adaz's death. She admitted her role in the bombing of Sanctuary Base, but none of the other attacks. She could have been lying, Avaryss supposed, but... The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. What if she hadn't been lying? What if there was still an enemy loose in her court? It was possible, but it wouldn't matter, not once they returned. The temple was ready, Death Knell was ready. Once she returned with the princess, they would begin. Barry came up beside her. It was still odd for her not to see him without his refrigeration suit and helmet. His hair had grayed on the sides, she realized, giving him a more distinguished look, more like Ander Lilas. I still find it hard to believe that you survived this place at just 15, he said. With difficulty, and the Force, I adjusted. Avaryss smirked. Your own daughter will face this place when she is old enough. Ander will face it as he begins his training, his road to becoming emperor. Beric turned to her. She could see the fear in his eyes. You would send Mai here. She is your niece. And Ander is my son, but that does not mean that they shouldn't be tested, that they should not be prepared. She turned to him. She didn't like the look in his eye. She scowled. Love. Weakness. Sickness. Once she had felt she could trust him with anything, it had been the two of them against the galaxy, and she had been grateful. He was her brother, her family, the one she knew she could trust. Darth Sadi had changed the two of them forever. That trust had been shattered, and she would never risk it again. She couldn't. She had punished him, experimented on him, and even though he was now restored, her work undone, she couldn't risk trusting him. He was useful, but it was necessary to keep him at arm's length. Once she would have touched him as a sister, to reassure him. Now she glared. Do not seek to question my wisdom in this matter, Rick. The galaxy and everyone in it are mine to command. He shifted uncomfortably. I know what you are capable of, sister, but you don't need to face it alone. You are not alone. She frowned. I wish that were so. I wish that I could believe it. He reached out, tried to touch her shoulder. Her hand snapped up as quick as a serpent. She bent his hand at a painful angle. He gasped in surprise and pain. She smiled cruelly. You forget your place, she hissed. He grunted. I was only trying to. To what? Comfort your little sister. That girl is gone. I was born of Kira Lilas, but I'm no longer her. You and the spirit of her mother saw to that. There is only Avaryss now, and that is just fine with me. She let him go. He pulled back his hand and shook it. Do you truly believe that? It is what happened, what needed to happen. She sneered. I share a fondness for you, Rick, but I will never forget what you did, nor forgive it. That wasn't entirely me. Sadi. Do not blame her for your own weakness. Your sister warned you, but you still fell prey to that woman. I'm glad to have you back and whole, Rick. Zen needs you. Your daughter needs you, and since you both serve me, it is necessary for you to see what is about to happen. Today, I crushed the last trace of resistance to my rule on Bantoon, just in time to do it to the rest of the galaxy. She smiled. Your daughter will be a powerful woman one day. I want her to understand what it took for her aunt to become the Empress of the galaxy. You will share the story with her one day, so that she may understand and accept. He nodded, but still shook his pained hand. As you wish, my lord. She nodded, pleased with his response. Yes? In that moment, she felt something, a subtle shift in the force. A shiver went down her spine. It was finally done. After over a decade and half of work and study, Kira Lilas was finally gone. She had died the day that the girl proclaimed herself Avaryss, and everything since had been the act of shoveling dirt over her grave. Now, with her words to Barrack, the breaking of their relationship, that final shovel of dirt had fallen on that grave. Finally, she was free. Avaryss sighed with relief. Through victory, my chains are broken. At last. Finally. Done. Finished. That was good. Hey, boss. She turned to see Ring standing on the edge of the loading ramp. We got a Zackle shuttle coming in. Is it alone? She asked. Looks like it. The scanner buoys we dropped aren't picking up any other ships in the system either. Ring smirked. I guess they decided to trust you. Avaryss nodded. So the Zackle had kept up with the terms they agreed upon. Good. How nice that he was so trusting. She returned to the ship to fetch her battle mask. Already clad in the robes and armor of the Sith, she wished to appear as nothing but intimidating. To your places, everyone, she ordered. It is time to start the show. The shuttle rocked as they entered the turbulent atmosphere. Bela Istillo said nothing. She did her best to remain calm and not focus on her fears and insecurities. And yes, she had to admit in that moment, she was afraid. That fear shamed her, but then she remembered the words of her father and those of her teacher. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It is overcoming it. Jaz Darbin had told her, to do what is right in spite of your emotions is what it means to be one with the Force. The Jedi tried to avoid emotion, Master Kit had said. That is foolish and dangerous. If you do not know fear, how can you overcome it? How will you know it will not overwhelm you when you experience it? Fear only becomes anger and hate if you let it. If you don't face it. No, my student, do not fear emotion. Accept them and let them flow through you. Let them pass through you, and the Force will take you and lift you up. She took a deep and cleansing breath. Yes, Master, she thought to herself. Yes, Father. In that moment, she silently recited the prayer of her people. Mother Goddess, who gave faith and form to my people, hear my prayer. Helio and Oceana, great lovers, give me courage and compassion. Giasi and Arian, honored siblings, grant me your logic and wisdom. Sun, stone, wave, and wind, watch over me, and if I should perish, see me to the eternal sea. Across from her, her captor chuckled. You are not like other nobles I've transported. Bela Istillo. She opened her eyes and stared into the face of the scarred Zakul knight. Lennox Gull smiled. You impress me? She held up her hands, now locked in stun cuffs. Then why not take these off? I've already given you my word. I will not resist. True, but desperation can make cowards of us all. I see no reason to risk it this close to our rendezvous. She shrugged. She had not expected him to do it, but it had not hurt to ask. What exactly have I done to impress you? Surrendered to save those that I cared about. That took courage, but no. It is your behavior on this journey. I have often been called upon to deliver enemies of the Empire to their fates. Many have been wealthy or noble-born such as you. His smile widened. Most in your position would be talking my ear off right now, trying to make a deal for their life. Offering anything to prevent being taken before an enemy. Bela shrugged. I don't see the point, she said calmly. You actually believe that you can barter with Avaryss, using me as a bargaining chip. This meeting, it will not go as you planned. The knight shrugged. Maybe it will, and maybe it won't, but that doesn't mean that you have no way out of this. Arcann is not the monster you and his enemies believe him to be. Her eyes narrowed. It sounds like I'm not the one who wants to make a deal. His laughed. There are always deals to be struck, princess. Bantoon is not without its resources. But Avaryss holds Bantoon, and has the weapon your emperor covets. True on both points, but I find that the Eternal Fleet is an excellent equalizer in any negotiation. He leaned in, as if to suggest intimacy. We can come to an arrangement, just between us, you know. Darth Avaryss is not likely to agree, she responded. The Zakul waved his hand dismissively. Avaryss wants to call herself the Sith Empress, and she has now gotten the Emperor's attention. We all felt what she did to those creatures on the Mid-Rim. Now, I've been empowered by the Emperor to give her what she wants. She can call herself Sith Empress and sit on the throne on Dromedkas, but this weapon, this beautiful toy, will belong to the Eternal Throne, one way or the other. Now Bela smiled. She thought about Merritt, and Colonel Locke, and the rest of the survivors. What they had told her about the Sith didn't suggest that she liked compromise, especially not with an enemy. She shook her head. I've never met Lord Avaryss, but I've spoken with people that have. People that have been more than close to her. I don't think you are reading this situation correctly. What is likely to happen when you stand before her? What she believes doesn't matter. Arcann controls the Eternal Fleet, and I am his emissary. No one is so foolish as to harm an emissary of the Eternal Throne. Avaryss controls a single world, and a small fleet of ships, easy prey for our armies. She will surrender the weapon to me, and in return I will let her live, and let her call herself Empress. As long as she accepts the fact that she must bend the knee to Arcann. And what of me and my family? The Emperor is well aware of the usefulness of your world, as isolated as it is. Its resources are most valuable, and your Paladina Order has more in common with us than they do the Jedi. You understand what it is to serve a power greater than you. We serve our gods and the Force. And so do we. Valkorion was our god. He taught us the value of service, even filled us with his power. Your people would mesh well with mine, and you could profit greatly, princess. You could wield great power, and save your family at the same time. Accept my offer, and you will be risen up. You will go home not as a prisoner, but as regent for Bantoon, an ally of the Eternal Throne. Bela frowned slightly. She didn't like the way that knight was comparing his so-called Eternal Emperor to the gods. After all, she knew what Valkorion was, or had been. Did the Knight of Zakul serve a god? Some might say that she supposed. The other way to look at it was that a powerful Sith spirit had tricked the people of Zakul into thinking that he was a god. Vitiate had tried to drain all life from the galaxy. She had heard enough reports from those that had faced him to know that. Her father had told her what had happened, and Merritt had all but confirmed it as well. The Zakul served a false deity. The thing that called itself Vitiate, or Valkorion, or whatever it was a parasite, nothing more. Unworthy of godhood or worship. It was just a shame that the people of Zakul didn't see that. As for Arcann, she had seen nothing to suggest he was as powerful as this man claimed, and his demands of Avaryss seemed more wishful thinking than actual strategy. She sat back and resumed her meditations. She recited the code of her people and prepared for what was to come. The gods gave rise to our people. They gave us emotion. Through emotion comes understanding. Through understanding comes knowledge. Through knowledge comes strength. Through strength we protect. We protect with the gods' words in our hearts. The gods' words are the force. She drew strength from the Paladina code. It pushed back her fear and let her face what was to come, to face the darkness, and she shivered. She could feel it now, the shadow. She could feel the gathering darkness, something far darker than she had ever felt before. The Sith was below them, down on this planet right now, and she was waiting for her. Bela took her fear into her breast and breathed it out, focused on her duty and the Force. I am afraid, she thought, but I will not let that fear own me. I am of the light. I am Paladina. The shuttle broke through the turbulent skies, broke and did a lazy circle of the grounded interceptor. Avaryss smirked. They were scanning for hidden threats. They need not have worried. She had not brought any droids or armies. She didn't need them, not for this. The dark side was her ally. And that was all the power she needed. She watched as the ship came around and landed not far from the interceptor. It touched down lightly on the blasted plains. She watched as the ship's entryway opened. 2 Zakul knights emerged in their golden armor, their shields and light pikes at the ready. Lennox Gull followed, and at his side. Avaryss snarled beneath her mask. There she was. Bela Istillo had the look of her mother, this young Paladina princess, with her short blonde hair, but she could also see the father as well. The girl carried herself with the cat-like confidence of Jaz Darbin, and through the Force, burned with the same easy confidence in the light. Avaryss felt a surge of rage as the girl approached. Do you realize what you have done to me? She thought. Do you have any clue how troublesome you have been to my plans? Part of her wanted to lash out, to destroy the girl utterly, but she held that fury in check. Not an easy thing out here on the course. So much blood and death here. It was making her antsy. She took a common breath and smiled, letting her fury simmer. Soon, she thought, she promised herself. Soon. Lennox Gull walked beside her, his armor pristine, his face anything but. That amused her. She wondered if the scarring had come from the trap the survivors had set for him on Tatooine, or if it was the result of some form of punishment handed down from the Emperor, or perhaps even his sister. Hard to say, but in the end it didn't matter. His role in this game was over now. She approached, with Zan and Barrick as her honor guard. They approached the Zakul and their prisoner. I wish that I could say you were looking well, Sir Knight, but, well, I can't, she said dryly. Scars are nothing, Lord Avaryss, merely badges of honor. She snorted at that. Honor is a fool's prize. Yet, a prize it remains, he answered, gesturing to his prisoner, the princess still in stun cuffs. I believe you wanted this, he said. Avaryss nodded. For a very long time, she admitted, she looked the princess up and down, and thought of what should have been. I should be you, right now, she thought. Your body should be the one I'm wearing right now, if my dear HK had done his job right. Still, I cannot deny the pleasure of seeing you brought low. Your final disgrace, with by my grand ascension. Gull looked around shaking his head. Not the prettiest place for a negotiation, Sith. Perhaps we should retire to somewhere more comfortable. Arcann has an offer for you to consider. Avaryss chuckled. Oh, we are not here to negotiate. The Zakul eyes narrowed. What are you? Avaryss struck. Using the energies of the very planet, she smashed through the defenses of the 2 knights that accompanied Lennox and his prisoner. She crushed them inside their own armor, their own command of the Force nothing to her here. The 2 men barely had time to scream. Their leader took a step back, drawing his weapon. Fool woman. You have just killed yourself. I will. The Zakul shuttle behind them exploded, taken down by a missile fired from the grounded interceptor. The blast might have knocked the two parties over, if not for the force shielding them against the blast. Avaryss didn't draw her lightsaber. She didn't need to. She stared out from behind her faceless mask, a cruel smile on her face. You dare attack an emissary of the Eternal Throne. Arcann will make you pay for this. He will not be around long enough to care, she responded, and neither will you. Lennox Gull, in his desire to take away what she had sought, brought his blade around and tried to behead Bela Istillo. The Dark Lord stopped him. Her power over the Force here was too strong for him. She grinned. Despite the faceless nature of the mask, two glowing red eyes could be seen through the metal, glowing so bright that it overrode the mask's reflective surface. The knight looked at the princess, who was shaking her head. I warned you, she said in a sad voice. Gull still didn't accept defeat. He whirled away and used the force to strengthen his shield. He stood before Avaryss and her party defiantly. You will not win, he spat. I already have, Avaryss said with a smirk. A warrior to the last, she thought. In that moment, he reminded her a bit of Rain's Twi'lek playmate. It was ironic that the two men shared the same name. Lennox Gull. Galashik. The Twi'lek had been good in bed. She couldn't deny that. She wondered if this man would have been the same. Shame she would never get to test that theory. I don't need my lightsaber to destroy you, as she reminded him. The Eternal Fleet will flatten your little hideaway. The weapon will belong to Arcann. If shrugged. Again, only if Arcann learns about this, which he won't. You will contact him and inform him that you have made the journey with me to Bantoon to continue negotiations. By the time he realizes that truth, it will be over. Over. Over for what? Your people. Every other Zakuul in the galaxy will be purged. She chuckled. Now that I think about it, maybe I should keep you alive, a trophy of sorts, the last of your kind. I will not aid you. I will send no message. I didn't expect you to, but that is the advantage of having a changeling in my service. She takes so many useful shapes. She. For the Eternal Throne. Gull lunged with his blade. Avaryss struck. The spell she used tore through his defenses. They were nothing here on Fury 9. And so, he collapsed, sliding across the sandy plain, his face stopping only few centimeters from her boots. Avaryss shook her head. If anything, she felt a twinge of sympathy, just a smidge. The spell she had just cast was the same one that Darth Fear had used on her years ago, trapping the man in his own mind and in his nightmares. She chuckled. Have fun, Sir Knight, she thought. And good luck trying to get out. She dusted off her robes, but even still could not remove all the ash. It got everywhere here, just everywhere. She regarded her Zakuul prisoner. Maybe she would have him frozen in carbonite, another fun decoration. She would call it, The Last of the Zakuul. It would be a great piece of artwork. She looked up, surprised to see that Bela Istillo still stood there. She had not moved. Avaryss had first thought the girl too frightened to move, but then she looked at her with both her eyes and the Force. What she saw shocked her. She felt the light blazing in the girl. Even bound and possibly drugged, she kept her regal calm. So much like her father, she thought. For the first time, Avaryss was impressed. Still, she was arrogant in the light, as arrogant as her father had been. In the end, it had not saved the father, and it would not save the daughter. Avaryss almost laughed. She was most eager to teach this one humility. Yes? Most eager indeed. Bela looked at the armored woman, the Sith. What she saw was not a person, but a shadow. A creature of the dark side. Avaryss not simply some force wielder, she was a champion of the dark side. To defeat her would take more than a blade. Fighting a battle here would mean nothing. She watched as the shadow took her lightsaber and blasted her from the unconscious knight. She looked down and shook her head. I did try to warn you. Princess Istillo, Avaryss said, you should come with me now. Your mother is waiting. She nodded and followed. The Imperial and other Sith that accompanied the Dark Lord hurried to bring with them the unconscious Gull, the fool of fools. Part of Bela wanted to fight, to resist, but the Force whispered in her ear. Now was not the time. Avaryss was bringing her home, bringing her to the other survivors and to Merit. The latter pleased her most of all. The war could not be won on this dark plain, only on the shores of her home, of Bantoon. She took another deep breath, and let it out slowly. She was ready. They were now in the end game. Chapter 58. Resistance. It seems you were right about Avaryss, Master Shira, Lana Beniko said. The counselor was far more dangerous than we realized. Shira said nothing. What was there to say? At least now, the Alliance was willing to do something. What form will the response to Avaryss' actions take? She asked. It will need to be soon. Whatever is happening here on Bantoon, whatever the witch is up to, it will come to pass very soon. I can feel it. Lana's image glitched. The signal used to reach her at Alliance Command was being piggybacked on a standard bond channel. They needed to be careful to hide their presence from Avaryss intelligence people. The holo returned to normal, as Beniko continued. We have reached out to Empress Asuna. She is more than willing to provide both ships and information in our operations against Lord Avaryss. Also, the Empress had removed several Sith captains from their commands, men and women who have shown loyalty to Avaryss in the past. Those ships, once welcome in the Bantoon system, should now serve our ends. Shira's eyes narrowed. Should? We're not going to get another shot at this, she reminded the Alliance commander's aide. As I said, whatever it is that Avaryss is up to, that plan is very close to fruition. The dark side is very strong here on Bantoon. It swirls around the palace like a hurricane. If Avaryss is not stopped now, she may seize other worlds as she did Sreicha. If that happens, her armies, fleet, and power will grow exponentially, and we might never get another chance to strike at her. The commander understands, Beniko assured her. As for Avaryss' plans, we have received new intelligence on the matter. Avaryss has constructed a temple on Bantoon that will allow her to use the Force itself as a delivery system for her death knell poison. Shira's eyes widened. By the Force? Yes, Lana agreed. That is how she took Sreicha. It appears so. Our source has also informed us that 5 Sith artifacts that the Counselor recovered are the key to this operation. That gives us a target, Master Shira, once the Alliance has breached Bantoon's defenses. Shiraville considered what she had just heard. So, that is why Avaryss had used the survivors to find Hikidas's keys. She had told them that they were originally designed for time travel, but that purpose had never really worked. Apparently, the witch had found a way to use the keys that did. Are we certain of this? She asked. The information appears most reliable. Who is the source? We are not sure. It was Empress Asuna that brought us this information. A lord among Avaryss followers has been keeping the Empress appraised of what their master has been up to. This lord has also promised to aid our fleet when the time comes, ensuring that we gain safe passage through the Bantoon minefield. Shira nodded. That will be useful, but the planetary shields will need to be dealt with. Even if our forces arrive intact, the Sith have enough ships here to delay any attack. If Avaryss is as close as we believe, any delay might prove fatal. That is where you and your fellow survivors come in, Master Shira. You must disable Bantoon shields. With those down, our forces will be able to strike at Avaryss' new weapon directly. If this temple of hers is destroyed, it should cripple her new weapon and give us a chance to end this threat before it can truly be unleashed. Shira's brow furrowed. The shield generators were firmly under Sith control, or so Underlord Go had told them. Sith controlled, with sworn protectors as backup. He had been trying to gain an in with the people in charge, but so far, he had not been successful. A growl escaped the Jedi's lips. They would need to come up with something. She would speak with Gilly Locke. There had to be something that they could do. We've heard that Avaryss managed to get Baelai Stillo. Has your source confirmed anything about that? Nothing yet, but I've spoken with your Dr. Tag. We know that the Zakwil raided your base and took her. None of your people were killed, but that is only because the princess surrendered. Lana gave her a sympathetic look. For what it is worth, I am sorry. I'm not sure how Avaryss will react having the princess in hand, and without her it does weaken our position, once Bantoon has been retaken. You may have to act on her behalf. Save her if you can, Master Shira. We have something already in motion, Miss Beniko. That something was Merritt Fallen Star, though Shira thought it unwise to mention it over the comm. Her old friend thought he would be able to distract Avaryss, keep her from acting against the royal family, and give them time to complete their plan of attack. Shira had been unsure that it was wise for him to do it, but he would not be talked out of his decision. Bela needs me, he had said, and if I'm there, Avaryss will be distracted. Trust me on that. Shira had given her friend a suspicious look. And just how distracting are you planning on being? He had smirked at her question, reading between the lines. I'm not going in for kisses if that is what concerns you. I have no intention to be that distracting. No, I played that game with Avi before, and lost. No, this time I think pricking her pride and anger will serve us better. A Sith may draw their strength from anger, but it can be a great distraction if unfocused, and believe me, I think I know a way to keep her most unfocused. She had not said more. Merritt knew the witch better than anyone, and he had a reason to see her stopped. Shira didn't envy him, knowing what he was walking into. He had told her about his children. Would the witch try to use them to manipulate him? It was possible. She was unsure if she would threaten the life of her own child, but who could say? The dark side twisted a person into making the most terrible of decisions, and worst of all, to feel completely justified in doing so. Underlord Go was worried most about his sister, but was grateful that his father's former Padawan would be standing at her side. It allowed the young noble to focus on what needed to be done. There were reports coming in from his lieutenants on the moons, most disturbing reports. Avaryss had sent one of her counselors up there, the Devish One, the fallen Jedi. Unlike Zay, she had no sense of restraint in dealing with the gangs. The group agreed as a whole, it was unwise for the prince to return there, which did cut Go off from a large portion of his power base, but that couldn't be helped. Hopefully, between his interests here, the remaining Paladina, and the survivors, they would be able to make up the difference and be able to bring the witch down. The hologram became more unstable. They were losing their carrier signal. I will contact you soon. We have more information. Copy, Lana, Shira said. Until then. The holo faded, leaving the Jedi alone with her thoughts. She growled again, her teeth showing as her lips pulled back. We have to move, she thought. We are running out of time. She paused before heading back to meet the rest of the leadership. Recent events haunted her, particularly those that had occurred when Princess Bela had been taken. After hearing of it, they had contacted Captain Cooper to confirm that Bela was truly in enemy hands. What she had learned, well, it was most unexpected. Cooper was understandably distraught. He had pledged to protect Bela, his honor brother's daughter, and he believed he had failed. Tara Valentine had not made that choice any easier, angry that Co-op had let the princess go. Though she was not an official sworn protector, she had seen the girl's safety as her duty. For Bela to be taken while she had been hunting for more of Avaryss creatures had not been easy for the enhanced young woman to accept. There is nothing you could have done had you been there, Shira reminded her. I would have tried, she insisted. And gotten yourself killed, and likely others too. Shira shook her head. As powerful as your enhancements are, Tara, you would be no match for a legion of sky troopers. The former smuggler said nothing, but her silence said enough. She still felt like she had failed, but she understood why it was best that she had not done nothing. Shira understood how those survivors left behind felt, but it was not just their feelings that mattered at the moment. She had learned they had another problem. She had spoken with Dr. Tag. What the doctor had told her about Avaryss creatures was disturbing to say the least. It was bad enough that the witch had used the dark side to alter people, but to make those alterations an infection, a disease that could change not just the body but the mind and will. A virus that could turn a friend into an enemy, and with that knowledge had come another question. Was Rick's Hunt now their enemy? He had been injured by one of Avaryss creatures. He had admitted that after their fight on death, but did that mean that he had been infected? Was he turning into one of Avaryss creatures now? Or had he already turned? They just didn't know. The commando had volunteered to join them here on Bantoon, and since their arrival had performed his recent missions without complaint, going off with some of Gold's people to cause issues for the Bond nobles that supported Avaryss rule. But when word had come in from Cooper, Shira had tried to call the man in to check on him. He had not responded. Go had tried to reach those that were traveling with Hunt, but they had fell silent as well. As a result, the rebels had moved their operations again to a place that neither Hunt nor those he was with knew anything about. It was the safest option, even though they had not given Hunt up for dead. Shira hated this. The witch had stood with her during the Battle of the Infernal Nebula. She had fought at Shira's side against Darth Avaryss, the man who had created her. Now Avaryss had taken a page out of Tariq's book, making her own creations, her own horrors. That knowledge, given her history, affected the Jedi most of all. The cruelty of the Sith, she thought, damn the witch. She growled. She is no better than Tariq, making monsters. The thought made her shudder. Monsters like me. Despite her successes, her origin still haunted her. Having been created by a mad man like Darth Avaryss, she had wrestled with her origin since she was a youngling. Most Jedi had kept her at arm's length, fearing her origin, and that it might draw her into darkness, or infect them with it. Now Avaryss had created her own creatures, and they could infect others. That realization brought back all those old insecurities in Shira, and stoked her anger at the Sith witch. Yet, she would not give in to it. She was no angry youngling anymore. She was a full Jedi Knight, and worthy of teaching another, or so they had said. She tried to picture her master in that moment, draw strength from that image. Her teacher had been one of the few that understood her and her fears. Master Vey had tried to teach her how ridiculous they were. Her origins didn't define her. She was her own woman. A point that Court had tried to reinforce in her, their relationship proof of that. Thinking of her lover made her remember her feeling during the raid on the noble estate. She had asked Dr. Tag about him, if he was okay. The old doctor winced. He was injured Shira during the fight with Avaryss creatures. Her eyes widened with fear. Injured. Is he all right? Was he infected? He is fine, Roxy assured her, though there has been some changes. I think he should explain himself. She motioned outside the hollow field. As Tag stepped back, Court stepped in. What Shira saw was surprising. He. She gasped. Court. Hey there, Shy, her lover said, or rather growled. She couldn't believe it. He looked like her. He had become a creature like her. Brown fur, his ears had grown longer. It was clearly Court and Tilly's, but not. No longer human. He gave her that sheepish grin she had come to love, though now she could see his sharp teeth so much like her own. How? She asked. He explained what had happened, the work he had been doing, how he had been trying to create a child for them, a means that she would no longer be alone in the galaxy. His work had allowed him to destroy Avaryss infection, but it left him changed. Is there a way for you to turn back? She asked him. I don't think so, he replied. Your genetic material is extremely aggressive. It destroyed Avaryss infection in less than an hour. That aggressive state would make traditional gene therapy difficult. Her lover shrugged. Still, my mind is my own, and I can live like this. Whatever changes that I will face, I'm willing to face them. His expression became softer. Having you at my side wouldn't hurt either. She couldn't entirely kill the warm feeling that sprang up in her breast. She should have been angry that he had been experimenting with her blood behind her back, but in this moment, she was grateful. He was still alive. He might have been changed, but... Was anyone else injured during the fight? She asked. Did any of Cooper's people get infected? We found 2 more before the change could be completed. I treated them with the serum made from your blood. It seems to have worked. They are like me. Well, like us now, I guess. A man and a woman they are, adjusting to their new form. Zahar and General Nar are keeping an eye on them. Shira considered that. So, there were more than just 2. Through Court's work, she was no longer alone. What that meant, she couldn't say. She would need to talk them. These two new Veal, she guessed. That was the name she had chosen to register for her species, a species that now had 4 members, including herself. Are you sure you are okay? She asked him, no ill effect. Roxy is keeping an eye on me, and the others, but yes, I feel fine. Better than fine, in fact. He grinned, showing her his sharp teeth. Shy this is amazing. I can see in the dark now, closer into the infrared spectrum, and I think I will be taking my protein a little on the rarer side from now on, but that shouldn't be a problem. She shook her head. We will need to speak more of this when I get back. I'm counting the seconds, he said warmly. She couldn't entirely kill the smile that came to her lips. She wanted to be angry with him, but at that moment, she was just grateful he was alive. More than that, he was like her. He was a male of her species now. Did that mean? She dismissed that thought. Now was not the time to think about that. She still had a mission to complete, a mission that could claim her life. She needed to focus on that. The mission was her future in the here and now. If she had a tomorrow, if she and Court had a tomorrow, it was one they had to make on their own. I will speak with you soon, she promised. Looking forward to it. Oh, and Court. Yeah, Shira. She risked a nervous smile. I love you. He gave her that sheepish grin she loved. I know, he said dryly. She growled playfully. As she thought, but a nice one. She shivered with excitement. She was eager to see him again, to be with him again. It would be most interesting. I. She arrived to find the leadership surrounding a table in the main room of their base, and on the table sat a strange-looking device. Her eyes narrowed. What was this? Master Shira, Kit Shalia said, motioning her over. You should take a look at this. Shira approached. The device was compact and boasting a small antenna. The closest thing she had ever seen to it was a locator beacon, the type used in bringing ships into landing pads. It was the same type of device that you would find on any starport in known space. What is this? She asked the Paladina Master. Some kind of transmitter. That is what it appears to be, Master Kit replied. Ghost people intercepted this one. The Sith are dispatching them to the planet. This one, it was part of an order of 100. One of several orders, Velzoris, the Jedi ambassador said as she shook her head. These devices are being sent all across Bantoon, to every major settlement. Every settlement, Shira said. Are we certain of this? Both women nodded in response. Do we know the purpose of them? We are working on it, Vel answered. Kit has her people looking into it, and Go's researchers are on their way here. As well as one of his Sith contacts, a security officer serving here as part of the occupation force. Before Shira could protest bringing anyone involved with the Sith here, Kit Shalia stopped her with a raised hand. We have taken every precaution to ensure our safety. Shira nodded, still not sure. She looked down at the device. What type of signal is it designed to broadcast? A standard locator beacon that recycles at 6-second intervals, Kit answered. And soon there will be hundreds of these things across the planet. Ambassador Vel said, why would the Sith need to know the location of the Bond settlements? Surely their people on the ground already have that information. Shira growled thoughtfully. A thought occurred to her, a terrible one. Could they be used to send a different signal? Such as? Vel asked. A detonator. Both women looked at her. A bomb, Master Kit said grimly. Surely something simpler would be used if this meant to trigger a bomb, Velzoris offered. Shira considered that. The witch, despite her cruelty, was clever, and preferred misdirection over direct conflict. Why use explosives in Bond cities? The ambassador asked. The Sith already rule here. It could be a distraction for the rebellion. Shira answered, have the resistance too busy to do anything by having them hunting for bombs that don't exist. As soon as she said the words, Shira dismissed them. It didn't sound like avarice, she was cunning. But such a distraction seemed pointless on a world she already controlled. Yet, if this was just a feint, why so many devices? Kit said. That was the question. wasn't it? Shira chewed her lower lip. We could bring this up to the matriarchy, Vel offered. Is this not proof that the Sith are playing them false? Isn't this proof that the Sith desire to hurt the people of Bantoon? The Paladina shook her head. The Dark One's allies in the matriarchy would make some excuse. No, simply going to the nobles with this right now would serve little purpose. Without something stronger, I fear few would listen. Besides, they have their own spies that would have told them if Avaryss was moving large amounts of explosives around the planet. Shira considered that. What if there aren't large amounts? What if they are only deploying 1 or 2 devices? Maybe, but that doesn't explain why so many of these transmitters are needed. Master Kit replied. Maybe to make sure the device gets the final signal. Many might be needed to make sure a device receives the signal. A hidden device, perhaps. Possibly, but a single bomb wouldn't do much, would it? Shira winced, remembering Survivor Base. An atomic would serve that purpose, she said. That made everyone around her pause, even the technicians and guards standing away from them. Kit Shalia shook her head. Impossible. Even Darth Avaryss isn't that ruthless. Trust me, Shira said, meeting her gaze. She is. It wouldn't work, Master Shira, Vel said. Even if the Sith could smuggle an atomic device into a major city, each is equipped with radiological alarms. At every major entrance, every ship is scanned for something like that at every landing pad. The Sith didn't have enough people to replace everyone who would be in a position to expose such a plan. There would be no way to keep such an arrival quiet, and the nobles would respond if they heard. Master Kit nodded. That is true. It is a holdover from the days when Bantoon was made up of wearing city-states. Back then, atomics were more feared than outsiders. The tradition remained strong, even among those loyal to the Sith invaders. Something orbital, then, Shira suggested, that would explain the locator beacons. A way for a droid-controlled bomb to lock onto a specific target. Vel dealt with that suggestion. The planet's defenses would kick on again. They are automated, not under Sith control. One of the few droid systems that all of Bantoon trusts. Plus, if a Sith ship tried this from longer range, the planetary shields would stop them. And even if the Sith did manage to neutralize those defenses, the defense fleet around Bantoon would respond to any aggressive movement. The captains of our ships are loyal to their matriarchs, not the Sith. They obey the invaders' orders only out of loyalty to the nobles, and I can't see them not responding if the Sith tried to attack the planet. Shira considered that. She had seen the ship numbers that Underlord Go had provided. The Sith didn't have enough ships here to fight off the Bond fleet if it turned against them. Avaryss had spread her fleet out after the planet had been secured. Now it was her forces that were outnumbered. Even with the addition of the Rei-Cha ships that had followed Avaryss back from their conquered home world. She looked down at the transmitter. She could feel it. This device was part of some secret doom that Avaryss had planned for Bantoon. Despite the fact that she now held this world, she sought its death, but why? That was a question that she had no answer to. It was at that moment that Underlord Go returned with his Sith contact. The man wore a Sith uniform, wrist binders, and a bag over his head. He was guided by 2 of the prince's minions. How are things going? The Underlord inquired. Any news of my sister? We are still waiting to hear from our contacts, Master Kit replied. She looked at the man in the Sith uniform. Who is this? Go grinned. Someone to help us with our shield problem. This man is a part of a resistance movement within the Sith forces here. Avaryss seeks to overthrow the current government of the Empire, and so that makes this man and his associates our allies. He is loyal to Empress Asuna and her representatives here. Shira looked up at the man. He couldn't see, but he could hear, and so he stood at attention. Broad-shouldered, this man had the look of a soldier or security trooper. And he opposed his Dark Lord. Wasn't that interesting? Treachery was the way of the Sith, she thought. She should not have been surprised to hear that Avaryss had traitors among her people. Hopefully, these people would be enough to push the witch from her seat of power. Go remove the hood, revealing a handsome dark-haired young man with bright green eyes. He smiled at those around him. Our master says you need our help, he said. Perhaps we can help each other and stop Avaryss before she goes any farther on this world. Shira regarded the young man. She felt a sense of coldness and betrayal when he said the Dark Lord's name, as if this was personal. Curious. What is your name, soldier? She inquired. Roan Wilkes, Master Jedi, he answered, formerly of Ardana Planetary Security, and now an agent for the throne of Empress Asuna. You can call me Ro, if you wish. He smiled. In the name of my mistresses, I greet you and ask, how can we help you? Chapter 59. Freedom. My master will not be pleased. That thought occurred to Rain as she rode in the security speeder over the capital city. Gold sat next to her, with Trant just across from them, snuffling softly. Lika sat near the back, with two of Avaryss elite nail troopers between them, one of them being Chief Valentine, the head of the Royal Guard. Lika still refused to meet her gaze. The loss of Kaelin had become a wall between them, and that was dangerous. Rain could no longer say if she could trust her friend in a combat situation, that she might not take the chance to let her leader, have an unfortunate accident while engaged. The Sith apprentice understood what that meant, but was unsure how to handle it. Her master still needed Lika's father. If Rain was to strike first, if Lika was to have an accident, would that be acceptable to her master? If she is a threat to me, should I not act to eliminate that threat? Is it not foolish to take the risk? Would not a true Sith make sure that there was no chance of betrayal? Normally, the answer would be yes, but in doing so, she risked undoing an alliance her master both wanted and needed. Lika's father remained valuable to the Dark Lord. The whole thing angered Rain. Did she dare? She wondered. It risks my master's wrath, but if it came down to me and Lika, if it was either her or me, why should it not be me? She truly could not say, and to be honest, she had no time for this, not right now. They had business to attend to. She needed to be careful. The Sith apprentice took a deep breath. She just needed to make the best of the situation. She needed to use it to her advantage. She would store that uncertainty, turn that fear into anger and hate. She could use it as fuel to power her sense rage, and in doing so, give her more power. Power she could use in preparation for the fight to come, and yes, there would be a fight. She could feel it. The enemy had finally decided to show themselves. Rebels were making trouble in the central marketplace. At least 2 Sith troopers were dead, and possibly one of her master's favorite playthings. We have been too lax, the apprentice thought. For too long we have had the run of this planet, and now that we are so close to the end of our work here, the enemy is rising up, testing us. Her eyes narrowed. Well, if this was a test, it was one she intended to pass. They had received a distress call 20 minutes ago from Terran Ramek, the mercenary turned Sith soldier that had helped them bring down Survivor Squad. He had been out with a group of his fellow soldiers when someone wielding a lightsaber had attacked them. The transmission had cut off before he could go into more detail, but given what was said, Rain had decided to come herself. A lightsaber, she thought. Did that mean the attacker was a paladina? If so, she was pleased. She had yet to test herself against one of the Jedi's Bond cousins. Her master had called them formidable. If so, this would be an excellent test of her abilities. To kill one herself in combat would show everyone why she had been chosen as Avaryss apprentice and heir. She was eager to do so. So she had gathered her people and the 2 Nell troopers. They were coming in a single security speeder. Some in her entourage were not as excited as she was to engage this threat. This might be a trap. Love, Gull had reminded her. You sure you wish to go in with so few in support? Should I show fear before our enemies? She asked the Twi'lek, her expression cold. If I did so, then my master would hear of it, and I would likely be punished for weakness. It is not weak to face an opponent with the proper support to make the fight even. Fair Rain, he reminded her. You are to play a necessary part in Lord Avaryss' plans. Why risk yourself now? It was a good question, but it did show a lack of understanding on her lover's part. She was not just a part of Avaryss' plans, she was her apprentice, and first in line to the throne. Holding that position meant being strong enough to hold it. Even now, she could feel the heart drinker in her chest, curling tightly around her heart, feeding off the dark side energy she was drawing on. That sensation only fueled her, reminded her of what her master had done. This creature is not just a punishment. It is meant to block my full potential. If I don't figure out how to remove it, it will make the day that I'm strong enough to face my master that much more far off. It may even block that day from coming completely. She shook her head. No. She refused to accept that. She was Avaryss chosen. Only she had the power to become the next Empress of the Sith. She would not fail her order, and she would not allow her master's machinations to slow her rightful rise. She would succeed. She would find victory. Though victory, my chains are broken. The line of the Sith code inspired her. Yes, she would find her freedom. She would break the chains her master had forced upon her. She would be Sith. Life wasn't just an experience, but a series of lessons, and those lessons led to the throne. Avaryss had recognized that she had the potential to surpass her. The trick was not only being strong enough, but being smart and cunning enough to seize the opportunity. Once Avaryss had been nothing but a farm girl. She had fled her home world with nothing but the clothes on her back, and now she had an entire world in her pocket, and the power and a plan to add the rest of the galaxy to her many possessions. Rain had begun a slave on the Bogdan moons, and now stood as her second in command. All she had to do was be like her master, be strong enough to reach out and claim the title that was hers to take. She shivered. She thought about all that her master possessed, and in that moment, the hunger nearly overwhelmed her. She knew how the other Sith looked down on her master. What they said about her behind her back. They thought her a lowly thug, just an up-jumped enforcer. Everything Avaryss had done proved them wrong. She was not just a lightsaber and force powers. She had rediscovered the secrets of the ancient Sith. She had mastered the rituals and potions of Sith alchemy, secrets that their former emperor had hoarded for over 1,000 years. Her master had the power to create monsters and talismans of great power. She had even cheated death and had enslaved an entire world with a single spell. All that knowledge, Rain thought hungrily, all for me? When she finally rose up and defeated Avaryss, all that knowledge would be hers. She would have the power to remake life itself. Darth Rain would stand as tall as Darth Avaryss ever did, and all would tremble before her dark power. She looked down at her hand, the one damaged on death, and at the metal fingers she had needed to replace those that had been lost. My master's knowledge will allow me to replace this hand, she thought, maybe even finally fix my twisted foot. Hell, she could have a new body entirely if that is what she desired. She could be perfect, beautiful. She would be symbol of both fear and desire. All would be tripping over themselves to please her. What would you say then, Mother? She thought bitterly. Would you still think me a monster? Would you still think the Jedi you prayed to would be able to destroy me? The vision she faced back in her training room came back to her then, the disappointment in her mother's eyes. That look cut sharper and crueler than any lightsaber. Her rage bubbled up. She only just held back the snarl. When she became Dark Lord, the first thing she would do was return to the Bogdan moons. She would destroy the slave markets there, and make the masters bow to her. They would bow, and then she would destroy them. A petty revenge for past pains, but necessary to prove not only to the galaxy, but to herself that she was the one in control. The past had no hold over her, and the future was hers. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yes, she would show them all. We are approaching the market, apprentice, the pilot called back. Rain nodded, gesturing for him to bring them in, and then turned to her fellows. Be ready for anything, she warned them. Who knows what the enemy has waiting for us? The others muttered agreements or nodded. She took another deep breath, feeling the building rage, and the heart drinker feeding eagerly from it. She smiled wickedly. I'm ready, she thought, touching the saber hilt on her belt. Let's do this. The warning lights flashed as the security speeder's doors opened. The transport hovered 20 feet over the street, blowing the awnings and kicking up a lot of dust. Searchlights played over the abandoned market, all the customers having fled the violence that was now almost a half hour old. Rain scanned the scene with both her eyes and the Force. She could sense something down there. A tremor through the Force echoed from the violence that had been committed. She had thought a Paladin night would be radiated out with the light side, calling like a beacon, but she didn't sense that at all. She frowned. Maybe it wasn't a Paladina. Maybe one of their Sith had gone rogue, got into an argument with Terran and his people, but even then, she should have felt the pulse of the dark side. So what had happened, she wondered. The Nell elites deployed first. Chief Valentine and her fellow. They rappelled down using the transport's egress cords. When they were down, and their weapons set, Rain leapt, using the Force to slow her fall. She landed lightly, her light pike in hand, ready, the sound of the speeder above drowning out any sounds from her descent. The repulsor lifts from the transport blew her hooded cloak like a strong wind. Lika dropped down next to her. The transport withdrew slightly and came in for a landing a few meters away, using the ground team for cover since no weapons were visible to threaten it. Rain's eyes narrowed as she took in the scene. The setting sun had turned the marketplace orange. She saw no one around, only the bodies of the fallen Sith troopers giving any clue to the violence that had occurred here so recently. She frowned as she noticed Terran among them. The man lay with his hands and legs at his side. A smoking lightsaber wound through his chest. The apprentice shook her head. Yes, she thought. My master is not going to be pleased. Terran Remick had been her master's favorite arm candy. She didn't believe that their relationship had moved beyond that. Avaryss had flirted and hinted that it might be possible, but never acted on it, as far as she knew. The man had been useful though. He had sided with them when Survivor Squad had fallen and... Wait. She looked again. She recognized the other fallen troopers too. She remembered them from her time on the unnamed planet that had served as Survivor Base. When Avaryss had sprung the trap, these men had joined the Sith that day too. So this wasn't just another random rebel strike, she thought. This was personal. These men had betrayed the survivors that day. Someone had taken action to see them answer for that betrayal. She scanned the empty marketplace with her eyes. Wait. Her gaze fell on a small cafe not far from where the bodies lay. It seemed that they were not as alone as she had thought. A single man sat at a small table beneath an awning. He was leaning back in his chair sipping a drink from a small cup. The man remained in the shadows, not even bothering to get up as the Sith had arrived, not even trying to hide. Rain turned her senses to him, surprised that she had not felt his presence until that moment. Now that she did, she could not hide the surprised look that came to her face. No. It couldn't be. The transport finally cut its repulsor lifts, bringing silence to the empty market. She stood at the ready, waiting for the attacker to make the first move. She heard him chuckle. I wondered who she would send. The man called out, I expected Avi to deploy more pawns, but instead, I get you. He laughed again. Hi there, kid, you have certainly grown. Hello, Rain answered, lowering her pike, but not putting it back on her belt. Not yet. She was slow to approach, watchful for traps, snipers, and the like. She didn't sense any, but then again, she didn't sense this one's presence either, which surprised her. He helped with the earliest parts of my training. He and Tim were there when I first picked up a lightsaber. He looked like she remembered, the same blonde hair, cut short and curly, his face clean-shaven. He was dressed much better, though. A fine crimson coat, with black slacks, matching shirt, and a black and gold waistcoat. 2 round scarlet-colored lenses all but covered his eyes, but as he looked at her, those lenses slipped down a bit, giving her a look at his glowing yellow eyes, Sith eyes. Of course, he had had those during last few weeks of his Survivor Squad days. Her master had left her mark upon the young Jedi, in more ways than one. Of course, what she was sensing, that was different from what had come before, what Master Finn had been before. He has changed, she thought. She could not deny that. His presence in the Force was different. Once he had radiated with the light like a proper Jedi now. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. She could still sense the light in him, but it was muted. He carried the weight of many dark actions. Dark deeds that had dimmed his spirit, or perhaps he was still hiding from her, blocking her perceptions, though she saw no reason why he needed to do that now. She could see him, and bringing him back would please her master greatly. She decided to switch tactics. She gave him a polite bow. "Hello, Master Finn. We all thought you were dead." The Jedi didn't rise from his chair, merely refilled his drink from a small metal teapot sitting next to him. He took another casual drink. "Finn Shadowstone is dead, Zay," he informed her, "as dead as these 3 traitors." He looked down at the fallen soldiers with disdain. They were dead the moment they betrayed their oaths to Survivor Squad. It just took a bit of time for true justice to catch up to them. She snorted at his attitude, amused by it. She had not expected for the murderer to confess so openly. She had expected this to be more of a fight. "You killed them," she said, a statement, not a question. "I executed them," he replied. "They didn't suffer. I'm no monster after all." "It is still murder," she said, trying to rattle his Jedi sensibilities. "I needed to get Avaryss' attention." He shrugged, clearly not really caring that he had just murdered 3 men. She wondered what Timon would say, or Master Jazz. Would Finn even care at this point? These 3 were dead when they betrayed their oaths, he repeated. Terran here especially, Captain Cooper trusted him, and he played a part in the downfall of Survivor Squad. Captain Cooper's actions did get Terran's father killed, or so I was told. Finn sneered at her answer. Terran's father was murdered by their ally Joseph, who then died for that crime, he reminded her. Alec Remick died on the Abando mission. I was there, remember? Rain had not been there for that mission, but yes, she had heard the tale. We took Terran in. Colonel Capiston and Master Jazz took a chance on him, and he betrayed that trust. He betrayed us, just like his 2 companions. Well, they have answered for that treason. Rain smirked. Not a very Jedi-like thing to say, Master Finn. He shrugged. Well, I haven't been a Jedi for a long time, kid. So what are you then? She wondered. He didn't feel like a Sith, but he was no longer a servant of the light either. She wondered what Lord Avaryss would say. She looked down at the bodies. Avaryss would not be pleased with Terran's death. He had been one of her favorites, and for him to be killed by her thought-to-be-dead lover. What would the future Empress say? Jedi don't execute people, she reminded him. Again, Finn only shrugged. Justice must be served, he said. Justice or revenge? If it had been revenge I wanted, I could have made their deaths so much more painful and lingering. Part of me wanted that. When I saw them in this cafe, it took all my strength not to tear them apart, but I kept that part of me in check. I'm trying to be better, despite what I've done in the past. He regarded the bodies coldly. I punished them for what they did, nothing more. It is a slippery slope you are on, Master, she thought, her amusement growing. What would it take to push you over? I know what they did, she said. I was there too, remember? Of course, he said with a shrug, which means you will have to answer for what happened on that day too, eventually. His eyes narrowed. Tell me, Zay, did you enjoy killing Chris Capiston? Did you enjoy killing someone that called you friend? She winced. The memory of what had happened still haunted her. She didn't want it to, but she could not deny it. She had respected the colonel. He had been a good man. He had been kind to her. The guilt tried to rise up, but she cast it aside. I gave him a chance. My master gave you all a chance. Serve or die, Finn said, shaking his head. Some chance, Zay. Her eyes narrowed. Do not call me that. Zay no longer existed. I am Rain now, Rain of the Sith. The Jedi smiled. And you may call me Merritt Fallen Star. I was born after your master dumped me on that rock, branded me like an animal. He laughed lightly. A pleasure to meet you, young Rain. Rain frowned. Merritt Fallen Star. She had heard that name on the Bond Moons. A bounty hunter of some skill and ruthless cunning. He had made more than a few waves these last few years out on the fringe. It was said that he was crazy, that he claimed to be the son of another former Jedi, a mad woman who had become a bounty hunter and died some 30-odd years ago. Knowing that, she put the last few pieces together. now understood what it was she was facing. She smiled. So this is what became of you, Master Finn. You fell to the dark side and turned hunter. Of course, he didn't feel like a servant of the dark, not totally. Yes, the shadow had left its mark upon him, but it didn't own him as it did her, and her master. That makes him dangerous, she knew, extremely dangerous. He gestured for her to come closer. Care for some tea? It's okay as far as tea goes. He made a face, clearly not pleased with his order. I used to come here with Master Jazz, and drink almost a whole pot by myself. He shook his head. Of course, that is before I discovered different kinds of drinks. My tastes were as naive as I was back then. I'm not here to catch up, she said, putting some steel into her voice. I'm here to bring you in. Is that so? He asked. Yeah, my master will want to have a word with you. She has missed you. I'm sure she would like to talk. I have a few things to say to her, too. There is only one matter to discuss then. He leaned forward and stood up, wiping his mouth with a napkin and dusting off his fine coat. Rain tensed. Things to discuss, huh? And that is? She asked him. His expression turned cruel. How many pieces will you be in when your body is brought back before your master? At her back, the two nail troopers tensed, bringing up their weapons. Rain heard the sound of Licka's blade igniting and raised a shield at her back, just in case. She need not have worried. Trant was watching her former friend, the Gamorrean, waddling up behind her, axe at the ready. Go was not at her side, his hands on his blades. 6-1, she thought, looking at Merritt Fallenstar. He didn't even seem worried. You would kill me? She asked him. There is a price on your head, he informed her, more than a few people would pay to have it on their desk, just the head, nothing attached. More murder then? She inquired. Oh, this wouldn't be murder. You are a military target, kid. A Sith skilled in battle meditation, and the apprentice of the Dark Lord. If I took you out, the rebellion here would have a much easier time when they take back their world. This world is ours, Rain hissed, finally igniting her blade, filling the dark square with crimson light. For now, Merritt replied. He sounded bored with the whole thing, like this would not be a challenge for him. Rain tensed. Maybe it wouldn't be. She had heard tales of his exploits. They may have been exaggerated, but there was always a hint of truth in exaggeration. Had he grown strong enough not to be concerned with them? You dare threaten my lady? Gull hissed, his daggers in hand. Merritt smirked at him. And you are? Gull Ashik of the Shack clan, he answered, sign of a noble house of Rylith. Merritt smiled, clearly not intimidated. I've heard that name before. You have a price on your head too, boy. It is not very high, not when you consider what a small murder it was. Some merchant, yes. Gull glared at him, ready to spring. I will still take the payday, though, Merritt said. Every little bit helps, you know. Rain's eyes narrowed. This was not going as she expected. Where was the fear? She was the one in charge here. Merritt Fallenstar didn't seem to care. He had not even drawn his weapon yet. Don't move, Fallenster. The command had not come Rain, or one of her fellows. It had come from behind Merritt. Again, the hunter remained unfazed. Ah, there you are, Hunt, he said. I was wondering when you were going to reveal yourself. The shadows parted, revealing a single hunter, one of Avaryss' creatures. Licka tensed at Rain's side. She had no love for the vile creatures, not after what had happened to Kaelin. It made that annoying cackling sound that they all did, his smile white and hungry. My lord, he called out to Rain, I am Rix Hunt, a loyal servant of the master of us all. I know much about the rebels and their plans. I can be of great use to you. She nodded thoughtfully, but watched Fallenstar carefully. Still, he didn't seem worried, not in the least. She didn't like that. Merritt sighed. I thought I sensed a change in you, Hunt. I had hoped that I was wrong. You should have said something, the creature giggled. Now I will be well rewarded for bringing you in. You once fought against us, Rain called out to him. Rix nodded eagerly. I served the Alliance and joined the survivors, but the change came over me. He giggled again. Now I serve true power. Why don't you tell her what you did for us, Hunt? Merritt said conversationally, not even trying to get away from the creature's blaster sight. I was an Alliance commando, training by Galadriel Locke herself, he said proudly, trying to prove his value. I served with Shira Reveal's team in her search for Bela Istillo. I can't tell you where the princess is. He served as a sniper for Shira's group. Merritt volunteered. You probably faced him on the world where you encountered Timon. Rain winced. Sniper. Her missing fingers tingled painfully. Did Merritt say this man had been a sniper? She glared at the creature. You were the sniper on death? She asked. I was, but I was bidden there, brought into the fold by my fellow hunters. I am at here. Rain had heard enough. Her vision turned red. She seized the creature by the throat. He didn't have the chance to fire. He gasped as he was yanked over Fallen Star, forcing the former Jedi to duck his head. Uh-oh, Merritt chuckled. I think someone is in trouble. Rain, Gull gasped. What are you doing? Watch Fallen Star, she said coldly, her eyes only for the creature before her. She would deal with him in a minute, but first, this matter needed to be handled. The creature that had been Rick's Hunt gasped and struggled. Wait, he cried out, please. She held up her left hand, showing her missing fingers. You did this to me, she hissed. You did. I can help you, the hunter whimpered. I can tell you about the rebellion, where they are. Rainy Licka said, maybe you should stop. Lord Avaryss will. The rebellion doesn't matter. Rain growled, lost in fury. This matters. She felt the heart drinker in her chest, feeding off her energy, her rage. It tried to stop her too, to deny her vengeance. She didn't let it. Her rage continued to build and build. Rage turned to hate, and she poured that hate into the Force and the heart drinker. It gorged itself, but it didn't weaken her. She fed it more and more and more. A red haze surrounded her, the dark side responding to her fury. The Nell troopers said nothing, they awaited their orders. Licka, Gull, and Trump backed up, pushed back by the fury in the Force. Merritt Fallen Star didn't move, he merely stood there, smiling. True justice, he murmured. Rain didn't care. Nothing mattered. Only this. Only vengeance. Please, mistress, the thing that had been Rick's Hunt mewed pathetically, a dog being whipped by his master. Have mercy. Rain smiled wickedly. Those who ask for mercy are unworthy of it. Those words were etched in the stone of the Sith way. The man was valuable, her conscience chided. He could tell you about the rebels, help you end them. She knew that too, and in that moment, she didn't care. She lashed out with the dark side, punished the craven thing that had ruined her hand. She crushed it with the Force. The hunter wailed as she closed her fist, turning it into violet-colored pulp. The wet mess splattered on the ground. She stood there panting, not really seeing anything. A shriek rang out from the sky. A shadow fell upon Merritt Fallen Star, a hissing monstrosity with black wings and a double-bladed lightsaber. The bounty hunter drew his blade and fell back, pushed back by Lord Agony, where her master's creature had come from. Rain couldn't say. In fact, she couldn't say anything in that moment. She was on her knees, coughing and wheezing. She couldn't breathe. Her heart was pounding in her ears. She heard Gull speaking to her, Licka too, but she couldn't respond. Her heart was pounding. She coughed and gasped and she vomited. Something that was both liquid and solid emerged from her gullet. She gasped, coughing, her breath becoming easier once again. She looked down in horror. The heart drinker was out. It was out of her. It had gorged itself on her dark side power, her rage, and now, bloated and slow, it couldn't maintain its place inside her. Now, it lay thrashing on the cobblestones before her. She coughed and spat blood. Her heart began to slow. The thing was out. The thing began to become more solid, forming legs, its long black tendrils reaching out for her, eager to reclaim her. She howled, her rage fueling her, the dark side burning in her blood. Never again. She grabbed the beast, tearing into it with her fingers. In its bloated form, she could hold it, grasp it. She snarled in fury as she tore the alchemical thing apart. She tore off its legs and ripped into its bloated body with her metal fingers. It squealed, but didn't bleed. It evaporated as she attacked it, becoming more shadow than solid. A shadow that was now gone. She felt the thing cease to exist. It didn't die, not really. It had not ever been truly alive. She gasped, gulping fresh air. The rage was still with her, but a sense of relief accompanied it. I did it, she realized with a giggle. She looked up, seeing the battle before her. Merritt Fallister with his orange lightsaber retreating from the form of Darth Avaryss, her master's creature, sabers flashing faster than the eye could see. Yet, in that moment the battle didn't matter. She had done it. She had destroyed the heart drinker. She giggled with tears in her eyes. I did it. I'm free. Chapter 60. Pain. Well, kid, you wanted the Sith's attention. I would say that you got it. Merritt had no time to respond to his mother's words. He found himself in full retreat, the two lightsaber blades striking like they were four. He had expected to be attacked by Rain, and her maggots, being swooped down upon by one of Avaryss' creatures. That was not what he had thought would happen. As he parried and redirected the creature strikes, he was forced to avoid tripping over the body of the late Terran Ramek. Finding the survivor's traitor, and his allies out in the street had been a gift of the Force, he had thought at the time. Now he couldn't say which side had offered up that gift, or if it had been meant as a reward, or a hindrance. Whatever it was, he was in it now. He had the Sith's attention, and this attention was deadly. Again he felt his mother's presence, as if she was looking through his eyes, truly looking. He could almost feel her shudder run down his spine. What in the name of all that is good is this? A good question, but not one he had time to answer at this moment. At first, he had thought it Abominus, the creature that Avaryss had brought back to the survivors, but no, this one was different, its wings more avian than like a bat. It was also slimmer and faster. In fact, it was very fast. One blade struck at his head, and though he parried it, its twin struck at his knee, threatening to take his legs out from under him. Slowly and methodically, the winged shadow that had dropped from the sky was pushing him back, its use of a double-bladed saber, and the knighting form pushing his defense to the limit. Strangely enough, he wasn't worried. The attacker was fast and ruthless, but the style, the sequences, they were familiar to him and to the Force. His brow furrowed as he retreated, blocking the spinning blades. I know this dance, he thought. I've been here before. He had no time to think up a strategy. The creature was too fast for that. Instead, he gave himself over to the Force, to the light. It puppeted his movements, offering a chance to survive, until an opening presented itself, a way to strike back. While the blades continued to harry his defenses, the creature struck out with its wings. A thick hook of heavy bone swung at his head, forcing him to duck, and opened the door, leaving him in place to take one of the lightsaber blades in the throat. He spun away, and used the Force to give him a bit of distance, and a chance to breathe. It was only then that the shadow paused. It retreated, spinning his blades defensively, and in that moment, he got a look at his opponent, his first real look. He almost gasped in horror. The creature had been human once. Its form was still female, but the wings and horns suggested something more animalistic. Then there was the face, her face. The creature, the woman he had known, her very presence was pain, and loss. She snarled in fury. Her eyes were larger than he remembered, larger and slitted like a feline, and blazed a deep purple. His expression hardened. He didn't need to ask what had happened, not after seeing the change that had come over Rick's hunt. He had suspected something had been wrong with the man. He had sensed something through the dark side. It no longer held him in his grip, but that didn't mean that it had not left a mark. Merritt's own sense through the Force had been affected by Hunt's presence, just as it had been on Jomark, like the first time he had faced Avy's creations. He had not said anything to the others, but he had watched the man, hoping that he was wrong, hoping that Hunt had been fighting what he was turning into. His choice to follow him here and offer himself to the Sith was proof that Merritt had been wrong. So, the man had become an enemy, but he had still stood against the Sith on death, and that had left him vulnerable. He had read Hunt's report on the attack, and from what Timon had said, he had been able to guess that it had been Zay that Hunt had injured. He had used that injury to the rebels' advantage. Now Hunt had been silenced, and he could not betray his former allies any further. Was that murder? Merritt wondered. He had not killed the poor man, but he had led him to his death. You freed him, his mother whispered in the back of his mind. He had been lost to the dark side. Imagine how it must have felt. Your entire being twisted to serve the dark side. Your very will turned to serve another. He nodded. It was not so hard for him to imagine. Avy's own manipulations, those that had opened him up the dark side, he had endured those these last few years. Hunt's case was a bit more tragic. The man had not had a choice. Not like Terran and his allies. He had been infected and slowly turned into something opposed to everything he had once believed in. Had he regretted the change? Had he fought it until it finally overwhelmed him? If so, Merritt wished that the dead commando was now at peace. No, he felt no shame for Hunt's death. That had been a release. As for the 3 former survivors he had killed, that had been punishment long overdue. Had they lived, they still would have been executed by Cooper for what they did to the first survivors, executed, or killed in battle fighting for Avy. They had not suffered. He had not lied to Zay, Rain, about that, though he had asked for an explanation from Terran before he died. The man had brought up his father again, that Co-op and Jazz had been responsible. No, they weren't, he had replied. Terran's father had died on a mission to help people, executed by a former ally. It was tragic, but not betrayal by the survivors or their allies. So, he had finished off Terran quickly. As he had told Avy's apprentice, he was not a monster. Avaryss had a way of corrupting those around her, Hunt, her former serving girl turned apprentice, Zen, and even him. Yet, with her creation of monsters like the thing that Hunt had become, she had become something worse than simply a warrior for the dark side. She had become a monster herself. She was a maker of monsters. And now, he stood face to face with another. Was the change made willingly, he wondered, or had she been duped? He couldn't imagine this one giving up her humanity easily, but she had been so loyal to Avy, maybe. He shook his head. No, he refused to accept that she had done this to herself on purpose. Seeing her as she was now, it broke his heart. Oh, Taya, he thought. What has she done to you? The creature that had once been one of his lovers shrieked and attacked him anew. Again, he parried her attacks, but was not able to gain an advantage. Her wings and her strength gave her an edge. It was taking all his connection to the light to avoid her blades, and a swift death. In that moment, he felt the darkness within him again, reaching out, offering power to aid him in this fight. All he had to do was let go of the light again. His eyes narrowed. No, that wouldn't happen. Not again. He didn't need more power. He needed another option. Taya, stop, he shouted. I don't want to fight you. She didn't respond. Maybe she couldn't if she had changed so much physically. Who knew what had been done to her mentally? He tried to go on the offensive, but was once again almost overwhelmed. He had no choice to retreat. He sensed that he was about to be cornered, and managed to spin away, rolling beneath Taya's wings and just avoiding being pinned in a kill box. Again, she paused, spinning her blade slowly, evaluating the next attack. Merritt risked a glance over his shoulder. Zay and her allies had not come to Taya's aid. If they had, they might have overwhelmed and killed him. Zay was on her knees, panting, blood dripping from her mouth. She was watching the fight, smiling triumphantly. What was that about? He was not sure what had happened. He had not attacked her, and it didn't look like her allies had either. Plus, she was not even trying to aid her ally, not using her battle meditation. He would feel it if she was. If the girl chose to get involved, that could have made this fight truly a lost cause. Maybe she wants what you are fighting dead, his mother offered. That makes no sense, Mom, he replied in his head. Taya and Zay, or whatever she calls herself now, they were allies. The Sith betray each other, kid. That is their greatest strength and failures. I saw it enough times during the First War. They would set up their allies to fail, so that the betrayer could take the position of the one that was betrayed. But in doing so, the Empire lost ground in the war. The Sith justified it by saying the one that succeeded was stronger, and would regain what was lost, regain and take more. But the loss remained. Those losses added up and compounded the Empire's failure. He nodded. That made sense. His own experiences with the dark side had revealed much about the weakness of Sith dogma. By tearing each other down, they gained individual power, but they weakened their own cause, gave their enemies outside the Sith a chance to regroup. Was that what the girl was doing? Did she want him to eliminate Taya because it would weaken Avi's position? If Avi lost her greatest ally, it would create a blind spot in her defenses. It would. Merritt got a good look at Taya, his first real look. His eyes narrowed angrily. He saw it on her arms. Fresh burns, not from this battle, and too close together to suggest that an opponent in another fight had made them. Taya, she was too good to be so marked, which left one possible cause for that injury. Taya was hurting herself again, burning herself with her lightsaber, torturing herself, as she had done when she called herself Lord Agony. Merritt's temper flared. Damn you, Avi. Damn you. He felt the darkness try to surge up within him again, but again, it found him unwilling. The anger, he let it flow through and out of him, and in his place cold determination came in. Taya was not an enemy, she was a victim. He was now sure of it. He could feel it, through their connection, the intimacy they had once enjoyed. He looked into the creature's eyes. No, not a creature, into Taya's eyes. Taya, he said, listen to me. I know you are still in there somewhere. My name is Merritt Fallenstar, but you knew me as Finn. You knew me, Taya. You know me. The creature hissed, her lips parting into a cruel smile, either ignoring his words or not understanding them anymore. He saw her hands move up on the hilt of her lightsaber. It was a move he had seen before. She was about to separate the weapon, fight him with two blades, and given her speed and new strength, he would likely be overwhelmed. He didn't give her that chance. He struck. He called on all the power he could muster and lunged forward. He sliced through the emitter of the blade in her right hand. She squawked in surprise as he advanced, using gemso to drive her back. She threw away her destroyed saber and fought him with a single blade, wings, and talons. He took a talon strike on the neck, his four shields held, leaving only red marks when his throat should have been torn out. Her wings tore the back of his coat as he ducked beneath her guard. She spun her remaining blade. She was not on the defensive long. She used her wings to buffet him, force him to retreat, and give her a chance to reset her defense. Angry at his attack, she lunged forward. He stopped her crimson blade with his orange one. The two ended up almost nose to nose, their blades locked. He stared into her large avian eyes. Her mouth pulled back into a grimace of rage and hate. Could he kill her? He wondered. Maybe. But he found that he didn't want to. She was not responsible for this. He knew that in his bones. The Force itself seemed to whisper that answer in his ear. I don't want to kill her. He knew that. He had to find another way. This woman was part of you once. She shared the most intimate of moments with you, his mother whispered through the Force. That is your way, and kid. Use it. He reached out to her, through the Force. He could feel her fury and rage, and in the past, he would have tried to flood her will with fear and dread, tried to break her like he had done with many other beings that had become his hard merchandise. This time, he offered something different, something more. He offered her memories, moments that they had shared. His holding her for the first time after she had broken on the plains outside Survivor Base. How he had comforted her as she had cried for her lost husband and daughter. He let her see the first rejection, the night she had come to him, offered herself to him for defeating her, and how she had asked him to lay with her, to give her another child. He showed her Tatooine, the night they had shared in that darkened hotel room, her and Avi. Above all, he filled her with warmth, with images of comfort and peace. The creature blinked in surprise. Her hold on her rage weakened for the briefest of moments. He was able to push her back. She didn't take to the sky. She stepped back, tripping over Terran's body. She stumbled and used her left wing to keep from falling. In that moment, he had an opening. He could have used his saber and severed her right wing, leaving her vulnerable. He didn't do that. He kept his defenses up, but he didn't try to finish her off. Come on, Taya, he thought. Come on. You have to recognize what is going on. The creature, the Taya thing, hissed as it dropped into a defensive guard. Why, it growled. Why don't you attack me? Because you aren't my enemy, he said. We should never have been enemies. She hissed. Merritt, she said, her tongue rolling the R in his name dramatically. You are Merritt. And you are Taya. She shook her head. I'm Darth Agony. You were Darth Agony, he said, and being her nearly destroyed you. You found a way back. A better way. He didn't advance. She spun her blade in a lazy circle, but didn't attack. They weren't fighting anymore. Things were far more complicated than that. They were conversing. I am Agony again, she said. The rebels made me Agony. Are you certain? He asked her. Avi told me so. She told me. They poisoned me, Merritt. She did this to save me. She remade me. Is that true? Do you remember? He saw anger flash in her eyes. He was afraid she would attack him. He needed to choose his words carefully. If Avi had done this to Taya against her will, she had likely taken steps to reinforce her control. Attacking Avi's word would not serve. It would only antagonize Taya. But if she made the connections herself, maybe. He smiled. Hope might still remain. We faced each other once before. You saw it in my mind. We fought on Avaryss' ship. I didn't kill you then, and I won't harm you now. The ship, she purred. Yes, you attacked Avi. I defended. You beat me, spared me. Why? I couldn't hurt you, he replied. I wouldn't hurt you, either of you. Either. Her brow furrowed in thought. The child, he murmured. Our child, Taya. She winced, pained by the memory. Aya is gone. Merritt, she is gone. Not Aya, Taya. There was another. Remember, please remember for her, and for me. For her, Taya said. She looked unsteady on her feet, her weapon lowered, its crimson blade touching the dirt. He could have struck her down, but he didn't, he wouldn't. He wouldn't harm the mother of his child. She looked so confused, he could see her wrestling for the word, the name. Lord Agony. Rain's words broke the spell. The creature that had been Taya snapped up her blade again. She snarled. You are trying to confuse me, rebel, Merritt. You are trying to hurt me. You are trying to hurt Avi. He didn't lower his weapon, but he didn't attack either. I only want you to remember. I only want you to say her name. Her, Taya hissed her. Rain and her fellows advanced. The girl had her light pike up. Her fellows had their own weapons drawn, a collection of daggers, axes, lightsabers, and force pikes. He recognized Chief Valentine among them, the old sworn protector clad in the robes and armor of a Sith Imperial guard. So she is still alive. Good, his mother whispered in his thoughts. We can't use this Merritt. We have a chance now. What chance? He wondered. Mom, what is it? She didn't answer, not with the young Sith and her companions there. Rain smirked at him. You are my prisoner, Master Finn, or whatever it is you choose to call yourself now. Taya turned with an angry hiss. This one is in my custody, apprentice, she spat. Rain sneered. My master would say otherwise. The Twi'lek warrior approached, holding a pair of stun cuffs. Taya stopped his with a raised hand and extended talons. Touch him, little TWI, and I carve off your face. He stopped and looked at Rain. She continued to glare at the one she called Agony. Taya didn't back down. He comes with us, unbound and armed. He will not make trouble. Will you, Merritt? Yes. You will not make trouble. I won't, he promised. You have my word. He smiled. I want to see Evie again. I want to see my children. Rain's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but finally she nodded. He is your responsibility, she warned Taya. If he does anything, he won't. Rain nodded again. Merritt shut down his lightsaber and put it on his belt. Taya did the same. The royal guards, former sworn protectors all, formed protective box around Merritt, their guest, or prisoner. We bring him back to the temple, Rain said. My master will be back soon, and she will wish to speak with him, with both of you, I suspect. She gestured to the transport. It was already powering up its engines, getting ready to leave. The apprentice spoke into her communicator, ordering a team to come up and pick up the bodies of their fallen comrades. Her response amused Merritt. She was not even going to see to Terran's body, not bring it back in either shame or honor. Why would she? She is a Sith, his mother said in his mind. The dead don't matter, not to them. He glanced over at Taya. I tried, Mom. I thought I was getting through to her. Maybe you were, maybe you weren't, but now. We know you are ready. You won't fall back to the darkness. I won't, he promised her. I never will. Then it is time you heard a story about Char Valentine and your master. Jazz found something out that will be very useful to you now. What it is? Soon, kid, I will tell you soon. You will know everything by the time we reach your destination. He nodded. Again, he felt that what he was doing was right, even if they had been interrupted. He had stirred something in Taya. He hoped he had anyway. The transport lifted off, taking him to this temple and to Avaryss. Finally, we will meet again, he thought, maybe for the last time. The Sith and their allies said nothing. Rain looked pleased with herself, though he was not sure why. What had she done, really? All she had done was stand back and watch. He looked at Taya. He refused to see her as agony. He would not diminish her by calling her that name. She looked at him and leaned in close. A single talon came up. It touched his throat, but he didn't sense any danger. Try to look scared, she hissed in his ear. They must see me threaten you. Okay, he whispered. She smiled and leaned in closer. Anj, she purred. Our daughter, her name is Anj. He did his best to look scared, but inside, he was smiling. She remembered, he thought, pleased with himself. It was just what he needed, what they needed. They had fought through the pain and anger, and now. It was here. It was starting. The end game? I'm ready, he thought, as his mother told him about his master and Char Valentine. The secret that he needed the most now. He listened closely. Remember this, his mother said. I won't, Mom. I'm ready.